Good call there, Jedi Steve. Yeah, for once we are not solving murder. Kind of mildly disappointing almost. I was getting used to using that same tagline for all of my streams. I think we were running on like 4 or 5 streams straight where that was the like tagline thing for it. So, but yeah, as far as I'm aware, we're not solving a murder here in Fate Stay Night. But anyways, hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Today we're playing some more Fate Stay Night. It's been like 2 weeks since I last played, so I don't quite remember exactly where we were plot-wise when we last left off, but I'm certainly looking forward to seeing where we go from here. Possibly with the stakes getting higher, perhaps some life and death situations on the line, given the nature of the scenario we're in. But yeah, so as for the rest of this week, we got, surprise, surprise, Danganronpa 2, Wednesday at 10 p.m. So look forward to that. And then next week is probably going to be pretty similar to normal. We're probably going to do Life is Strange Monday, Fate Stay Night Tuesday, Danganronpa 2 Wednesday. We did finish sorta Emio this week, so that's good. But we might need to come back to it for one more stream. We'll see about that. But for now, though, let's get started with what we're doing today. Fate Stay Night. Get off that music screen. Alright. Actually, hold on. There is a program I need to close first. Was exporting some footage from a different program, but now that is done. Anyways, let's get to this. 10:28, right? Yeah, I guess that's about right. Here we go. February 7th. Never mind, it's February 8th. My apologies. Fate 9 Neo. I have no idea what that means. Fate 9 Neo. Sounds like some sort of weird secret code for the, I don't know, the Freemasons or something. I'm dreaming. It must, because my blood is feverish and my entire body is throbbing. Something I'd rather not have to remember plays out in my dream. This is my oldest memory. It's also a memory I can't escape. It's a scene from 10 years ago, and one I usually try not to think back on. I can't ever erase it from my memory, though. It's not that I forgot. It's not even that I want to forget. It's just that it's already happened. So it's not especially painful. And I don't really feel all that angry about it either. The past is the past. I can't return to it. I can't redo it. All that happened is that I escaped and lived on. Looking forward is all I can do. Nobody told me to do that, but I've thought about that, even if just vaguely, since I was a kid. I can't forget or deny the past. The only way to keep the memory of what we lost alive is to acknowledge it. It's hot. I wake up to find my body is still burning up. I must have wound up falling asleep out in the cold air last night. Inside the stimulant shed with me and... Saber? What are you doing here? You've woken, Shiro. I do not mind you sneaking away from your room, but I do not approve of you sleeping in a place like this. Morning. Well, I was burning up last night, and when I went outside, I got sleepy. You know how it is. And yeah, I couldn't use the AC. Let's not be ridiculous now. I can see that. You do not have to explain yourself, but please do be careful next time. My master sleeping in such a place puts me in an awkward position. Sorry. I'll try to sleep in my own room next time. That would be very helpful, yes. By the way, Shiro, Taiga has been calling for you for a while now. Fujini? What she wants. It may be about breakfast. It is long past breakfast time. How long? I mean, there's birds chirping, so it can't be that long. Eh? What? It's already past 7? Crap, I overslept. Yes, it is quite unusual for you to be the last to wake up. Your training with Rin last night must have affected you rather a lot. Saber provides a calm analysis of the situation. Right, yeah, the training with Rin. I see. We did something with, like, my magic something. Magic crest, I would say? But I don't have time for idle chit-chat. I know you went out of your way to wake me up, but go on back ahead of me. I'll hurry up and get changed, then head to the kitchen. Very well. I'll do what I can to calm Taige down. Saber turns and heads back to the house. Calm Fujini? Saber sure has adapted well to our morning routine. I dash to the kitchen. I ignore Fujini's jeers and prepare breakfast as quickly as I can. Sorry to keep you waiting. There's not much time before school starts, so hurry up and eat. I plop breakfast onto the table. What? Suddenly... What the hell is this? Fujini explodes, practically spitting fire. Did I do something wrong? Did I burn the toast or something? What is this? It's just toast! Sure, why is this all there is for breakfast today? Hey, I mean, toast is... honestly not a very good breakfast, but... It's food, it's calories. You know, a calorie is a calorie, is it not? Hey, I overslept. I don't have time to make anything else. And a breakfast with toast is typically just that. It's just missing salad and eggs, so that's not a huge difference. Here's a big difference! Everyone else agrees, right? Fuji tries to appeal to Saber and Tohsaka, who both eat in silence. Hey, you know, if the quality of your breakfast is that important to you, you could make it yourself, you know. I'm not your paid live-in chef. This isn't going to go in her favor. Neither of them is as gluttonous as Fujini. She's barking up the wrong tree. She may be right. I'm not Miss Fujimura, but I don't know if I can tolerate such laziness. I can only assume you're insulting bread as a breakfast choice. Hey, wait a minute. I thought she didn't eat breakfast to begin with. How can you be so opinionated on something you don't partake in? Now why is she sighing all disappointed? That's way out of character. I don't think I've even seen this portrait of her before. This sprite. See, everyone thinks you're in the wrong. Majority rules here, so you'd best think on what you've done, then make a proper breakfast for us. Well, I invoke the castle doctrine and say that is, you know, my house, my rules. My house, my breakfast decisions. That's so unfair. Besides, if I start making a dish now, you're going to be late, Fujini. It's already 7:30, so you need to do the whole running out of the house with a piece of toast hanging from your mouth thing. Give it up. Fine, if I have to choose between being late or being hungry, I choose breakfast. Alright, you got like a job to hold down? Are you sure that's wise? That's nuts! What kind of teacher even are you? Just eat your toast and go to school. I absolutely refuse to make anything else, even if it kills me. Jeez, you really do get worked over nothing. Keep talking like an old man and you'll become one real quick. It's not how time or aging works, for your information. You don't need to remind me. Thanks to you, I'm practically an old man already. I huff and take a bite of toast. Okay, she might be right. There is something kind of sad about there being so many people here and then only having toast for breakfast. But I'm sticking to my guns, dang it. The sounds of clashing shinai echo through the dojo. Each bout goes essentially the same as they had the days before. Saber casually sweeps my desperate strikes aside and counterattacks far more effectively. I barely manage to block and continually strike back, only for Saber to riposte, and I lose. Every time. I stop, breathing heavily, shoulders heaving. Wiping sweat from my brow, I work to get my breathing under control. Why are you resting? You would not have given up so quickly yesterday. Come, attack me quickly. Well, I think I'm starting to learn the lesson you've been literally beating into me the last couple days, namely that I don't have a chance, so why even bother trying? Hold on, I need to catch my breath. A little break, please? This is so unlike you. If you'll not attack, then I will come at you. You do not mind, do you? Saber stares down at her. Poor student. My body just won't listen, no matter how she looks at me. What has gotten into you, Shiro? You are like a different person than you were these past days. The way you struck at me so fiercely and determinedly amazed me. But today I feel nothing of that strength. I mean, I'm getting a bit tired. We've done this like several days straight. Like, don't we need rest days to be able to work out efficiently? Like, if you just do the same thing every day as a workout routine, then your muscles don't get time to recover, and you just end up... It's ineffective. I know that. I really do. I just can't do almost anything today. My situation has drastically changed since yesterday. Is your body still burning? That is no excuse for your movements becoming sluggish. You must cool your head and refresh your mindset. I mean, having a bit of a fever is a perfectly valid explanation for, you know, not being as great physically. Well, before I do that, can you do something about that first? I point toward our audience standing by the wall. Wait, do we have an audience? Ah. Well, don't mind me. Just continue your training. Tohsaka doesn't get it. I can't concentrate on fighting Saber with her staring at me like that. I feel like I'm being judged. Is there no distraction? That is only further proof of your need for training. Very well then, I shall make it so that you need not worry about observers. How? Whoa, hold up, Saber. I still haven't got my breath. That will not be an issue. Breathing is something you will simply adjust to during battle. Saber suddenly vanishes. Ugh. The moment I realize I'm in danger and raise my shinai to guard my face, Saber strikes you right on the head. It was a rough morning, to say the least. After getting knocked out, I stopped worrying about Tohsaka watching. My focus went entirely to blocking Saber's attacks. And the next thing I knew, it was lunchtime. And I probably had a concussion, but surely that won't be a problem later on. Seriously, you're so composed. 3 hours of fighting Shiro, and you aren't the least bit ruffled. You're usually pretty quiet, but you're much more so in battle. You're almost robotic. Oh, she was complimenting Saber, not me. Fair. I'm not sure if it's because she enjoyed seeing me getting knocked around, but Tohsaka's in good mood. The two are resting in the living room. As for me, I'm preparing lunch by myself, as punishment for my lax approach to training this morning. Unbelievable. I want to just make something easy, like cold somen noodles. Never heard of that before. Is that similar to ramen noodles? Maybe? Sounds similar. back at the Fate Grant. Indeed we are. Indeed we are.
Robotic, you say? You may be correct. It is not something I have ever been conscious of, but perhaps I shut off my emotions while I wield a blade. My approach should not change, whether in true battle or simple practice.
Yeah, gotta practice as if it were the real thing. That's how you build up your skills.
Oh, is that a mindset you employ as a woman wielding a sword? You're trying to use your mental state to compensate for your inferior physique? No, Rin. Maintaining one's composure is a key part of battle. It matters not whether you're a man or woman. I believe you also shut off your emotions in battle, Rin. I know you are the type who can do so.
Huh. You don't have to just blurt it out, you know.
Well, it's true, but
you and I are different. What I try to shut off is my tendency to be too soft
and see things in such logical, abstract terms as you do. It appears that way, which is why you are so showy and splendid. You're able to maintain your feminine grace even in battle.
Are you being sarcastic? I can't come near you in terms of grace. I don't mind admitting it since Shiro's out of earshot, but I was amazed at how beautiful you are the first movement I saw you. Or first moment I saw you, there you go. I can hear you, Tohsaka. I've got pretty good hearing, as it turns out.
You mistake me then. If you see grace in me, then you are simply seeing the elegance associated with the Saber class, rather than my physical appearance.
That's not true. I really thought that, as a woman, I couldn't even begin to compete with you.
I wouldn't have been so shocked otherwise. And that is where you are mistaken. I've never thought of myself as a woman, and I've never been treated as one. I therefore cannot be so elegant as you seem to believe.
Rin is a Saber simp. It would appear so. I mean, who wouldn't be? She's, you know, very competent with the blade, but also elegant as well. Saber's words bring the conversation to an end. As I listen in, kitchen knife in hand, I find myself getting irritated by what Saber's saying. I wonder too, because Rin was attempting to summon Saber specifically at the beginning. So I wonder if she's still kind of beating herself up over that of like, dang it, I could have had this! This is what I missed out on! Instead of this archer dude who's still recovering from an injury he sustained like a week ago. From Saber, no less. I've always wondered, what does she think she is? I chop the chicken a bit harder than I need to. For some reason, I'm annoyed.
I've never thought of myself as a woman.
Huh, not that it has anything to do with me. I slam my knife down onto the cutting board as if it were a hammer. Am I using a cleaver? Because if not, that's generally not the correct form. Especially cutting chicken. It doesn't help me feel any better.
So, this is today's task. I brought more than yesterday, and it seems like your body's calmed down, so you'll probably get it right this time.
I have no idea how she carried them here, but Tohsaka reveals about 40 lamps. Like just normal lamps, like for lighting. Poor Archer. Hasn't done anything yet. You saying Archer's catching strays here? Well, exactly. He hasn't done anything yet. Maybe he should do something, and I'll respect him as a servant.
I'm going to step outside for a bit. I'll be back in a little while, so I expect you to be done by the time I'm back.
Tohsaka leaves her room. Alright. It's only been a night, but I hope I can succeed at least a couple of times. Why does Rin have 40 lamps? I think I'm supposed to be strengthening them. And they're not that expensive. And she's very wealthy, so she comes from money, so I imagine it's not too big an ask. I do wonder why lamps specifically, though. I think I got half done. It took an hour to work on strengthening about 20 lamps. Half of them shattered, and nothing at all happened to the other half. Well, in that case, I wouldn't say I'm half done. I'd say I failed 50% of the task and have yet to succeed at any of the task. Yeah. Of those that didn't change, maybe 5 look like they'd been infused with magical energy. Now for the remaining 20. Hold on. Wouldn't 5 be enough for a test? All the lamps look to be antiques. Okay, I take back what I said. Why the heck was she using antique lamps? That is needlessly expensive. I assume, anyway. Like, just buy the great value lamps from Walmart or something, or the Amazon Basics. We didn't need to get antiques. Or if you needed something fragile, just like buy a whole bunch of like drinking glasses. Those are fragile. Anyways, I feel bad about breaking more of them. Huh. Yeah. I'll go call Tohsaka, or I'll wait patiently. I'll be honest, I'm not quite certain what the decision here is. Because it seems like, am I done strengthening the lamps in either case? And I'm just deciding whether I'm going to proactively be like, hey, Tohsaka, I think I'm done here. You want to come check on my work? Versus, yeah, I'll just wait for it to show back up. Enjoy a little rest from the work while I wait. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd probably go... Like, if that's the decision, presuming that's the decision, and the decision is not go call Tohsaka to call it quits early versus finish up with the lamps. Because wait patiently does not, to me, sound like finish up with the lamps. Like, I'm trying to think, what's the reason to not call Tohsaka here? Just enjoy some peace of mind? Rifle through her belongings while she's absent? One choice gives you critical info and one skips it. Well, that's grand. Look, again, I think I don't see a good reason to not call Tohsaka here. Really. Like, I don't see what waiting achieves. Just waiting for it to show up like several minutes later. Besides, she likes a proactive student, no? Rin seems like the type of person to have a bag of holding but only keep lamps in it. Yeah, she's quirky like that. We'll go talk to Tohsaka, I think. Again, I'm running the simulations in my head, and I don't see what waiting actually achieves. I should go call Tohsaka back. Right, especially with waiting being the verb. Like, if it was, look around her room while I wait for her to arrive. Now we got something. If it's finished strengthening the lamps, yeah. Let's be diligent. But if it's just waiting patiently, just sitting around, doing nothing, yeah. Anyways, I should call Tohsaka back. I shouldn't break any more lamps. Actually, I really shouldn't be talking big after breaking over 40 lamps. I think as a general rule of thumb, like, I'm the protagonist here of this here experience, and people like active protagonists. When I have the chance to be active, I should take it, I think. Hey, Tohsaka. I call out to her, but there's no answer. That's weird. Did she step out of the house? Where else might Tohsaka go? And there's a whole city, probably a fun nightlife and whatnot, but she doesn't seem like the fun-loving type of girl. She's the type of girl who's studying for next semester on December 31st. There's someone in the shed. It sounds like Tohsaka and Saber are talking inside. Hey, Tohsaka! The instant I lift a hand to call out to her, a chill runs up my spine. I think it's because I can feel Tohsaka's magical energy seeping from the shed. It pulses with enmity. What the? I immediately stop calling for her. Even from here, I can tell Tohsaka is agitated. But I can hear the two of them talking. Before I know it, I'm eavesdropping. What's up with him? Tohsaka sounds both angry and nervous. Saber stands silently behind her. I don't believe it, Saber. Did you know about this? No, I did not. I am a knight, not a mage. I only felt something was amiss. I do not understand the situation as well as you, Rin. Oh no, they're discovering that I'm a fraud? I see. Let me tell you, he's no mage. What do you mean by that? I mean what I said. MageCraft is ultimately equivalent exchange. No matter what kind of mystics you're talking about, all it does is take something from somewhere else and put it to use. But this is different. He's creating something from nothing. He's taking something that shouldn't exist and giving it shape. Oh wait, I'm not a fraud! I'm like an anti-fraud. I'm like the early 20th century magician where you like investigate how they do the tricks and it turns out, wait a minute, they actually are just communing with the devil himself or something. This is a concept encroaching on reality itself. So basically I'm violating the laws of thermodynamics is what I'm gathering from this. His MageCraft, it's nothing but a degraded version of it. Oh, degraded? That's the word you're using to describe my MageCraft? Degraded? I have no idea what Tohsaka is saying. But I definitely shouldn't be listening in on the two of them. Why not? It's your house. I walk away from the shed. I'll be lying to Tohsaka, but I should go back to her room and pretend I was waiting for her to come back. It's 2 o'clock. There's no sign of Tohsaka returning, so I just focus on finishing my assignments. Oh, the phone's ringing? The ring just reaches my ears from elsewhere in the house. Right, forgot for a second. 2004, home phones are like actually a legitimate, like normal thing to have. It's in the living room. Tohsaka can... No, she won't dare pick up a phone in someone else's house. She hasn't made herself at home to that extent, surely. I doubt it's an important phone call, but I shouldn't ignore it. I stand up and head to the living room to answer the phone. Well, see, I'm not sure if Shiro is dense. I think he's overly polite in certain respects. It's the same sort of deal with like his like overly chivalrous nature, despite the fact that all the women around him are infinitely more capable in high stakes combat situation than him. Okay, maybe that's selling him a bit short. At least by an order of magnitude or two, I'd say. Anyways, I'm gonna go answer the phone. There's nobody in the living room. Saber and Tohsaka must be in the courtyard. Hello, Emiya residence. Hey there, Emiya. I hear you're not at school again today. Are you sick or something? All of a sudden, Shinji's voice sounds from the other end of the line, heavy with barely restrained laughter. Is that you, Shinji? What do you want? I don't think we have anything to talk about. Why the cold reception? I thought I'd call you to tell you something. Tell me something? Yeah. There's something I wanted to tell you, but you haven't been to school. I don't want to drag this out, so I called. Couldn't wait any longer. Is Tohsaka around? I mean, you probably should have called her if you wanted to reach her, but yeah, she's around. Shinji sounds kind of odd. He seems weirdly excited. I can hear other students in the background, so he must still be at school. It's a little past 2. 5th period should be over, so I think it's break time right now? Hey, are you listening, Emiya? Is Tohsaka there or not? Not right now. She's just stepped away. Okay, great. I wanted to talk to you. I'm going to tell you something real good. So why did you come to school right now? But come without telling Tohsaka. Obviously. Okay, so we should definitely bring Saber. But knowing Emiya, we're not going to bring Saber. So I love walking into obvious traps. I don't know how to respond to that. Shinji's acting weird, and we're already talking. I don't see any reason to go all the way to school, and if I take off that tongue to Tohsaka, it'd feel like a betrayal. Sorry, but I can't go to school. If you have something for me, it'll have to wait until next week. I'll go back to school after the weekend. Huh. Who put you in charge? And that'll be too late. I just said I can't wait any longer. Shinji's yelling now. He must be really excited because I can hear his heavy breathing over the phone. So you're finally using your head. Yeah, you're right. There's no way you would come on your own at this point. This whole conversation's pretty suspicious, so of course you'd think it was bad news. His tone shifts entirely and he even starts laughing. Hold on a minute, calm down. You're acting real strange, Shinji. I don't know what happened, but... Don't lie, Emiya! Knowing Tohsaka, I bet she told you everything. You don't need to hide it from me. Yeah, you're Saber's master after all. That means you're much, much more of a murderer than I am. Did Saber do something while I was not paying attention to her? Shinji seems to be enjoying himself. I've known him for about 5 years now, but I've never seen him so wound up. Like, we never played Mario Party or nothing. Shinji, are you... Just come to school, okay? And hurry, Emiya. You should be able to make it by 6th period. It's Fujimura's class anyway, so you won't get in trouble for being a bit late. Well, even Fujini would get mad if we were late for a class. And I might get even more of an earful if I showed up, or if I only showed up for 6th period rather than just missing the whole day. That's your own fault. Oh, and if you tell Tohsaka, then I'm ending our friendship. For real. I turned a blind eye to the whole Sakura thing. You can at least fulfill your obligations as a friend in the end. Right? Our conversation ends there. I don't think I've ever heard that specific, like, hang-up tone whenever I've called anyone. I think I saw, like, a video essay once about that. And apparently, I think it's, like, exclusive to, like, a specific geographic region. that happens to have a lot of cultural influence, I think. I don't know. Or maybe just the way the old technology used to work. Anyways, all I hear is the buzzing electronic tone from the receiver. What's with him? But what should I do? Tohsaka should be in the house, but I don't see her anywhere. And if I go to school, I can't bring Saber. But then, if I don't do what Shinji asks, I'm worried what he might do. He's probably agitated because of that merciless rejection Tohsaka gave him yesterday. If I ignore him, he might get violent with Sakura again. Well, it's still bright out, so it shouldn't be an issue. As everyone knows, people who are contending for, a magical artifact that can grant any wish, they don't murder people in broad daylight. People who are desperate to win and, win this whole contest. A little sunlight is gonna stop them as surely as it stops a boo in a Mario game, because sometimes the lights kill boos in Mario games. Anyways, vampire! Why did I say vampire? That's a way better reference. Come on, brain. Think. Anyways, I should hurry now that I've made a decision. I've been playing too much Mario Party recently. If I hurry, I should be able to make it by 6th period. There's nobody at the school gate. From the outside, it looks like the school is deserted since class is in session. Maybe there's no physical education class either, since there's nobody in the courtyard either. Oh, wait, also, I'm just straight up going, didn't even get a choice. Okay, well, let's see what Shinji has in store for us. What day is it? It's February 8th, I believe? Or November 12th. Well, that's going to change in a few minutes. Or possibly November 13th for any Europeans watching. Day 9? Yeah, I think it was something 9. When 6th period is over, school's out. The campus and exits will be overflowing with people on their way out. So, hopefully, in that case, you won't pull anything in the midst of a massive crowd of witnesses. I head up to the 3rd floor. Those vampires are technically in this series. What isn't in this series? I feel like everything. I feel like the random commenters who actually know about Fate, like, and everything seems to be in this series to some extent or another. Anyways, there's nobody in the hallway either. And what are you going to tell me next? That, who knows, maybe one of the servants in one of the spin-offs is Oppenheimer. That would be interesting. That'd be an interesting take. Anyways, everyone must be in their classroom, so I feel a little awkward walking into Class C. And I'm sure you guys are typing right now, well, technically Oppenheimer isn't, but actually Fat Man, the bomb itself, is. Well, it's not like I'm going to be completely conspicuous, so I should hurry to the classroom. Class C is down the hall. Right now I'm in front of Class H, which is closest to the stairs, so there are 5 classrooms between me and my destination. I should probably actually pay attention to this because this is suspiciously detailed in terms of describing the area, which tells me maybe it's going to be relevant in a second in terms of the physics of a battle, maybe. Not the physics, but the logistics of a battle. So yes, I'm in front of Class H, which is closest to the stairs, so there are 5 classrooms between me and my destination, which is Class C. Okay. And a classroom in Japan, as we all know, is X amount of meters long. I'm going to say 30 meters, maybe, we'll say. Like, I'm looking at that. Maybe between 30 and 20 meters. If I can sprint a meter in, say, I go 0 to, like, 10 meters in, like, that should only be, like, 3 or 4 seconds. Then that means I can probably get from where I'm going to the other place if I run full sprint for, like, maybe, like, 15 seconds. Okay. Got a lay of the land. Eh? A wave of dizziness slams into me. Great. What did I tell you, chat? What did I tell you? My entire body is also overcome with nausea. Ugh. My stomach churns. My senses are going completely haywire. Red floods my vision, as if blood were seeping into my eyes. The temperature around me hasn't changed, but my body is suddenly unbearably hot. What the hell is this? I stumble. Strength leaves my body. I feel like I'm withering and I can't do anything to stop it, in the same way you can't stop sand from falling in an hourglass. I'm suffocating. My throat burns. Was all the air sucked from this hallway from the entire school? Oh, wait a minute. Wasn't there like a thing that was supposed to like kill everyone on campus in a few days that we discovered like a few days ago? Huh. Interesting that. I sway and by accident stagger toward a window. Just for I jerk it open. Oh, yeah. The field is harvesting, clearly. You absolute idiots, Shiro. What? I freeze. This is unbelievable. I can't even find the wherewithal to get confused. Outside the window, the entire campus is a field of endless red. It looks like the school was carved out of the world and plunged into a sea of red. The school building looks like an altar, draped in a red canopy. And then finally, I realize what's happening. I move away from the window. I muster up what sense I have left and force my feet to move, heading into the classroom closest to me. Inside, not a single student is seated in any of the chairs. They're all lying on the floor. Even the teacher is on the floor, behind the podium. They're still breathing. Everyone is convulsing as if pleading for help. Okay, hold on. Quick question. So, Shinji obviously lured me in here. Even if he didn't specifically set up this trap, he lured me in here so I would fall into it, clearly. So he knew about it, knew about the timing of it, knew it was probably about to trigger. Did he... And hopefully he warned his sister not to go to school today. I would hope. Now, obviously, like, there's a whole bunch of other people dying here, but, you know, Sakura's the one we actually know, so she's obviously the one I'm a bit more attached to than random Japanese high school student number 372. Nobody's dead yet. The students don't have the strength to get up. They're just waiting to rot away. Seeing their miserable state on the floor. Brings to mind the burning ruins from that day. The nausea intensifies. But I can still get a handle on the situation. I take a look at the students on the floor. It's difficult, but we can breathe. They're not dead. If I hurry and get help, there may be a chance to save them. But the moment I check the face of a student nearby, something clicks inside my head. Their skin. It's hard as wax. Not everyone is like this.
It varies from person to person, but the most severely weakened student's blood seems to have coagulated around their joints. Oily and glistening. Stiff, motionless arms, fixed, staring eyes, just like wax figures. I know this. I recognize this scene. Stop. This is just a hellscape. I know this sight well. I said, stop. All that's sustaining me now is anger that has completely eclipsed any fear. Ugh. My left arm tingles. The command spell on the back of my hand is warning me that an enemy is nearby. I run, though my breathing is heavy and labored. I've long since lost my mind. Yo, Illya! Glad to see you're doing better than I expected. So, what do you think of this? At the end of the hallway, Shinji Mato is standing in front of Class C. My arm throbs. So I forget exactly how the command spells work, because now might be the time to use one, quite frankly. But, like, can I use a command spell to, like, contact Saber at a distance? Be like, Saber, get over here now. It's going down. My command spells are screaming at me, telling me the boy just ahead caused all of this. So this is all you're doing, Shinji. I can't breathe properly, but I glare at Shinji, who's keeping his distance. He must really like what he's seeing. Because the next thing I know, Shinji throws his arms wide and starts cackling in the blood-red hallway. Of course it is! I knew as soon as you arrived, so I triggered the bounded field. It wasn't easy time just right, you know. If I did it too early, you'd run away. If I did it too late, we would have had to face each other. I wanted to see the look on your face myself, so I didn't want to make it too simple. So you're lying about having something to discuss. Discuss? Actually, we're just about to start that part. I need to show Tohsaka how much better I am than you. And I should apologize for lying to you as well. See, I didn't tell you that I was the one who put the bounded field up over the school. Shinji laughs like it's the funniest thing ever. I guess I've learned never to trust him. Hey, you don't look as surprised as I'd have thought. So when I told you the bounded field wasn't mine, you didn't believe me. Oh, this is too good. So sometimes even you don't trust people. Shinji's merry laughter bores into my skull like a drill. I have to point out, I'm plenty surprised. That's a party one in the stream, I'm pretty sure. Shiro? I had just been bracing myself to learn who set up this bounded field. Shinji or the other master. That was all. That's so much for my optimism. I should have settled things with Shinji the moment I learned he was a master. This is all my fault. Shinji, why did you do this? Were you lying about having no intention of fighting too? Well, I think that was the truth. I had no intention of activating this. It was really a negotiating tool.
Oh, hello. What is that? Is that Mormon Imperator? Huh. Interesting name. Yes, I can see all the chats. Indeed, I can. Anyways, if I set a bomb, Tohsaka would think twice about attacking me. And I'd have an ace up my sleeve in case something happens. I see. But Tohsaka said it would take a few more days to activate the bounded field. Does that mean she miscalculated? Huh. She would say that, but you know, the bounded field may not be complete, but it's already formed. Activating it is no problem. Okay. I admit that does make it less effective at this point. It might take a few more minutes to kill anyone. Stop it. The nausea is long since gone. That one thing is all I can think to say to Shinji right now. Stop it! Stop what? You're not telling me to stop this bounded field, are you? I can't waste a perfectly good bounded field by stopping it after it's already been activated. I said stop it. Do you have any idea what you've done? You're pissing me off. You think you can order me around? Besides, this is my power. I'm the one who decides whether or not to stop it. And if you really want me to stop it, the least you can do is get on your knees and beg. Honestly, you and Fujimura both need to learn your place. Hey, what about Fujini? Eh? Oh, Fujimura. She managed to squirm around even after the bounded field activated. Everyone was dropping like flies, but there she was, still wobbling around. So she hobbled over to me since I was still standing. It had the nerve to tell me to call an ambulance. Unbelievable, right? Playing the model teacher and all that. Of course I'm not gonna do something like that. Don't want to. Fujimura kept clinging to me, which really pissed me off. But when I kicked her, she stopped moving. She'll probably die first. I feel a switch flipping inside me. Just like I said, something about pressing a switch in my head, but it's nothing like that. There's this echoing clang in my head. A firing hammer strikes inside my head, and the inside of my body suddenly switches over. This is your last warning. Stop the bounded field, Shinji. You really don't get it, do you? The more you try ordering me around, the less I want to listen. If you don't like what I'm doing, then you'd better try to stop me yourself, Amiya. Got it? That's really simple. All I have to do, I need to stop him so I can stop the bounded field. Something surges inside me. Fiery heat blooms through my whole body. There's no more than 20 meters between me and Shinji. It should only take an instant. My body is surging with vitality, so much more than when I activate my magic circuits. Ha! You really are an idiot! A shadow wavers. The dark shape waiting in the corner of the hallway begins to take shape and move. A hard, sharp edge made of darkness itself. It's like a guillotine, ready to cleave anything that approaches Shinji in two. I don't know what kind of magecraft it is. 3 shadows emerge. If that's all there is, can't prevent it on my own or don't need to stop. Hold on a moment. Let me just consult some of my data. It could be from... related to Ryder, maybe. I doubt he came here alone. Info, skills, nullify, riding. Okay, so we got, like, nothing. No data. That's a flowchart. And I don't think weapon, really. Yeah, don't have anything on that. Okay. Well, I don't need a sub. I can't prevent it on my own. 3 shadows. 3 shadows. Well, this could be where I die. Shinji seems pretty confident in this, but I've got some weird surge of power. And when has Illya ever been known to think level-headedly and rationally? We're a bit strong-headed in that regard. 3 shadows. Let's go for it. No, I can't stop. Not now. No matter how strong it may be, if it doesn't hit me, it won't matter. 3 blades come at me like a blast of wind. You're the idiot, Shinji! This attack is nothing compared to Saber's. I pass through the gaps between the 3 overlapping shadows. I don't feel any danger from the shadows. That's right, I'm not afraid of the dark. There's no problem then. Saber taught me that I shouldn't hesitate as long as I don't sense that the attack will be fatal. I close in on him. He has no shadows protecting him. Just a few more steps, maybe 3 more meters, and I can... Stop! Don't come near me! Shinji turns and runs. Don't I reach out to grab his back? I feel a chill run through my entire body, and I quickly jerk my arm back. Something cuts through the air. A black blade slices through the space I'd been occupying just an instant before. I stop. I don't know where she came from, but standing in front of me now. I see the woman dressed in ominous black, so dark even the most venomous shade of crimson seems pale in comparison. Ooh, that's an interesting track. My mind goes blank with fear. I'm going to die. I don't want to think about it, but the image of my own brutal death fills my head. I sense it. I sense only death. The shadows earlier were nothing like this. Good, Ryder. Don't hold back. You can do whatever you want with them. Remember my training? Yeah. Ryder's form blurs. I need to... I'll need to defeat it before I get defeated, or this isn't going to be a battle. Yeah, if Saber's training taught me anything, I don't think I can go up against a servant one-on-one, so, yeah, let's bail. I retreat immediately. This isn't a good time to fight. I need to regroup and make Shinji stop the bounded field. Dang. Ah! Not sure what happened, but I retreat desperately. Fear makes everything in front of me appear completely white. I don't even know what I'm so terrified of. Without thinking, I throw an arm out to cover my neck. Okay, maybe that was the wrong choice? Something sharp buries itself in my arm. The whole sound of scraping bone tells me the next attack will end me. I run. Can't afford to look back. I just cover my vital spots with my hands as best I can in my frantic retreats. Well. The sharp edge slowly saws through my body with a horrible jarring sound. A spray of my own blood blots out my vision. Meanwhile, Ryder is rushing toward me so quickly that I can't even see her. You know, come to think of it, trying to run away from Ryder, that may not have been the wisest decision. Ugh. With each cut, I hear sounds I can't even recognize come from my own mouth. I continue my desperate retreat, somehow surviving the dozens of fatal blows striking at me. I don't know what I'm doing. Ryder's dagger is buried in my arm. My clothes are tattered and torn, and my flesh is brutally shredded. But I'm still able to shield myself with my own body, blocking the attacks aimed at my neck and head. This isn't a conscious thing at all anymore. Pure instinct drives my reactions as I desperately try to survive Ryder's attacks. My breathing is labored. I'm only running away, rushed along by the imminent death looming over me. Eventually, whatever strength I have left will fade. It shall catch up to me. Then I'm dead. That's what Saber had been trying to tell me. Don't fight against a servant. Fight wouldn't even be the right word for it. She told me again and again, so why the hell am I in this position now? All I want to do is catch Shinji as fast as possible, make him shut off this goddamn bounded field. So what the hell am I doing? What are you doing, Ryder? That's enough. Just end this already. He can't do anything anyway. Shinji is elated, his voice triumphant. Ryder nods and swings her dagger up in a wide arc. She's striking at my head. I can't dodge. All I can really do is try to prevent her from hitting anything vital. The dagger stabs into my shoulder, right below the collarbone. I hear a high-pitched metallic sound, then the click of a tongue. What? The end of Ryder's daggers starting to disintegrate? This is a surprise. I cannot kill you with my blade. Ryder stops. In that instant, I frantically try to come up with a way to leverage this sudden opportunity. Well, so much for that. Then gravity shall kill you. Gravity? I'm getting done in by gravity? The indignity! Something strikes me with all the force of a sledgehammer, and I go flying out the window. Ugh! It had only been a kick to the stomach, but I go flying, shattering the window. We're on the 3rd floor. That's a rough fall, but that's not a guaranteed fatality, for sure. Left alone, I'll die of blood loss anyway, so a fall from this height will be enough to finish me off. I mean, an ordinary human would be dead on the spot from a blow strong enough to send them flying like this anyway. I reach out. Maybe I'm not falling yet, or maybe I'm just hallucinating right before I die. But my body is still suspended in midair. It's like Looney Tunes logic of like, you know, you can be out in midair for a bit, like you run off the cliff and then it's like, oh, here I am. And then only once you notice that you're off the cliff is when gravity takes effect. How? I reach out desperately, grasping for something, anything. The sky is crimson. The school is pulsating like a creature's stomach. And am I just going to die? Let something like this happen? Let this happen? Am
Am I going to let myself die without saving so much as a single person? I can't! I grit my teeth furiously. I can't win. This is not even a battle. I knew that going in, but I still screwed it up. There's no more pain. All I feel is my sheer rage making my insides unravel. I thought I could do it alone. This is what I get for saying I won't let Saber fight. I was an idiot! I can't save anyone on my own. If I really wanted to end this war, there's one thing I should have done right from the start. He asked me whether I was really not going to fight, not kill, and not let anyone kill. If I realize my mistake, I should first decide what to fix, then decide who to punish. And then I see it. There, on my arm, still reaching up as if to touch the heavens, my command spells, waiting for an order. Let's see, I can summon Saber. I need Saber to come save me. Or I can't waste my spells. I've got to summon her, right? Like, I'm dead if I don't get Saber here. Clearly. So. Alright, Saber. Let's see what you got. I'm just kind of curious what the difference between these two choices are. Like, because you can read it one of two ways. It's either the difference is I'm using my command spell to get Saber, and this is me just kind of hoping she shows up, or it's I'm just summoning Saber to do what she does and let her take the wheel here, versus I'm summoning Saber specifically to come save me from this. I think in either case, you gotta summon Saber. Because I trust her judgment in general when it comes to a combat situation, so I don't think I need to necessarily specify, like, oh, by the way, make sure I don't die. I think that's already high on her priorities list. And if it's I'm summoning her versus I'm just hoping she shows up, well, I don't think hope's gonna get you very far here. This ain't the 2008 election. We're not gonna win it with hope and change. So yeah, let's summon Saber. Please, come. I remember those words like a prayer. My life doesn't matter anymore. But to have stopped the savage brutality. No. Come, Saber! I muster up all my strength and call for my blade. One of my command spell strokes disappears. At that very moment, the space around me begins to waver. But I just broke reality? Whoa! That's an entrance. So this is magic. Saber, clad in her silver armor, bursts through the ripples in space and time to appear before me. Ugh. My back slams into the ground. Ah. I stop breathing. The force of impact jars every bone and organ in my body. Several ribs crack or probably break outright. And yet, my body is intact. My bloody arms are still attached. Saber runs to me. Forcing my numb limbs to move, I push to my feet to show her that I'm alright. There's no time to explain. You understand what's happening, right, Saber? Please wait, Shiro. I do understand, but first your body must... Take care, Ryder. Only you can beat her. I cannot. Treating you is my first priority. You must survive these wounds. No. Something else that needs doing first. We need to beat Shinji and Ryder as quickly as possible. Nothing is more important. But if I do that...
Saber's focused only on me. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't happy about that. But there's no time to argue. If Saber doesn't want to listen, I just need to use my second command spell. Okay, let's not be ridiculous now. She must have understood my resolve. Saber reluctantly accepts my decision.
Understood, Master. Your orders.
Defeat Ryder. I'll handle Shinji. Saber does not hesitate. She nods and, without another word, turns toward the school building like a whirlwind. I run up the stairs. Ryder and Shinji are on the 3rd floor. I can tell Shinji's still on the 3rd floor because of the way my command spells are reacting. The moment I set foot on the 3rd floor, sparks fly. Is that Ryder? I couldn't see it, but Saber must have parried Ryder's attempt at a sneak attack from above.
Shiro, I will defeat Ryder. Please take care of Ryder's master.
She doesn't need to tell me. Saber can't possibly lose to Ryder. She won't. I'm absolutely sure after what little I was able to learn of Ryder's abilities during my brief fight with her. Saber's abilities vastly exceed Ryder's. I'm leaving her up to you, but try not to go too far. It'll be over soon once I stop Shinji. I run right past Saber. That same instant, Ryder flings a dagger at me with murderous intent, but Saber rushes in to deflect the attack. I run down the hallway. Ahead, I see a bewildered Shinji. Guess I'll be at a disadvantage if I go at him empty-handed. I need a weapon. It should be long, like the mop leaning against the locker there. Trace, on. I pass magical energy through my body as I run. Maybe I'm not distracted, or maybe I just can't afford to think of anything else. I manage to strengthen the plastic mop as effortlessly as breathing. The shadows begin forming again. I'm badly injured, but I don't feel the least bit sluggish. More than that, I have a weapon now. That means I don't even need to dodge. I use the mop to smack aside each shadow as it flies towards me. The mop breaks, but I expected as much from something done so hastily. Besides, I don't need it anymore. I'm so close. Shinji! Ah! I lash out with a furious punch. The impact jars my arm, which is still practically cut to ribbons, so painfully that I nearly pass out. I punch Shinji in the stomach, and then grab him and shove him against the wall. Ew! Shinji tries to shove my hand away. Without missing a beat, I kick his grasping arm. I can't even control myself right now. I slam the arm I kicked against the wall and break it. Oh! I don't even hear Shinji's screams. This is bad. If I don't focus, it might be me who faints. I should hurry while I can still move. I grab Shinji's hair and smash him against the wall. Scream later. Release the bounded field, Shinji! Oh, who are you to tell me? I grab Shinji by the throat with the arm I can still control. Blood pours from my arm. It seeps through my clothes and it drips onto Shinji's body, staining him. If you won't shut off the bounded field, then I just have to kill you. I don't care which it is, so pick one now. I squeeze. It must be all the magical energy coursing through my body. I could snap his neck like a twig. You're bluffing. You can do something like that. Besides, I haven't killed anyone yet. I was just borrowing a little midlife from everyone. That's not how self-defense works under the law. Okay, then. Bye, Shinji. I squeeze harder. There's no hesitation. Maybe a little sympathy. I feel bad as a fellow mage. Shinji was never taught the rules of being a mage, and so didn't have any problem killing innocents. You know, I mean, I get what you're saying. Simultaneously, believe it or not killing random people is generally part of the universal moral code, not specifically the mage moral code. Right, this is kind of like someone saying like, oh, well, you know, Bill over there, he didn't know any better to not murder his neighbor because he never took medical school and learned the principle of do no harm. It's like, no, like, yeah, doctors have extra ethics, but the don't murder ethic is a fairly baseline ethic, I would say, that more or less everyone agrees on. Wait, hold on. You beat me. I'll stop the battlefield. I promise. Oh, am I gonna have to choose whether to spare him or not? I loosen my grip around his throat. Mia, this is such an obvious ploy. Damn, you're crazy, Sean. Hey, Ryder, stop your blood fort. Your master's life is in danger. What did I expect? There's no response from Ryder. But hearing Shinji, Saber takes a step back from Ryder. Ryder lowers her dagger. I see her mouth move. This is what you want, right? I hear this bounded field is special, since it's hard to reconstruct another one in the same place. So there won't be another bounded field here again. Take your damn hands off me! That's not how this works. I won. So you do what I say. Shinji, get rid of your command spells. Then we'll never have to fight again. That's ridiculous! I'm not doing that if I get rid of my command spells. I would have to control. Right, if that happens, You won't be a master anymore. Then you go to the church in Shinto. I hear they protect masters who drop out of the war. Or is it something else? Were you lying when you said you made a bounded field to protect yourself? I see what you're saying, Adam. So it's like, it's not a morality thing. It's like a sort of like Harry Potter. The muggles shall not know of mages sort of deal. Gotcha. I didn't say that. I just thought if I became a master and controlled the servants. He thought he could become a mage. But what's the point of becoming one? It's over, Shinji. If you're not going to get rid of your command spells, I'll just have to cut them out. Cut them out? Shinji tilts his head in genuine wonderment. This isn't an act. Shinji really doesn't know what I'm talking about. Well, you see... Shiro, get back! I hear Saber's shout. Maybe it's all the training at the dojo, but my body reacts to Saber's words before my brain processes them. I let go of Shinji and jump back. At the moment, Ryder's dagger swings through the spot I'd been standing in, a heartbeat before. Ryder? Step back, Master. We are retreating. Shiro, please step back. Ryder intends to unleash all of the magical energy she used to maintain the bounded field. Her bounded field. Yeah, makes sense. What? Unleash the magical energy? I look towards Ryder. She does seem odd. The way she just appeared here when she'd been confronting Saber a second ago. The cold air emanating from her. Everything about her is suddenly far more intimidating than she has ever been. Ryder, what the hell are you thinking? You can't even beat me as servant, so what are you talking? Why are you taking the reins?
Correct. I am no match for Saber. However, please be assured, my noble Phantasm is greater than any of the other servants. No matter the opponent, they cannot match my agility.
Ryder raises her dagger. Should just finish Shinji off when I had the chance. Huh? Everyone gasps in surprise. For some reason, Ryder presses her dagger to her neck and... What? Slashes her own throat. Red sprays everywhere. Blood gushes from the black-clad Ryder's pale neck. What? What do you... Shinji is just as surprised as the rest of us. Yet how extraordinary servants may be, a slashed throat is fatal. Ryder will bleed out and disappear on her own. Huh? What's that? The splattered blood stops midair and slowly forms into a circle. A magic circle drawn in blood. It's a pattern I've never seen before. The design resembles a creature, an ominous creature. Kind of looks spider-like, I guess. Ryder's created a giant lump of magical energy. The bounded field from earlier seems like child's play compared to this magic circle. What? I'm being pushed back! This must be a truly massive amount of magical energy. I'm being pushed back as if by a strong wind.
Shiro, get away. Ryder intends to use her noble Phantasm. If you don't move, you'll be caught in it.
Saber grabs me and jerks me back. She faces down Ryder and her magic circle as she protects me.
Do you intend to run, Ryder? If you're going to drag your master into this, I need only defeat you here. I will not allow you to use your noble Phantasm. Of course not. A servant's duty is to protect her master. I am just taking master and running. If you don't like that, come after us, Saber. If, that is, you still have the will to fight after seeing this.
A throbbing sound pulses through the school. With the sound of rending flesh, Ryder's hair whirls around her. Whoa, it's the Eye of Sauron. That doesn't sound great.
Shiro, get down!
Saber tugs my hand and drags me to the ground. There's a roar and then a flash. I close my eyes against the raging wind. But even with my eyes closed, I still feel its intensity. Something white streaks by. A huge bolt of light shoots down the hallway at tremendous speed. Whoa. Looks like a nuke went off or something. All I see before me
is dreadful destruction. Shinji and Ryder are gone. The bolt of light wasn't after us. It's probably a means of escape. My wounds hurt. I feel a hammering in my head again. The heat flowing through my body quickly fades. I don't hear Saber's question. My vision goes blank white. I'm having that dream. Maybe this is what death looks like to me. The closer I get to death, the more I keep seeing these images I don't want to see. I see motionless bodies crumbling and disappearing. That moment when everyone desperately sought help, but none came. That was painful. It was so terrible, it hurt even to live. And I thought maybe just disappearing would put me out of my misery. Dazed, I reached my hand out. But not because I wanted to help. I just thought the sky was so far away. That was my final thoughts, I think. And then I lost consciousness, and my outstretched hand fell to the ground. Or rather, it should have. Interesting note there, Adam. So it's like... Okay. So it's not a social construct, it's like required. Good to know, good to know. A large hand grasps the smaller one as it falls. He rushed into the fire to save somebody, and found me. I remember that face. I remember the tears pooling in his eyes, how overjoyed he was to have found a living human being. He looked so happy. It seemed almost like he was the one being saved, not me. And then he actually looked envious of me, who was on the brink of death. He even looked grateful for something as he rescued the strange child. It was a turning point in my life. The weakness I showed in accepting death became a strength, a desire to live. My mind, which had practically gone blank, was filled with the joy of being saved in that moment. I tried moving my fingers with what strength I had left, so as not to let go of the man's hand, and then I finally passed out. The next thing I knew, I was in the hospital, and the man who saved me had come to visit. That was 10 years ago. From then on, all I ever did was follow in Kiritsugu's footsteps. The only thing I could think of was being like him. It's not because he saved me. I couldn't shake off the image of his face back then. I tried to become the same thing. I've been striving for that ever since. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I dreamed I wouldn't notice. That's right, that I would one day... I held on to the hope, the dream that one day I, too, would be saved if I could smile like Kiritsugu did back then. Ooh, new weapon data added. When I open my eyes, I'm in my living room. The ticking of the clock is awfully loud. It looks like I've been sleeping on the floor, and when I raise my arms, I notice the bandage is wrapped tightly around both of them. It's dark out. I sit up. According to the clock, it's 10 at night.
Don't just say it's dark out like nothing happened, you ingrate. Can't you think of something better to say the moment you wake up? Tohsaka, you're here? No, that's not it either. Is that the attitude you should be taking when I've been at your side nursing you this whole time? I, didn't know that. How long has it been? Like, you know, the afternoon? I guess that's ungrateful of me. Sorry, my brain's a little wonky. I can't really think straight, but, thanks. Guess I owe you one. Again. Well, it was nothing. You're in pretty bad shape, so I don't blame you for still being a little hazy. So, does anything hurt? I think all your external injuries have healed up, but I don't know about anything internal. If there's anything wrong still, we need to treat it. No, I just feel dull. Nothing's hurting. It's just that I feel like I'm floating. I don't know how I ended up here. I don't remember what I did today. Oh, right, Tohsaka! How's the school? What happened to me after that? It's okay, don't worry about the others. Kirei went to follow up with the school. He had all the repairs for the hallway and everything else, so you don't have to worry about any of that. He's a priest, so he should do that much or risk the wrath of God. He's doing that? So that means the schools. It didn't become a major crisis. A lot of students were taken to the hospital, but none of their conditions seemed to be life-threatening. They're being treated for malnutrition, and most will only have to spend 2 or 3 days at the hospital. Oh. Hello, Yuk. Kukulai? I'm sure I butchered that. Welcome to the stream. Okay, that's a relief. Dissolving the bounded field took longer than expected, but I wasn't too late. The instant I relax, every last bit of strength floods out of me. I breathe out deeply, and I lean back against the wall. Does that mean Kotomine killed me too? I don't think even you would be able to heal so many wounds. What are you talking about? You healed them yourself. Did I? Did I check the servant profiles for updates on Ryder? Oh, not yet. I mean, I was intending to soon, but I suppose it would be worth taking a look at. Firstly, we do have, what, the laundry... Alright. That's assassins. The unnamed dagger. It's the large, nail-like weapons that Ryder uses. Its source is unknown, but it's thought to represent her inner nature. A dagger on a chain. That's out there. Alright, as for Ryder, her noble phantasm is an A+. Other Seal Blood Temple. Rank B, type anti-army. Range 10 to 40, max targets 500 persons. A bounded field of blood. It dissolves humans that get trapped inside. The dissolved humans become red blood absorbed by the bounded field's users. Its original use is to absorb magical energy. Interesting. So the field itself was her phantasm. That's interesting. Other Seal, Bloodfort Andromeda. Andromeda. What is that? So Andromeda is the, I know there's the galaxy Andromeda. I assume that's probably named for like some mythological figure or something. Probably, if I had to guess, Greek in origin, since a lot of our celestial names are Greek or Latin in origin. So, unfortunately, I really don't know the origin aside from the galaxy itself. Andromeda is the wife of Perseus, the hero who killed Medusa. Interesting. Very interesting. Blood Fort Andromeda. What game is this? This is Fate Stay Night Remastered, the English translation of the fairly well-regarded visual novel Fate Stay Night. Okay. Basically, we're in like a battle royale type thing with a few other people to, like in-game people, not real life. This isn't a PvP thing. To try to kill each other with the power of these crazy, powerful servants, like familiars, in order to gain the Holy Grail, which can grant any wish you want in this universe. So, there you go. That's the summary. Anyway. Yeah. The different, like, servant familiars are, I think they're all based on either historic or mythological figures, so it's fun in that regard. So that's why I was trying to figure out what the heck Andromeda is in reference to, because in theory, if we can figure that out, then maybe that gives us a hint as to who the rider character that we just faced off against is in reference to, which could give us a hint as to the ways to defeat them. Like, as an example, we know for a fact one of the servants we're up against, Berserker, is based on Heracles. Now, if you know Greek mythology, you'll know that Heracles died to poison. Therefore, I think it's a pretty safe assumption that if we want to get this guy to, if we want to take this guy out, poison's probably a good route to try to do that by. Anyways. But there's a lot of consequential decisions in the visual novel, so it's good to pay attention to these sorts of things. Oh, good point there, Adam. Good points. Yeah, I guess we did a good job at saving the people there. Anyway, so yeah, apparently I healed myself somehow. It was the same thing as with Berserker. The way you heal your wound is nearly miraculous. You really don't remember? No, I don't know why myself. I was normal until I formed a contract with Saber. That's so. Maybe you're just descended from lizards or something. Is that a thing? Is the lizard oligarchy a thing in the Fate universe too? How can you say something like that with a straight face? This is weird for me too, you know. It's like my body isn't my own. Also, lizard, very clever animal to pull up there, because, you know, lizards, a lot of lizards have the ability where they can just shed their tail and be perfectly fine and then regrow it later, so one could say they've got good healing abilities. I think it's fine. Whatever the cause, your condition is why you survived. That's twice now. Turning into a lizard would be a fair compromise at this point. Are you enjoying teasing the critically injured guy, Tohsaka? You were critically injured. Well, anyway, you should thank Saber too. I'm not sure how or why, but it's all thanks to Saber that you're like this. Oh. My brain finally starts working. There's something I need to do. I needed her. I called her. So she came and she saved me. I need to tell her something right away. I stand up too quickly. Pain shoots through my body as I move, but I can't let that stop me. Tohsaka, where's Saber? She's in the dojo. I'm going to go get something from my room. Tohsaka heads over to the outbuilding. Ouch. My joints creak with pain. I grit my teeth and try to endure it as I head toward the dojo. I reach the dojo. Saber is sitting in Seiza style, as if she's meditating.
Shiro, you've woken? Saber notices me coming in and hurries to her feet, then rushes over to me. Sorry for worrying you. I only just came to. And Saber. Do not dare sorry me now. There are many things I must say to you. You accepted an invitation from the enemy and left me. You tried to fight on your own, and you did not spare an ounce of consideration for your body. I mean, yeah, in my defense, that was before I got any actual decisions in the matter as a player character, but yeah, you know. Do you understand that any one of those foolish decisions could have been fatal? You very nearly did die. Do you enjoy tormenting me like this? No, What is it? I will not be moved by any facile excuse you might attempt to make for yourself. Today's the day I will hear precisely what is on that mind of yours. Saber comes at me with all the rage and force of a hurricane. Gotta go now, Jedi Steve, right as we're getting chewed out by Saber. Good time to dip. Hope to see you again soon. Thanks for watching. Anyway, she's so intense, I'm not sure how to explain it, but I'm kind of enjoying Saber being so emotional. Does that make me weird? Am I the weird one? I know. Let me explain myself. Let's talk, Saber. As you can see, I've healed. Shiro, are you alright? Yeah, looks like it. I'm alive for now. I see. That is a relief. Where'd that angry look from a few seconds ago go? I miss it. Aww. Saber heaves a relieved sigh and smiles softly as if celebrating my recovery. It helps to understand that even Saber, stoic as she always is acting like this because of how much I worried her. I wasn't relying on Saber. But she still accepted me as someone to fight alongside. How stupid of me. I hadn't realized the extent to which she trusted me. I could extend the most basic trust of just letting her fight. Saber, I speak up more comfortably now. I'm finally able to look her in the eye, and it feels natural. Yes? What is it, Shiro? Sorry. I was an idiot. I bow my head. What? Please have your head, Shiro. I was only employing a figure of speech earlier. Yes, I was angry, but there is no call for you to apologize. Of course I do. I'm your partner, and I owe you an apology. I'm sorry I worried you. As long as I'm with you, I'll never fight alone. Shiro, are you... Yeah. Saber, please lend me your strength. I can't beat the other masters on my own. I need your help. Are you admitting that you were mistaken earlier? Or accepting that as a master you will devote yourself to a support role and leave the fighting to me from now on? Well, I still don't want to see Saber hurt. That's why I forbid her from fighting. And that's where I was wrong. Ever since I decided to fight with her, I should have just put everything I had into helping her. No, I don't think I was mistaken. If you're going to protect me, I'm going to protect you. I can't let you fight alone. Saber doesn't answer. The mood in the dojo turns frosty. I just can't let this go. I lift my head, thinking I'll just have to beg until she accepts my determination. But then... You are too stubborn to change, aren't you? Eh?
Saber?
There's no need to respond, is there? I'm your blade. Who but I can be one to help you, Shiro?
Saber extends her left hand. I can't think of anything sensible to say, so I shake her hand. Our handshake forms something almost tangible. It's been a few days since we first met, but it feels like we finally formed a real contract. What's going on? Why are you two shaking hands? Tohsaka, why do you have to ruin the moment? Hey! Why would you show up now of all times? We're having a real, heart-to-heart here. Saber and I quickly let go of each other's hands. Huh? Something's fishy. You weren't hatching some kind of scheme without me, were you?
No, absolutely not. I was, making sure Master is in good health before checking his pulse.
I'm dumbfounded. Saber just told a bald-faced lie. Well, I thought she was... Hold on a moment. Are you allowed to do that, Saber? Last I checked, you were supposed to be. Lawful good. That's not very lawful or good of you, is it? But why would Saber panic about this, too? Yeah, you got a weird way of checking someone's pulse. Well, I mean, you know, wrist pulse check is a thing, so like handshake into wrist pulse check, it's plausible. Tohsaka regards Saber curiously. In response, Saber starts acting even more suspicious, probably because she's not used to lying. Saber. Although technically, I know there are, specific places where it's, easiest to check a pulse. But, technically, as long as you, with a sensitive enough touch, can't you just, check a pulse, anywhere where there's, blood vessels sufficiently close to the surface? I bet there's, loads of places you could theoretically check a pulse, but we only, know of, 3. An individualized basis. Anyways, I need to help her or this will get even more awkward. Hey, what do you want, Tohsaka? Didn't you say you were getting something from your room? Oh yeah, here, Saber.
Thank you. I thank you for your trouble, Rin.
Tohsaka hands Saber a bag. Saber looks surprisingly happy as she takes the bag. What's in the bag?
That's the last of it, so be careful. Force summoning or not, changing into your armor will shred your clothes to bits.
Oh. I see.
I'm sorry it was so sudden that I did not think ahead. I appreciate you bringing me more of the same clothing. Yeah, it's a simple design, so it's like a uniform. Kirei keeps forcing such plain clothes on me. Not that I mind, since that outfit doesn't look very good on me, but why are you so fixated on this outfit, Saber? And other than the fact that if I gave you a different outfit, then the artist would have to draw a new sprite, which would increase the budget of the game unnecessarily. But, in-universe, what's the attachment to this outfit about? Well, Shiro mentioned that it looks good on me.
And you'd probably look good in anything, but... I'm not following all of this, but it seems that that's Saber's third set of clothes. I don't have any women's clothing around the house. I mean, I'm not a cross-dress or something, sheesh. So Saber has been borrowing clothes from Tohsaka. But, yeah. I'd really appreciate it if they had their girl talk when I'm not around. I am a guy. It had been such a nice conversation till now, too. I don't really know what to do with myself when they get to talk about stuff like this. So, not much happened afterward, and both Tohsaka and Saber forced me to go sleep in my room. I may have regained consciousness, but I'm still severely injured. Ryder sliced my arms up so bad that under normal circumstances I'd have had to worry about whether I'd ever be able to use them again. Plus, I fell 3 stories, so I'm all broken and bruised. There's plenty I should be thinking about, but the two have agreed that the best thing for me to do right now is sleep, so I can heal. But let Shinji get away. I'll need to settle things with him as quickly as possible. He didn't hesitate to activate the bounded field. Even I know how dangerous it would be to let a master like that roam free. Damn. This isn't the time for me to be sleeping. Things go blank, like a dizzy spell sweeping over me. The only thing that feels normal is my head. As soon as I lay down, my half-healed body just forces me off to sleep. Tomorrow. When tomorrow comes, I don't have time to rest like this. Even if my body isn't fully healed, I need to find Shinji. Yeah, I like saving games. Save the world, save the game, yeah. We're going into day 10. So we're on February 9th. Skies. That's supposed to be skyscraper? I don't think it was quite spelled right. Sky caper? I don't know. I'm having a bad dream. My body, injured as it is, demands long, deep sleep. But my mind is still stuck replaying all that happened today, and won't let me rest peacefully. My body, still not fully healed, is burning. My mind is plagued with guilt. I think I'm crying out in my sleep. As I sleep, my dream drags on. How many victims were there? Just like I said, there were no deaths, but that might just be the official story. Well, granted, I mean, it's tough for the government to cover up deaths. Like, I mean, within a second, within like a day, if the government said like, oh, don't worry, the school had like an incident health-wise, but no one died. Like within a day, if there was a parent of a kid who had actually died, they'd be in front of the news cameras instantly. Like, no, actually, the government is lying. My kid is dead because of their incompetence, and they should have like, you know, not had like a carbon monoxide attack at the school or whatever the official story is gonna be. And there's no way to someone come out unscathed after having their life force ripped from them. They could suffer any number of long-term physical problems in years to come, or even brain damage from lack of oxygen. Oh no, they're gonna get the long bounded field side effects. No! Although actually it is quite a concern, and it wouldn't even be picked up for a while, right? What if just all of a sudden the life expectancy of this region just drops by like a couple years? It's like, oh, well, that's why. Some students even had severe skin damage. Even if they heal, they'll like have scars for the rest of their lives. I still wonder, was Sakura at school that day or not? Like, surely, Shinji isn't so cold-hearted that he wouldn't advise his sister to stay home the day he was planning on activating the bounded field, right? Right? He's not Like, I know he treats his sister like crap, but, like, he doesn't want her dead, surely. Anyways, my body hurts. I nearly died today. No, I did die today. A convulsion rocks my whole body. Bad luck for everyone who got sucked into this today, but you did well, Shiro. You stopped a catastrophe, and you did it by taking a wound that would normally kill you. There's nothing to feel guilty about. The pain tries to tell me to just go to sleep. No. I can't make excuses for myself. It doesn't matter. There was a disaster, and I just happened to be there, but I couldn't do anything. They're saying I saved lives. But I didn't save anyone. Not one person. If only this had just been a mistake. If only it hadn't happened, then my mind would be at peace and I could sleep. I'm pissed off. It's absurd. My heart complaining like this when my body's already so weak. There won't be a miracle like that. Just wishing for a do-over because things didn't go well or were so terrible they should never have happened is pathetic. You can't take back what's already done. It's not possible. It shouldn't be attempted anyway. So I can't just pretend all that didn't happen. There's only one thing I can do. Make sure I do everything I possibly can to prevent anything like that from ever happening again. That's enough sleep. I can worry about my body later. If I can move, I should wake up and hit the ground running. If my goal is to make sure no one is hurt, I'll need to push myself to the verge of death. I open my eyes. I take one deep breath, filling my lungs with air. The frigid winter air dispels my drowsiness almost instantly. I realize it's just past 6 in the morning. Habits really are extraordinary things. My body must have at least partly recovered since I'm waking up at my usual time. Okay. I stand up and fold my futon blankets. The instant I undertake even such a mundane task, intense pain spikes through my left shoulder. Yeah, guess I'm not completely healed. It's only pain, though. This is far better than what I felt when Berserker tore out my stomach the other day. When that happened, my insides felt like they were slush, and the nausea was far more intense than the pain. I head out to the hallway. The sunlight is muted by the gloom outside. It's cloudy. Looks like it's going to rain. Shiro, have you awoken? Well, obviously. Yeah, I just woke up. You're up early. You're usually asleep around now. Yeah, Saber's not typically up so long before breakfast. Shiro, I do not sleep because I want to. I've mentioned this before, but I only sleep until breakfast to conserve my magical energy. That's still a relevant concern, is it not? I'd appreciate you not suggesting that I've been merely sleeping in. I'm not. I'm just pointing out it's a shift in routine, is all. Just making mundane small talk. It's the sort of thing we normal folk do. We've got a fear of quiets lingering in our social circumstances, and so we fill it. Sometimes we fill it with, prime steak cuts. Sometimes we fill it with the equivalent of loading sawdust into baked good to increase its volume at a low cost. But it's space we fill nonetheless. Why? I didn't mean for it to sound like that. I was more asking if it was okay for you to be awake so early.
Oh, where are you? So you're saying that you find me being an early riser odd?
Saber sounds crabby. Maybe she really does need her sleep. Maybe it's my imagination. Saber doesn't seem quite as reserved as usual. No, I didn't say it was strange. I was just wondering if it was okay. It's my fault that you need to sleep so much, so don't you need to sleep as much as possible today, too?
Of course, but I'm simply remaining on standby. I am sleeping in anticipation of emergencies, so I don't think it is logical for me to sleep right now.
What do you mean it's not logical? We're not fighting anybody right now, and nobody's attacking us.
Well, that is...
Saber's stumbling over her words. It seems like there's something she doesn't want to say. Oh, whatever. There's no emergency, so you should sleep until the next time we go out. I'll call you up when breakfast is ready, so just save your strength until then. I'm going to need your help all day today. I head to the kitchen.
Please wait, Shiro.
Huh? What? Do you have something else?
What did you say you were going to do?
Well, I didn't specify yet, but we got a full day today. I hold my breath, barely realizing I'm doing it. She's asked me something, but her eyes are preventing me from giving an answer.
You should be resting. When we'll prepare to breakfast, your priority is recuperating in your room and letting your whole body heal. If you don't understand this, then I will not hear your answer to my question.
Saber? Saber's being so stern because she's genuinely concerned about me.
Please return to your room, Shiro. You are the one who should be sleeping, not me.
Saber sees right through me and glares at me all the more intensely. But still, I can't let Shinji let loose. No, I'm not going back to my room. I've rested enough, and there are things I need to do. Once we're ready, let's head out to town, Saber. We're going to catch Shinji. Today.
Why? There's no particular reason we need to capture Rider's Master today. If we are to fight, we should do it after your wounds have healed. It will not be too late.
You've got it wrong, Saber. If we're setting priorities, my body is at the bottom of the list. We don't have the luxury of waiting. You know exactly what Shinji is willing to do. We need to separate him from Rider before they make another bounded field. He won't be a threat if he doesn't have a servant.
So you're saying you do not want more victims like yesterday? Is that why you are doing this? Not to defeat Rider's Master?
That's not true. I'm going to hold Shinji accountable. To do that, we need to defeat Rider. And it's the right thing to do, to prevent more victims. That's the most important reason we have to fight.
I see. If that is Master's command, I will obey.
Alright, we got her on board for our projects for today. Find Shinji? Well, I don't have a problem with that, but you're saying this because you think you have a chance at winning, right? It's after breakfast. That's Tohsaka's immediate response when I say we can't just let Shinji remain on the run. You're asking about my chances of beating Shinji? That's right, I'll be honest here. If you're planning on going up against a master without a hope of winning, I'm going to die laughing. I mean, I think we got decent odds. We did very well this last time. Crap. Now that you mention it, I've really only thought about stopping Shinji. I haven't given much thought to the details, or any. Mia, are you serious? Sorry, I'll laugh all you want. Oh, wow. Sorry, that's really not funny. Oh, that reaction makes it clear just how stupid I'm being. I'd curl up into a little ball and hide. Saber, your master's talking nonsense. So what do you think? Do you have a problem with fighting Ryder? I have no qualms about fighting Ryder. I've already assessed her strength. And I believe Shiro has also gauged her abilities. He confronted her directly as well. Oh, really? So Shiro knows how strong she is too? Yeah, it's not insignificant. Tohsaka looks my ways, her eyes curious. She obviously wants to know about how strong Ryder is. True, I do have something of an assessment. Maybe it's because I've formed a contract with a servant, or maybe it's the power of the command spells. She may not be my servant, but I have some understanding of her abilities since I've seen her fight. Ryder wasn't an especially strong servant. Ryder isn't as strong as Saber. If they fight one-on-one, I don't see Saber losing. I see, so you do have a chance at winning. Shinji's not a mage, so Ryder can't get any support from her master, so it'll come down to a duel between Saber and Ryder. Tohsaka's right. As long as Shinji is a master, Ryder has to fight on her own. Saber shouldn't be at a disadvantage, but... Why the long face? There a problem? Yeah, listen, Tohsaka. Even though Saber had Ryder cornered and Saber's way superior in combat, Ryder managed to escape with Shinji. I think it was Ryder's noble phantasm. The air of light that tore through the hallway. If Saber hadn't shoved me to the ground, that wave of destruction would have completely annihilated me. If that was Ryder's ace in the hole, we shouldn't take her lightly, even if she is weaker. So that means Ryder is one of those types whose noble phantasm is more powerful than the servant itself. So, Saber, Shiro's side, you must have been able to tell what Ryder's noble phantasm was, right? You should have some idea since it was deployed in front of you. I must apologize. I was so intent on protecting Shiro I was not able to determine what it was. Had I taken the time to do so, Shiro and I would have been caught up in it. Caught up in it? Is Ryder's noble phantasm a projectile? It certainly seemed similar to one. It can likely be classified as something close to your MageCraft. It was not an anti-personnel noble phantasm like my sword or lancer's spear. It's close to my MageCraft? That doesn't sound right. Your magic resistance is god tier. Modern MageCraft just can't hurt you. If there's MageCraft you actually needed to avoid, it would be... Yes, mystics would have to be nullified with even stronger mystics. The only type of mystics that can penetrate my armor would be what you call true magic, or phantasmals of the divine realm. Divine realm, eh? Are we dealing with like a demigod or something then? True magician, are you trying to say that Ryder is a mage? Or true magician, are you trying to say that Ryder is a mage? No, I did not feel that much magical energy from her. She is Ryder. If
If there is a true magician around, it could only be a caster. Rider's noble phantasm is likely something different. Saber's answer gets a sigh of relief from Tohsaka. I don't quite get what's going on, though. Saber, is your armor that strong? You say only true magic can penetrate it? So does that mean Lance's Gaebulg is true magic? Oh, yes. You're right, Lance's Gaebulg is a curse close in power to true magic. Rin, would you care to explain this to Shiro? Me? Well, fine. Let's just cut to the chase. You believe Saber can only be injured by true magic, right? Well, that's what I'm saying. I just thought it was amazing that her armor's that strong. Of course it's amazing. All servants are heroic spirits. Not just Saber, you know. They're spirits, so they can't be harmed by ordinary means, since servants themselves are mystics. Okay. Only fellow servants, since they're also heroic spirits, can physically harm other servants. On the flip side, so long as we're dealing with a servant, they could wound Saber, even if they grabbed something like a paper cutter. So what you're saying is that Saber's armor isn't invulnerable when she's dealing with another servant. Yep, but Saber is skilled at close combat, so there's no way she'd be wounded in hand-to-hand combat. Only other method would be to attack her from a long distance, like with the MageCraft projectile. But Saber has, despite being a knight, remarkable magic resistance, so she can deflect most MageCraft. Curses, the epitome of bad luck, can't touch her, while more direct intervention like firing magical energy at her, like arrows, also won't work. If someone wants to defeat Saber, they'll have to fight her head-on and beat her that way. Saber listens silently to Tohsaka's explanation. Saber never interrupts her, probably because everything Tohsaka's saying is true. What the hell? That's like cheating. Someone try to go up against Saber with MageCraft because they can't beat her in single combat? But if MageCraft itself is useless against her, what can they do? That sounds unfair. That may be true, but it doesn't mean Saber is unbeatable in hand-to-hand combat. Berserker is much stronger than Saber, and even Lancer has his spear, which can be fatal. Henry just talked about Rider having a noble phantasm that could beat even Saber. So not saying Saber's perfect. Even we have ways to defeat Saber. We just need to use MageCraft that exceeds Saber's magic resistance, or borrow a weapon wielded by a servant to cut her head off while she's sleeping. Servants' weapons are spiritual too, so they should be able to hurt her. It's an alarming example, but I get it. Wait, but hold on, Tohsaka. We probably shouldn't be talking about things like this in front of Saber. I see. So it's not that Rider's noble phantasm was exceptional. Saber just went on the defensive because it was a servant that was attacking. You got it wrong. If Saber was focused on defending Rider, wouldn't be able to finish her off alone. If Rider isn't a particularly exceptional heroic spirit, it wouldn't amount to much, even with her noble phantasm in the mix. Do you agree, Saber? You think Rider's noble phantasm is unrelated to her abilities, right? Most likely, yes. I believe it was an autonomous weapon that does not rely on Rider's skill, and that it has an effect on the noble phantasm itself. It's either magecraft or phantasmal. Whatever it is, the intensity from the magic circle was overwhelming. I don't think many servants could survive a direct strike. Really? By how much quantifiably? If I were to describe it in your terms, I would rank it perhaps A+. This is a matter of opinion, though, as I'm not certain.
A plus? That's one step below true magic. Oh, I can't believe it didn't just blow the entire school to bits.
It must not be purely destructive, noble phantasm. It may have originally served a different purpose.
Maybe. But this is a problem. According to Saber, it's beyond an A rank in terms of raw power. That attack might be one of the strongest out of all the servants.
Yes, it did seem like it was a noble phantasm that excels in both offense and defense. However, my noble phantasm is more...
Saber's face is indecipherable. Yeah, that's a different sprite than usual. Huh? I don't know what just happened. Saber doesn't look amused. Saber, did Tohsaka say something that worries you?
Oh no, it's nothing. But I do believe it's inappropriate for knights to ask another for their opinion on who is stronger.
Huh? She's acting strange. Saber seems embarrassed by her own actions and starts to mutter under her breath. Well, whatever. By the way, I thought I heard you say something weird. Something about Saber and Lancer being anti-personnel or something. Are you part of, like, human resources, perhaps?
Do you mean my anti-personnel, noble phantasm? Well, it is what the word suggests. My invisible air and Lancer's gale bulg are armaments that are strictly used to defeat people. No matter how powerful the magical energy or curse it may possess, it cannot be used against something else.
Well, I guess that makes sense. Saber's invisible sword is definitely useful in battle. Well, that's only effective against people. If you chopped firewood with Saber's sword, whether you can see the blade or not isn't going to affect how quickly you can chop wood. It's the same with Lancer's gay bulg. Even a cursed spear that always strikes the heart, it's just a sharp spear if you use it against a boulder or a house. I see, so that's why it's called an anti-personnel noble phantasm. Which means Rinder's noble phantasm is...
It would be an anti-army noble phantasm. Actually, I heard from Father about this once. Certain noble phantasms are designated anti-personnel, and others as anti-army. A simple way to understand it is this. An anti-personnel noble phantasm is like a gun with unlimited ammo, but an anti-army noble phantasm is like a missile you can only launch once.
Oh, that's actually a pretty good way of explaining it.
Rider's noble phantasm may be powerful, but it probably has limited use. At the very least, it doesn't generate a continuous effect like Saber's sword being invisible.
What? Hold on a minute. A gun versus a missile? There's no contest. Sure, Saber's invisible sword is awesome, but if she goes up against a ridiculous noble phantasm like that, she'll be dead before she can even swing her sword. She's saying that if we're going to fight Rider, we need to defeat her before she deploys her noble phantasm.
Most likely. You've got no chance if it becomes a battle of noble phantasms. If you're going to find Rider and Shinji, you should at least keep that in mind. The biggest requirement is for you to defeat Rider before she deploys her noble phantasm. The longer you draw out the fight, the more of a disadvantage you'll be at. Or you can defeat Rider's master while battle Rider. He's not able to fight, so that might be the better plan. So that's what we've come up with.
Since we have no strategy to deal with Rider's noble phantasm, we just need to defeat Rider before she uses it. Whatever noble phantasms other servants have, we still don't want to have to deal with Riders. Thanks for the warning, Tohsaka. We're going to go find Shinji, but what do you want to do, Tohsaka? We stay and watch the house?
Well, if you'd insisted, we could have come with you to look for Shinji, but I'll pass. Ryder isn't the only enemy. We can forget that we're teamed up initially to beat... Or we can't forget to team up that we're teamed up initially to beat Berserker. So while you're out pursuing Shinji, I have something else to do. Tohsaka stands up with a frosty smile. See ya. I look forward to hearing some good news. Saber and I head out together, leaving Tohsaka at home. It's 7:30 in the morning. The hilly road is extremely quiet. The road is usually packed with students going to school, but there aren't that many people around today. I heard the school will be closed for a while. Makes sense. There may not have been any deaths, but a majority of students are still bedbound. I really want to check on Sakura just to make sure she wasn't at school that day. Their symptoms are like severe malnutrition, so it should be a few days before they're up and around. Those are the lucky ones. There are still some whose injuries will last a lifetime. I hear Taigo's among those sent to the hospital. Do you need to go visit Hiroshiro? Yeah, I hear Fujini is just fatigued. I was told not to worry about her and just to study at home. Before we left, I phoned the Fujimura house and asked how Fujini was doing. I want to go visit, but I need to hold off for now. So you're going to concentrate on investigating? That is fine, but do you have any leads? So, it's weird that the official story is like malnutrition. You'd think it'd be like, oh, there was a gas leak or something, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Or like a carbon monoxide thing or something. Just because, yeah, I mean, not everyone's going to collapse of malnutrition on the same day. There's going to be someone who's been gluttonous and had more than enough calories to carry them through. Well, I'd say heat wave 2 could be a thing, but it's February, so probably not that. I can sense the presence of servants, but only when they are nearby. Unless you have a lead of some kind, it would be difficult to locate them. I could start by visiting Shinji's house. And he might just straight up be there. And if not, maybe we could talk to his sister if she's there? Yeah, it'd be hard if Shinji were just sitting around doing nothing, but I know him and I don't see him just keeping quiet after what happened yesterday. He's going to abuse his sister, probably. Take out his frustrations on her. I hope not. Shinji's not the type to just sit back and take a beating. So you believe Ryder's master plans to create another bounded field? No doubt about it. He's like me. He can't provide his servant with magical energy. If Shinji wants to get revenge on me, he'll need a lot of magical energy. Which means it might not be so hard to find him. So rather than looking for Ryder's master, we're looking for a bounded field. Yeah, we may or may not be able to detect the master, but we should be able to detect a bounded field of that scale. And we'll be able to pinpoint the site too. We just need to find a big building that draws large crowds. This is a surprise. That is brilliant, Shiro. Well, me being brilliant is surprising? Come on, Saber. Why are you roasting me? We're on the same side here. I do have a brain, you know. If I wasn't confident about finding them, I wouldn't be saying this. Yeah, I'm confident. The bounded field is one thing, but there's a point to us walking around like this too. Shinji probably can't leave me alone any more than I can leave him alone. I head to Shinji's house, just in case. I have Saber check for Ryder's presence. She finds nothing. Well, Shinji's not the sort to just roll over and hide in his house after what's happened. Let's go. If Shinji's going to create a bounded field, it won't be here. It'll be in Shinto. Let's check all the office buildings there.
I call Saber over and turn to leave the Mato house.
Shiro, this is Sakura's house, is it not? Since you're here, do you not at least intend to say hello? I believe we have enough time for that.
You know what, Saber? Sounds like a good idea to me. I am worried about Sakura. According to Tohsaka, Sakura was weakened and luckily wasn't injured beyond that. Wait! Shinji? As if my opinion of him couldn't fall anymore. The son of a bitch actually activated the bounded field while his own sister was attending school. Didn't tell her, hey, sis, you might want to stay home today. Now granted, how do you actually convince her without just straight up saying what's going on? And even if you said what was going on, you're probably not going to believe you still. But, like, you don't even say, like, hey, I guess come to think of it, what could you say? I heard there's going to be, like, a terrible prank at school today from some friends of mine, so maybe best if you don't go. Or find, like, some local event, like, oh, hey, don't you want to go to the local farmer's market that's happening right now or something in February? Anyways, if it were up to me, I'd like to see her and take care of her the way she's always taken care of me. But I won't do it. As long as the war is going, I shouldn't see her. I don't want to get her involved in any of this. Besides, I can't possibly face Sakura when I'm about to head out to fight her brother. Should the worst happen and I actually kill Shinji, I'll never be able to face her again. I shouldn't leave any loose ends like this. It's best for me, and I'm sure it's best for Sakura too. Dang. We check every building we find. Of course, we start with the big ones, but so far, nothing. I wipe the sweat from my brow and force my leaden limbs to keep moving. I try to calm my labored breathing by just taking a moment to rest.
Oh, Shiro. Is there something the matters? Shiro, this way.
Oh, hold it, this is the park. There's still buildings we haven't looked.
Please let that matter wait a moment. This is more important.
Something must have caught her attention. Saber's tone is stern, and she pulls me towards the park. Hey, Saber, what's going on? Why are we here? There's nothing here. Even you know that.
Please, just sit on this bench. I hear what you have to say once you have done so.
Saber's intense about this, so I reluctantly sit down. And then, for a moment, I almost feel faint. Huh? I hold my head with one hand. My forehead is damp with sweat, and my breathing is labored, even though I'm sitting down. Hey, wait a minute. Why would I be sweating like this in the dead of winter? This is weird. I don't know why I'm so exhausted. As soon as I say that, I realize what's going on. I'm not exhausted. My wounds haven't completely healed, so they're tingling. This is unreal. No matter how much I try, I can't get my breathing under control. My body feels heavy and my legs refuse to take my weight.
I see. You have finally realized your condition, Shiro.
Saber is mad. I don't blame her. I was the one who suggested searching for Shinji, but here I am, sitting on a bench like a loser. Sorry, I'll get up soon. Just give me a moment.
That's not what I'm trying to point out. Nothing seems to get through to you. Huh? I can see that Saber's mad. What I don't understand is why? Hey, Saber, you need to be clear with me or else I won't know what you're trying to get at. If you don't know, there's no point telling you. Please just sit here, Shiro. If you'll not rest on your own, then I shall join you. Saber sits right next to me. Eh? The bench is not that big. Not that big? I mean, come on. A bench that's not made for at least 2 people? Like, that's absurd. That should be against the law. Saber's sitting close enough to me that our shoulders might touch if one of us leans over even a little. Hey, wait, Saber. We don't have time to rest. We didn't come here to play around. We are indeed not here simply to loiter. Even in battle, you must rest. If you have a grievance, I suggest you air it after you've caught your breath. Well, you tell me to catch my breath, but... Sure, I'm totally worn out and I can barely breathe, but having so close makes my heart go absolutely crazy, and, Shiro, are you listening to me? You've been pushing yourself this whole time. What you must do now is try to loosen up and calm down. You cannot rest properly if you continue on distracted as you are. But distracted? But you're distracting. Yeah, but... If she wants you to be calm, it would really help if she kept her distance. I don't know how Saber feels. I can't help but see her as a girl, or around my own age. Well, she may actually be younger, but she's still a girl. And plus, she's beyond beautiful. No guy could stay calm this close to her. I'm certainly no exception. Shiro, is my imagination, or are you even paler than before? I'm allergic to benches. It doesn't help, I guess. I'm not flustered or anything. If you say so, but perhaps you should lie down. Is there a place to lie down around here? Saber looks around. Oh, what the... What are the odds of there just being some random dude lying across a nearby bench using his girlfriend's lap as a pillow in a park that's usually deserted? Of course. Of course. So just to cover that again. What are the odds of there being just some random dude lying across a nearby bench using his girlfriend's lap as a pillow in a park that's usually deserted? Well, in a at least somewhat romantically coded visual novel, I'd say 100%. Saber, what's with that look? And... Saber glances at the pair of lovebirds. She's obviously thinking. Shiro, if you don't feel well, you should lie. I'm fine. I just need to sit for a moment and I'll get better. Don't you worry about me. Nope, no worrying about me. Just leave me alone. I turn away from Saber and close my eyes. Anything to keep our eyes from locking. Think calming thoughts, Shiro. Now I just have to keep taking deep breaths and try not to think about Saber being right next to me. It took a night for the fire to die down. Don't these normally happen to me when I'm sleeping? Did I fall asleep? And if so, I'm totally waking up on her lap, aren't I? And there are worse fates. The searing, roaring red wall eventually disappeared. All that remained was a charred field strewn with smoldering, blackened lumber. I remember that while I lay there on the ground, the sound of it reminded me of sparklers. The sky was getting cloudy.
It should rain soon. That will help put out the fires. I could hardly even breathe as I lay there, staring dazedly at the sky. Charred remains hemmed me in on all sides. Burns cover almost my entire body, and there's an especially painful sensation around my chest. My chest is gouged out. I could probably touch my own insides. Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about that. I didn't collapse because I got tired. It's not that my numb body was trying to do me a favor by letting me rest. I collapsed because I was much too hurt to keep moving at all. That's why I ended up just accepting it calmly. No panic. I knew I wasn't going to make it. Everyone else was already dead anyway, so I wasn't scared. Staring up at the cloudy sky, I felt myself just sort of fading away. Yet in the haze of fading consciousness, I decided that as long as I was alive, I'd try calling for help. Right till the end. Huh, wait. Something's off. I shouldn't be remembering this pain in my chest. I jerk myself upright and tug my shirt open to check myself over. Yeah, I figured as much. There's no wound. There's no scar on my chest. The respiratory distress that burn caused did almost kill me, but I didn't take some massive chest wound. If something like that had happened, even Kuretsugu wouldn't have been able to help me. Unless my amazingly good healing abilities were in play back then. Possibly. But more importantly... Oh, it's already night? Did I fall asleep, Saber? Yes, you slept deeply, so I did not wish to wake you. It seems to have helped, though. You've regained some of your color. That's not very nice. Sure, it might have been my fault for passing out, but you could have woken me up. I told you we don't have time to rest. But you must rest, and you did so only for about an hour, so it should not be a problem. That's just the benefit of hindsight. What would we have done if I hadn't woken up? Well, I do not believe our situation would have changed much. Actually, I've been thinking about to wake you. I've been about to wake you since the sun is setting and it is growing cold. I do admit I feel a lot better. I get up from the bench and start walking through the field. There's no trace of what this field once looked like. No trace of when it used to be a residential district, nor any trace of when it was cast in that hellish red light. But for some reason, I'm irritated that I dreamed that scene just because I slept here. Well, I mean, more so I dreamt it just because I slept. That's basically my go-to dream at this point. Shiro, is something wrong? No, I was just thinking that if I was going to rest, it should have been somewhere else. Too many bad memories here. Bad memories? Do you have some link to this place? Yeah. Oh, right, I never told you. I used to live around here a long time ago. 10 years ago, actually. There was a giant fire. It burned down my house with our parents inside. That's when my old man saved me. Later, he adopted me. Hold on, wasn't that... I might be misremembering, but wasn't that all in relation... Like, that was an effect of the previous Grail War, right? And Saber was in the previous Grail War, so I wonder... I'm not saying she burned it down, but I wonder if she was involved in any way. Whether trying to, like, make it happen, stop it, just kind of a combatant in the hellscape.
What? So that means you...
Yeah, I'm not Kiritsuga's biological child. And I guess I'm not without ties to Holy Grail War either. I heard that this place was the final battleground during the last war. It's kind of ironic to think that the survivor of this site turned into a master. Wait, hold on. Final battle? Did she say she made it to the final 2 last time? I forget. I know she didn't win, but I thought she got close. I'm not sure if she ever clarified exactly how close. I walk through the field. It's been 10 years, but still seems like the ground hasn't recovered enough for even grass to grow. Maybe all the resentment of the people who died here seeped into the land itself.
Shiro, is that why you're so adamant about not allowing innocents to be harmed? As a victim of the Holy Grail War yourself, you're hoping to avoid creating any other such victims.
Well... Now that she mentions it, I guess I can see people coming to that conclusion. Surprisingly, I've never thought about it like that. I'm not sure. You have a good point, but I think it's something simpler than that. 10 years ago, I was so happy when Kiritsuga saved me. I didn't feel anything else at that time. And I think I just aspired to be like him one day, too. Yeah, I was just happy. Words can't even begin to describe what I felt when I called out for help and actually got it. But at the same time, the happier I was, the more guilty I felt. It didn't feel right, though, knowing that my wish was the only one to be granted. My old man saved me, but no one else was saved, and I couldn't do anything about it. Everyone wished for salvation, but only my wish was granted. Only I was saved. And in exchange, everyone else died. And that's why I have to take responsibility. But I can't take back something that's already happened. If I want to do something for the people who died, I should focus on preventing what's to come. I will not allow another catastrophe like the one 10 years ago. If something like that ever happened again, I'd never be able to face the people who sacrificed that time. At least, that's how I see it. More importantly, we need to get back to looking for Shinji. I feel better now, and we need to hurry up and check the buildings we haven't gotten to yet. Besides, there should be fewer people around at night. If Shinji wants to attack us, this will be the time. So if our plan is to be bait to lure him out, it's time to get to it. Let's go, Saber. Let's get back to the office district. Saber, what's wrong? Did you forget something?
No. I was just recalling what happened this morning. I suggest you focus on healing your wounds before going out looking for Rider's master. But you told me our priorities were mixed up.
Hmm?
You mentioned the same thing yesterday. I believed you for some time, but now, I am certain. You do not value your own life.
What? I mean, it's like she just stares at me and lays it out. Like it's a sin or something.
You put others ahead of yourself. Admirable though it may be, you'll one day regret doing so. You should value yourself more, Shiro.
Saber cuts past me.
Let us go. Being here is clearly not good for you.
Saber heads toward the office district. I tried to call out to her, but I can't stop her.
What are you saying?
That's what I want to ask her, but the words just won't come out.
There's no way I'm not trying to help myself.
That can't be true, but I somehow can't think of a single thing to say to argue with her. We make our way through the town after dark. It's a little past 8. The station is at its most crowded hour, and Saber and I stare at the map of the town.
We have checked most of the main buildings around this area. Is there anywhere else we can go?
Let's see. There's a factory a little further out from here. We should probably go check it out since we will gather there. Not that factories are exactly Shinji's style. We do make conversation now, but it's still hard for me to look at Saber in the eye. I think our conversation from earlier is still stuck in my head. Saber's acting like it didn't happen, which bothers me even more. What about you, Saber? Can you sense Ryder's presence?
No, I cannot. I fought her once, so I should be able to sense her.
An odd feeling prickles at my skin. Even I can feel the wave of magical energy that washes over us. There's no way that Saber can't.
Shiro, I do not believe I need to tell you about...
I know. Are they close, Saber?
No. They are not close enough, but we are most definitely being watched. This wave of magical energy is likely an attempt to provoke us.
If we're being watched, that means they've fallen into our trap. Releasing so much magical energy is an obvious attempt to lure us out. So, is this Ryder? My mind changes gears. The awkwardness between Saber and me earlier disappears.
I've tracked the source of magical energy. Please be careful, Master.
I nod. The wave of bloodlust I feel stinging at my skin is coming from the direction of the office district as it slowly empties of people. Today, of all days, maybe there will be nobody working overtime. Most of the lights in the windows of the building seem, as the heart of Shinto, are dark. There aren't many people on the sidewalks, and we have a pretty clear view of the building. I don't see anyone suspicious. If Shinji's anywhere, he'll be up ahead, maybe in the park we just left. I feel the bloodlust growing more intense. The enemies nearby. Or more like... Ooh, that's an interesting effect. A chill runs up my spine. If even I can feel this aura of bloodlust, then probably we're already in enemy territory. Bloodlust almost feels more like a berserker thing. Saber, be careful. Something's not right.
You're correct. I cannot believe they would attack us with so many others present. But it's difficult to be certain with this foe. It is best to be cautious.
We both nod in silent agreement, and make our way toward the park. It's probably best to ignore the oppressive sense of a knife being pressed to my throat. Shinji and Ryder are nowhere around the office district. If they're going to attack, it's probably going to be somewhere in the park, where there won't be anyone else around.
Shiro!
Saber? I turn towards Saber. She rushes towards me like a bolt of lightning. And blocks a blow aimed straight at my head. Okay, we're in it! I look up. A massive building towers overhead. Clinging to the side of that building like some kind of spider is Ryder. What? Her hair is long enough to cover her entire body. Her limbs, supple and white. The masked woman is indeed our enemy, Ryder. She licks her lips as she stares down at me. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. There's no mistaking it. She came spiraling down from the top of the building, aiming to take my head in a sneak attack from our blind spot. Saber lands on the ground. The time it took for her to rush in to block Ryder's attack, Saber summoned her armor. Saber, she's... I'll go after her. Please stay here, Shiro. Go after her? How? Saber kicks off from the ground. She disappears into the sky with a glint of silvery armor. What? She can fly? Ryder clinging to the side of the building like that is absurd enough, but Saber leaping skyward in pursuit of her is just outright ridiculous. Nah, they're servants. Normal logic doesn't apply here. Like Ryder, Saber moves along the sides of the building, striking at her with dizzying speed. The two shadows clash and cross against each other. The sight of the two of them fighting overhead, darting along the building as they climb into the air, is like watching two fighter jets. All the while, I wait here, or I need to follow Saber. I mean, what am I going to do in a fight along the side of a building? Like, I mean... We'll trust Saber on this. I don't think I'd be much help in this circumstance regardless. Cooler heads. It's frustrating, but I should stay here. I can't run up the side of the building, and even if I go after Saber, I wouldn't be able to help her much anyway. Saber. No human should get involved in a battle between servants. All I can do here is weave in Saber and wait for her. The next 60 seconds pass with agonizing slowness. After a few moments, I see sparks erupt overhead. The rooftop? Did the two of them go all the way up to the roof? I strain my eyes trying to follow Saber's movements. The pair of figures, one black, one silver, never stops moving, then disappears after climbing a few hundred more meters. What? What should I do? Should I sneak into the building to get to the rooftop now? I may not be able to scale the side of the building, but if I can get to the rooftop where the ground will be stable... What the? A blindingly bright light bursts atop the roof. Not just once. It flashes again and again like successive shots in the steady rhythm of a pendulum swinging back and forth. Don't tell me that's... Ryder's noble phantasm? If it is, Saber doesn't have a chance. We're supposed to let Ryder use her noble phantasm. Saber winning hinges on that. Saber! No time to be indecisive. I grit my teeth at my own inadequacy and sprint back towards the building. I fear I may have made an error. I rush up the stairs. Sneaking in was easy. Getting to the rooftop, not so much. The elevator only went up to the 40th floor, so now I have to run up the stairs the rest of the way. Can't waste time with crap like this. Be careful, don't get ambushed. The lights are out, but I keep rushing up the darkened staircase. It's been 5 minutes since I sneaked inside. Okay, so even if I had pursued, it was a minute before the Phantasm started going off. I couldn't have gotten up here in less than 5, so... I don't think I've made the wrong call necessarily before. A normal battle would have ended by now. Ugh. The ground shakes. Oh no. It's a trap. The 50-story skyscraper rocks like a bomb's just gone off. What the? They bringing down the whole skyscraper? That wasn't Ryder's noble phantasm. Just one more flight of stairs until I reach the rooftop. I try to shake off this ominous feeling and focus entirely on reaching the top of the stairs. What? Is there anything up here? The instant I open the door, a rush of heat sears my cheek. Scorching hot wind rushes in at me. What the hell is happening here? The concrete roof is pocked and scorched. The air is so dry, nothing could survive up here. Saber? Saber sprawled on the ground at the heart of it all, exhausted. What? Saber! Come back, Saber! I shove it to Saber and gather her into my arms. Oh no. She's still breathing. Saber's unconscious and she's breathing heavily from the wound she's sustained. Saber. Saber's alone. Ryder was nowhere to be seen. What happened doesn't matter. The outcome is clear enough. If Ryder were still here, she wouldn't just leave Saber alone, weakened as she obviously is. Which means the only survivor, the victor, is Saber. Ryder was defeated. But the effort of beating her must have left Saber unconscious. Hang in there, Saber. I'll take you home quick and have Tohsaka look at you. I lift Saber up. She's so light. Saber weighs no more than an illusion. She lets out an anguished sigh. It's done. I'm having her sleep in the Japanese-style room. She's not waking up anytime soon, though. Not with the state she's in. Thanks for taking a look. I wouldn't have been able to treat Saber. Well, I just took her armor off to make her more comfortable. There's really nothing to thank me for. Saber's not improving, so I didn't do much. But still, I'm glad Tohsaka was here. The moment I arrived home carrying Saber, Tohsaka understood what was going on. Tohsaka wasted no time in removing her armor and checking her injuries. So, what happened? You went to go find Shinji and you came home with a wounded Saber? I know something happened. Care to explain? I actually don't know either. All I know is that Saber and Ryder fought, and Saber was the only survivor. I do want details, but I can let that go for now. Probably the least of your concerns at this point. What do you mean by that? Why? What do you mean, the least of my concerns? How's that unclear? You've got to have figured it out by now, that Saber is going to disappear. What? Disappear? What do you... But she's alive, isn't she? Right? What? She says it so calmly. Tohsaka just casually brings up the one thing I've been trying so hard to avoid. Disappear? You're saying Saber's going to disappear? Yes. I don't know what happened in that battle, but Saber's almost out of magical energy. And I'm not giving her any more. She's in so much agony because she's fighting so hard to remain here, even as she's on the brink of disappearing from the lack of magical energy. What? Saber's going to disappear because she doesn't have magical energy? Yes, she doesn't have enough magical energy to maintain her spiritual form in this world. A normal master would just share their magical energy, but you can't do that. Right now, Saber is like a fish suffocating out of water. Rin, is there any way I can learn how to share my energy with her? Please! I'd give it all up! Suffocating? That's ridiculous! She was fine before. And Saber said she could recover if she slept. No, she never said that. She said that she could limit how much was depleted if she slept, not that she could recover. Only because she had an extraordinary amount of magical energy to begin with. But now that's burned up, there are only two ways to restore servants' magical energy when they run out. Either the master replenishes their magical energy, or they have the servant collect magical energy themselves. What would it take for her to collect magical energy, Rin? A servant collecting it themselves. That would mean killing innocent people. Like Ryder. That's impossible. Saber would never do that. She said herself that she'd never do such a thing. If I wanted to, I do still have command spells. But I can't do that. I can't go against her fundamental wishes and like morality like that. She'd never forgive me. I figured as much. But those are your only options. As long as the master doesn't provide magical energy, the servant will have to supply their own somehow. But it's your choice. If you want to save Saber, you'll need to tell her to attack people and eat their souls. I can't do that, can I? That's the most realistic method. But that's... I'm sure Saber would hate that, but if you leave this be, she will disappear, sooner or later. And you'll be a target for other masters. Well, can't I just, like, seek refuge in the church, at least? Saber's going to disappear. I can't even consider that. I still remember the warmth of her body when I was carrying her. I'll let you decide. Saber's condition might settle down if she sleeps. But she's at her limit. If you're going to make a decision, you have to do it by tomorrow morning at the latest. Tohsaka leaves the living room. I feel dizzy. I can't even lift my head. The only thing I can do is listen to the sound of her footsteps fading down the hall. I mean, we've only been streaming 3 hours. We could do one more chapter. One more day. Alright. February 10th. 11. Dragon slaying. It's morning. The sun rose, but I didn't sleep a wink. Saber hasn't woken up. She's still sleeping, looking almost dead. At least she's not as pale. The situation's not that dire. Her breathing is even. And that pained look she had last night has smoothed over. Saber's sleeping peacefully. It's a morning like any other. Maybe if I let her sleep, Saber will recover? That way I won't have to make her kill anyone. Then she could stay with me, just like she has been. How could I be so selfish? I slam my fist into the wall. My own weakness nauseates me. I don't know, maybe we could have her, like... we could have her, like, take out, like, some convicted felons or something. Death Note style, right? Then we wouldn't have the blood of, like, literal innocents on our hands. Yeah, that could be a morally fine way to handle this situation, maybe? If I put off my decision any longer, Saber will disappear. Damn it! I stand up without another sound. I don't know when Saber's going to wake up, but I have to make a decision before she does. I head out. I don't have a plan. I just wander, hoping I'll happen across a sign that will help me make up my mind. The park is empty as usual. Maybe because it's so cold. There's no one around, and it looks like I'm the only one outside. I sit on a bench, the question still ringing in my head. No answer yet presenting itself. Time slips by me as I sit on the bench. I have no idea how long I remain sitting there. But just as my fingers start to tremble from the cold, Illya. I guess she's a friendly enough face for it now. I thought I'd never see you again, but you're here. I look up, hearing a voice calling to me. It really is you. Hello, Shiro. You look down. Did something happen? Illya, did you come all the way here by yourself again? It's not safe. You never know where masters are lurking. I'm about to warn her that other masters might be lurking nearby, waiting to attack. I catch myself realizing how stupid that would be. Illya's a master. I shouldn't be worried about her. We're enemies. Sorry. I don't really have time to talk right now. I know we bumped into each other, but I can't talk today. It's going to be really cold, so you should head home. I don't get up from the bench as I dismiss Illya. There are plenty of things I'd like to talk to her about, but I can't think of anything other than Saber right now. What's going on? Illya doesn't say anything. She's looking at me as if I'm a stranger. Illya. Sorry, I don't mean to be harsh. I've just got a lot on my mind right now. I know. Saber's about to disappear, right? How the heck do you know that? And you're wondering what to do? Just out of nowhere. Illya's voice has gotten so cold and detached. Illya, how do you know about that? There's not much to explain. I was there last night. At the building. Did Shinji team up with you? To take out Saber? I could only watch from inside, though. I tried to make my hands and feet move, but nothing happens. No. It feels like the more I try to move, the stiffer they get. It's those eyes. Whenever I see Illya's red eyes, my senses go dull. Oh, you're already chained down. You really weren't on your guard at all. I thought it'd be easier to capture you if you were all alone. You're so cute, getting caught so easily. What? Wait, you... It's no use, brother. You can't move now. Soon you'll be able to talk, but there's nothing to worry about.
I actually didn't come here to talk today either. What? Illya's eyes blaze with murderous intent. Everything's falling apart. Illya! I thought we had some degree of rapport with each other, didn't we not? This is Illya as I saw her the other night. Berserker's master. Do you want to kill me? Right here? I grit my teeth and gather all my strength, but my fingers won't so much as budge. It's like Illya's stare has frozen every nerve in my body. Yep, there's no reason for you to remain a master, right? If Saber disappears, you'll be all alone. Can't have you go on being a master. Sorry for the Skype noise there. Honestly, I should uninstall the whole thing. I don't even recall when I installed it in the first place, but for the last like several weeks or a couple weeks, it's all of a sudden been like, I don't know, I'm apparently subscribed to like a news thing on Skype. I keep getting subscribed to some like Forex trading like forums or something, so like I don't know. It'll be uninstalled by the next stream. Mark my words. Like, if this is their idea of how to gain a customer back, it's not working. I can kill you easily if you have no other means to fight. Illya raises her hand. But, like, if I don't have a servant, if I'm not gonna have a servant anymore soon, then, like, I'm not gonna be a threat soon, yeah? Her slender white fingers reach for my chest. I'm glad I found you before the others killed you. So good night, brother. Saber's going to disappear anyway, so the sooner the better, right? Did I just straight up die? Where'd I go wrong? My vision fades. My limbs have gone completely numb. And now I can't see either. How long have I been stuck in this darkness? Before I can figure out whether I'm alive or dead, I lose consciousness. I think I'm still alive? Are you sure about this, Illya? This boy is not your enemy? You stay out of this, Liz. And I have every right to do this. It's my privilege. I waited 10 years for this. I'm not letting him go now. Huh? Illya? What? I can't move. No, I can't even feel my body. What the hell happened? Am I really here? Refrain from further comment, Lysrit. Preparations to accept the vessel are now ready, miss. All that remains is to conduct the transfer. This sounds really bad and messed up. Okay, let's begin. You two can leave. My vision goes dark. There is no light here. All I can see is the crimson of Illya's command spells. My consciousness is being taken someplace else. I feel nothing. And yet, I feel like someone's taking my arm? I'm feeling faint. I don't know what will happen to me next, but it seems my fight has already ended. I just straight up died. Or I don't even know what I did.
Tiger Dojo's lighthearted hint segment. Players who want to complete the game on their own or avoid out-of-character situations should proceed with caution. Should I go to the Tiger Dojo to seek advice? Nah, we don't need the Tiger Dojo. Restart from the most recent decision point. Sure. Well, I mean, I guess logically, I guess I need to follow Saber. Maybe if I were climbing the stairs earlier, I would have, like, been able to stop something. I need to be less of a coward. I can't just watch and do nothing. An uneven footing prevents Saber from gaining ground on Ryder. The two clash in the air, rushing up to the rooftop. Oh, the rooftop! If Ryder came flying down from the top of the building, chances are Shinji is there! We have two possible ways to win our fight against Ryder. Either we defeat her directly, or we defeat her master. But whichever it is, it has to be before she deploys her noble Phantasm. While Saber's fighting Ryder, there's only one thing I should be doing. Yeah, I guess it kind of seems obvious now that it's been explained that way. Interlude? 10-1. Whoa. The two shadows climb upwards. They continue to distance themselves from the ground, gaining more and more altitude. Neither needs proper footing. They just kick their way up along the wall. As it happens, they clash countless times, all before they ever reach the top. Were anyone watching from the ground, they'd probably think they were seeing a game of pinball. Though I doubt they'd be able to follow the two with the naked eye. It's like a deadly circus act. The collisions are barely discernible, invisible to normal human beings. Saber had no desire to be a part of this crazy circus act. She may be a servant, but she can't fly through the sky. She might be able to run up along the building's wall, but that's it. This is no better than a free fall for her. She alternates between kicking off from the building before she loses momentum and slowing to let gravity take hold of her. It may be no exaggeration to say, she's falling into the sky. Now that she's started, she'll continue all the way up to the rooftop. And in that entire journey, if her opponent hits her, she'll be hurled to the ground. But it seems the laws of gravity do not apply to the enemy, so the opponent Saber has to defeat. The streak of purple shoots across the side of the building in pursuit of Saber, while Saber focuses on reaching the roof. Gravity has no hold on Ryder. She leaps around effortlessly, moving in and from all directions, up, down, left, right, to strike at Saber. Her long hair trails out behind her like a comet trail, as she looks like a snake wrapping itself around a log. Saber's feet touch the wall. She leans sideways and kicks the wall, aiming for the edge of the building. Saber suddenly shoots out at a right angle to her previous trajectory. Not one of the attacks finds its mark. Ryder's simply no match for Saber's raw power. Saber shakes Ryder off with a single kick, then kicks upwards once again when she reaches the building's side. She aims herself upward. If Ryder is like a serpent coiling around the building, Saber is like a bursting spark. But it looks like Ryder might have predicted her moves. The distance between them remains the same. Ryder continues along the side of the building, not letting Saber open any distance between them. She strikes every time Saber has to take a step. Saber fends Ryder off with her blade and jumps to put some space between them. Though she's able to fend off Ryder's coiling pursuit, there's only so much she can do in the air. Where before there had been no contest in their combat ability, they are now more evenly matched. Neither has an attack that can bring this to a close. No, Ryder is withholding her own deadliest attack. Every time Saber leaps at Ryder, Ryder fends off her attack but never counterattacks. Ryder is only keeping Saber at bay as she makes her way to the rooftop. Do not intend to fight, Ryder. Saber curses at her cowardly enemy. To a knight like Saber, a fight like this is as good as an insult. Such a thing should involve both opponents giving their all in their clash. By that belief, Ryder's actions are disrespectful.
It appears you do not like heights, Saber.
Ryder's voice is cool. She's right. Saber's clearly not used to fighting in the air. This is probably a first for her, actually. Knights are meant to fight on solid ground. They're not supposed to cling to walls like her opponents.
Your proud sword won't do you any good here. But do not worry, I will give you your rest soon.
Ryder moves upward, her manner inviting. She set this whole thing up. Saber understands that, though. At the end of this circus, yes, Ryder's ideal positioning must be waiting above. Ryder can't use her trump cards so readily, which is why she's luring her prey to a place there will be no interruptions, so they can settle this with her ultimate attack. As soon as she reaches the roof, she'll be in a difficult position. If Ryder's noble Phantasm is exactly what Saber thinks it is, she won't have any defense against it. But there's no turning back now. We just can't ignore Ryder or her master. This isn't about defeating an enemy in the Holy Grail War. Saber must defeat Ryder here and now to protect her master. Because she has no other choice. This whole situation must be absolutely dumbfounding for her. She's probably thought more than once about not wanting to push her master to do anything crazy. The two continue gaining altitude. Their rapid clashes ring out across the building as the battle approaches its final destination. Damn, why does it only go up to the 40th floor? I rush up the stairs while I complain. I manage to enter the building from the back, but the elevator doesn't go all the way to the roof. I have to run up the remaining 10 flights of stairs. I climb the stairs as fast as I can. I'm not sure how long it's been since Saber and I split up. Probably less than 10 minutes, but that's too long. You never know how or when a battle will end. Even Saber's not perfect. She can make a mistake and get into trouble. So before that happens, if I can make Shinji use up his command spells, Ryder might stop fighting. The harder I run, the more my still healing body aches. Sprinting around the building, then up the stairs has left me out of breath. But I don't slow down. No, I speed up. Something about this has me worried. I'm not sure why, but my chest hurts. It's not physical pain. Something is warning me of danger ahead. Saber can't win. There's something on this rooftop that shouldn't be faced. I try to shake this feeling off and focus on climbing the stairs. The wind is strong. The moment I open the door, the city's nightscape fills my field of vision. Scorch marks pock the concrete. And at its center, at the heart of the burned, scarred rooftop, Saber is on her knees. Saber! Shadow, why are you here? Saber's shoulders heave with her labored breathing. At the moment I rush to her, I notice something strange floating up above me. Or rather, the sheer overwhelming amount of magical energy forces me to take notice. What? I look up towards the sky. Flapping wings. I hear flapping wings. Something, a paler and more blinding white than the light of the moon, hovers over me. A Pegasus? What? And that type of rider, that's cheating. It is a legendary mystic I've only heard about in myth. The moment she reaches the rooftop, Saber confronts her opponent's true form. Saber leans on her sword, exhausted, and looks up. The white light rushes towards her. Saber unleashes the wind that shrouds her sword, using it to create an invisible barrier. She goes flying backward. Her attempt to block the onrushing Pegasus fails to even slow it down. The force of the impact knocks Saber back, slamming her brutally into the ground. There's no time to be lying down. Pegasus turns mid-air and resumes its glide without so much as a pausing. She can't possibly brace herself. Her only option is to try to evade. Even if she manages that, the aftereffects of its passage will chip away at her defenses. If this keeps up, it will hit her eventually. The white light streaks down toward her. Pegasus sails far overhead and knocks Saber backward before sweeping back into the skies. Saber can't possibly reach it. There are no walls she can kick off of, not up here. Even if she could, there's no way she could actually reach Pegasus. So, by the way, to be clear, is the servant itself Pegasus, not just like riding Pegasus? Like, let's see, rider, true. Well, I guess we don't. This isn't saying what the true name is. It might be a Pegasus rider specifically, or I guess it could be Pegasus. I don't know. Because in Greek mythology, Pegasus is actually a specific being, which I believe is the child of Poseidon, I think? Whereas, I know in like a lot of modern pop culture and stuff, we think of Pegasi as like a species of like horse, basically. In Greek mythology, I think it's a specific creature. Despite her disadvantage, Saber waits for an opportunity to fight back. Pegasus, it may be, but it's a living creature, so she should still be able to kill it, if she can just get a chance. Her only opportunity for victory is if Ryder makes a mistake at the reins. This is a surprise. You're tougher than I expected. Ryder's voice comes from high above. Saber grips her sword tightly as she looks up. But is there any point to any of this? You have no chance of winning. If you're to disappear, I suggest you at least do it gracefully. Ryder's voice is calm. Even so, I hear just the slightest bit of joy in it. Huh. I expected you to have a phantasmal species. I expected you to have this phantasmal species, but I didn't expect you to have this, Ryder. A phantasmal species. As the name suggests, it refers to creatures which exist within an illusion. Humanoids like fairies and giants. Demonic creatures like Oni and dragons. If they're considered mystics, that alone makes them superior to MageCraft. It's law of nature for mystics to be destroyed by other stronger mystics. In the same way MageCraft grows in power with knowledge. Phantasmal species accumulate power from their longevity. Even if a human masters MageCraft, the most they can accumulate is about 500 years worth of it. Take a species that's lived since ancient times. There's just no contest between that and a mystic that's only 500 years old. But it's... Hold on, 500 years. Write that down. Note that. Could be important later. But it's been a long, long time since humans and phantasmals existed in the same world. The longer the phantasmal has lived, the further it's distanced itself from this world. The only phantasmal species in the modern world are a scant few hundred years old. So, Saber expected the phantasmal rider as her mount to be only a few hundred years old.
You must be truly wicked if you thought to bring something from the Age of Gods here, Rider. Yes, I am different from you all. That is, I was merely an enemy for you. And so now I control only the poor things you people cast out in the distant past. I see. I knew there was something twisted about you. So you are a demonic spirit rather than a heroic spirit.
Makes sense.
Huh. Curse me all you want. It doesn't matter. You won't be able to lay so much as a finger on my darling here.
The Pegasus rests its wings in the air. It's a giant arrow aimed at Saber's heart, ready to fire at a moment's notice. She glares at the creature and thinks. Pegasus itself is not a powerful phantasmal species. A typical Pegasus is just a phantasmal that can only match a demonic beast in power. Were that the case, it would be easy to defeat with Saber's invisible air alone. But it isn't the case. That Pegasus has existed since the Age of Gods, has long since reached the level of a phantasmal. The horse is nearing the level of the dragon race, considered to be the strongest of all phantasmals. At the very least, its defenses are probably already at the level of a dragon race. Since Pegasus possesses divine protection that exceeds even Saber's, whose magic resistance is unparalleled, the way it glides through the air, trailing massive magical energy, is like a castle wall bearing down on Saber. It can't be possible to avoid or repel something like that. But something else is odd here. Ryder simply summoned Pegasus. It has no true name of its own. To Ryder, Pegasus is little more than, say, a favorite dagger. And that means she has yet to use her noble phantasm. Even in her dire predicament, the possibility of defeat never enters Saber's mind. Instead, she thinks her chance will come when Ryder really starts to get serious. Whatever Ryder's noble phantasm may be, it'll have no trouble destroying a building like this. She just needs to focus on defending herself, on staying alive, then all she'll have to do is cut Ryder down as soon as an opportunity presents itself. Yes. If only her master hadn't shown up. What? I look up towards the sky. Flapping wings. I hear flapping wings. Something, a paler and more blinding white than the light of the moon, hovers over me. It is a legendary mystic I've only heard about in myth. Pegasus? The identity of Ryder's noble phantasm. Could that be what scorched the rooftop and forced Saber to her knees? I see that Ryder is, as her class name suggests, riding a horse, tearing across the sky. What the? I shift my focus from Ryder. I thought I heard something. Shinji! I know you're here! Come on out! I can't tell how strong Ryder is while she's on Pegasus. All I can tell is that White Fiend has more magical energy in it than a few hundred mages could muster. No wonder the roof is a charred mess. That monster can destroy damn near anything around us just by running across it. If that thing charges from up in the sky, even Saber won't be able to avoid it. Quit hiding! I came here like you asked, so show yourself. It's a race against time. I need to defeat Shinji. If I defeat the master, Ryder will disappear. I hear laughter. Shinji must be hiding somewhere. Shinji. You see that, Illya? This is the difference between my power and yours. Only his voice echoes. I fight down my impatience and try to focus on the sound of his laughter. Damn, the wind's so strong! I can't tell where the laughter's coming from. Sucks for you. This is what you get when you try to be all cool and act like it's all under control, dumbass. Now do you understand that you have to go for the kill when you have the chance? Oh yeah, I understand that, believe me. Shinji! Don't rush. Let him talk. Let him talk all he wants. The more he talks, the better chance I have of finding him. But I'm not like that. You and your servant are done for here and now. Well, it's not like we're total strangers, you know? So you're one from yesterday, so I'll be merciful and kill you quickly. This is bad. Pegasus is still high up in the sky, tips its head towards Saber. The vortex of magical energy whirls faster, as if it knows no limits. If that thing comes at us at full speed, it'll blow the entire roof apart. Don't worry, Illya. You're a bit of a speed bump along the way, but I'll make sure those morons at school join you soon. If you're still lonely after that, I'll send Sakura to join you too. Why, you Shinji? Go, Ryder! Take the one first. Don't leave a trace. Saber! A white comet streaks toward us. And at that moment, a storm rages around me. Saber! What? For the first time, she forgets her enemy in battle. She is furious with her master for walking into this death trap, but she's also angry with herself for failing to anticipate him doing so. All those thoughts are cast aside now. What else can she do? Even now, even in the midst of danger, she can only see only concern for her well-being in his eyes. Shiro! He's always been like this, actually. He may have understood that she was an exceptional knight, but that's never how he saw her. It appears playtime is over, Saber. Ryder's giggling voice reaches her even now. Ryder touches Pegasus' neck with both her hands, and the beast's wings beat harder. My noble phantasm is powerful, but it is not suitable to use on the ground. If I use it, it will draw attention. With other masters still around, I could not do so readily. But up here, there's no cause for worry. Did you understand that I brought you up here because it suited me? Something begins to form in Ryder's hands. It seems insignificant, really. A glittering golden rope. Golden rope? What is she, Wonder Woman? Is that your noble phantasm, Ryder? Yes, distasteful though it is. My darling here is too kind, not fit for battle, and so I need something like this to get them in the mood. Pegasus lowers its head. This feral nature is not inborn within the creature itself, but coaxed from it by Ryder's touch. Begone, Saber. Even if you survive, your master has no chance.
As long as your master dies, you will follow him. No? It is the inaugural truth. Ryder's noble phantasm will utterly destroy the roof. If she hurried, she might be able to carry Shira away and escape, but Ryder won't stop at just destroying the rooftop. Her master's not strong enough to survive a collapsing building. Meaning, to protect her master, she'll have to destroy her enemy, Pegasus and all. She doesn't have time to think about whether this is the right thing to do. Saber glances one final time at her master, still some distance from her. He is doing his best to fill his role simply by gritting his teeth and keeping back. A wind. The last of her hesitation fades. What is ahead no longer matters. All that matters is this moment, and in it she must be her master's blade, and defeat the enemy they now face. Go, Ryder! Get that woman first. Don't leave any trace of her! I hear the jarring, grating shout. In that moment, Pegasus ascends higher and vanishes from sight. Pegasus flies up into the air. It's already lost its form. It rises up as if to shoot through the moon, then continues its arc by flapping its wings, powering itself down toward the ground. The blazing white comet streaks downward. It becomes an arrow of searing white light, but Ryder continues urging it on. There's only one target. It intends to annihilate its enemy entirely, and the isolated guardian in the sky along with it. Bellera. She speaks his name. If noble phantasm is the miracle that is released by speaking its true name, Bellerophon. Yep, I know that name. I've actually looking up stuff before. Isn't that a, Oh, I just can't remember where I heard I think it's something to do with the Pegasus. I think it might actually be the Pegasus' name from Greek mythology, now that I think about it. It is Divine Lightning. Or it's the name of the person who rides the Pegasus in Greek mythology. I think that might be it. A thunderous flash. There's no emotion in her eyes as she looks on. You said nobody would see from this vantage, didn't you, Ryder? The wind unfurls from her blade and becomes a storm. Whoa. I agree. There's no need to worry about destroying the ground from so high up. The seal is broken. Layers of wind unfold from her blade. Her sword is finally visible. A storm rages before my eyes. The white light descends upon the rooftop. Saber, though she is the sole focus of that light, doesn't move. Saber? The raging wind, she's the source. No, not Saber herself. Her sword. Ooh, it's a fancy sword. Huh? I can't believe what I'm seeing. The blade should be invisible, but there it is. Like unwrapping bandages, the wind slowly coils away from her blade. Oh, wow. A golden sword? Golden sword. That's interesting. Presumably that means some level of high status? Perhaps like a noble? Royalty, perhaps? Instead of just a standard, but a standard yet competent knight? The wind rages on. The multiple layers of seals peel away. The bands of wind dissolve into the air. She readies her now visible sword and turns back towards Pegasus as it dives towards her.
Ryder approaches as a brilliant flare of light. Bellerophon is now large enough to engulf the entire rooftop, and is only picking up speed to destroy us, building and all. The bridle of chivalry lights up the rooftop. Time stops. In the face of inescapable destruction, my mind goes blanks. But the light is not coming from the bride of chivalry. The light churns and builds upon itself. The light of Ryder's mount is brilliant, but it can't hold a candle to the purity I see in this one. Saber is holding the ultimate sacred sword that has collected the lights of the stars. Excalibur? Wait, does that mean... Hold on. And that can only point to one person, right? A single line of brilliant light. It's a blade of light, sharing through everything it touches. The beam of light destroys Ryder utterly as it cleaves through the clouds and disappears into the night sky. Most likely. If that sword had been used on the ground, it would have carved a trail of devastation through the city. Her sword is not unseeable. It simply does not reveal itself. It is the golden sword that captivates all who behold it, the true name of surpassing fame. Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. And so, wait. So Excalibur, that is specifically of Arthurian legend, right? Specifically the sword wielded by King Arthur? So does that mean that that's Saber's? Who Saber is? She's King Arthur? A sword that is said to have existed in England. A sword wielded by the king who became the very symbol of knighthood. The strongest of the servants, noble phantasms, sealed by several bounded fields. That is Saber's proof of her place as a hero. Okay, we've got new servant dead. I don't need to look into this. Hold on. So let's just start with the rider stuff. So, don't know your true name still, but we do know that we got Bellerophon, the bridle of chivalry. Jeez. Also, Bellerophon is the name of the boy who rode the Pegasus in Greek mythology. Okay, I was right. Because I didn't think it was the Pegasus, because the Pegasus is named Pegasus, I'm pretty sure. So does Bellerophon. Gotcha. But Saber, she has Excalibur. The Sword of Light, it's not a man-made weapon, but a divine construct forged by the planet within the category of holy swords. It is the greatest noble phantasm. It is a holy sword that converts the user's magical energy into light, increasing momentum by convergence and acceleration, and makes it possible to use magical energy at the level of a divine spirit. To an outsider, it looks like a large belt of light, but it actually only has a hitbox at the tip of the light. It is... hitbox. It is the ultimate slashing attack that cuts through everything along the faults that are formed by the light. That massive magical energy gives heat to everything other than the tip as well. As a result, it all gets taken by a wave of light that mows down everything above the ground. It could even be called a directional energy weapon. Interesting. Oh, it's an anti-fortress type weapon. Okay, rank A++. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Max target 1,000 persons. As comparison, because the Belfront thing was actually pretty impressive too. That's only anti-army with the range of 2 to 50 and max target of 300 persons. Silence falls over the rooftop. The wind has died down, and not so much as a breeze whispers across the rooftop. I stand, dazed in place. I can't approach Saber. I'm still too confused to act. Or maybe I'm just captivated by her sword? My mind is racing and I can't seem to think of much that makes sense. Why does she have that sword? The golden sword belongs to a famous knightly king. Everyone knows who. As I try to figure out how she came to have something like that, I realize my mind is doing everything it can to deny the simplest of the possible answers. I don't need to be making all these assumptions. That sword's always been hers. And that's why her true name is so easy to figure out. The owner of that sacred sword can have only one name. Saber remains motionless where she stands. I should approach her, but my body won't listen. I've been told so many times that Saber is a heroic spirit, but now that I've seen for myself that she is indeed a great hero of the past, I hesitate to even get closer to her. I hear a shriek. Something is burning in the shadows. I turn to look. I see a burning book slowly dissolving into a pile of ash. And... it's burning! My god, cells are burning! I see Shinji, cringing as he watches the book burn. Shinji. He must have realized how much trouble he's in now that Ryder has been defeated. Shinji turns and sprints towards the exit from the rooftop. Hey! He leaps through the door to the stairway. Wait, Shinji! I can't let him get away again. The moment I turn to pursue Shinji, just out of the corner of my eye, I see Saber collapse. My mind stops. I mean, just out of curiosity, could we maybe we could have Saber like sacrifice Shinji's life force for some extra energy for herself? I mean, that wouldn't be much of a loss, now would it? Shinji's fleeing and Saber's fallen to the ground. I should... And what can Shinji do now that he doesn't have Ryder anymore anyway? Right? I can't leave Saber alone. Ryder's gone, and the book that acted as Shinji's command spell has burned to ash. Shinji doesn't have a servant anymore, and he's lost his command spells. The contest is as good as over. Saber is my priority now. Saber! I rush to her. She's not holding the golden sword anymore. It's disappeared. Now there's just Saber, lying on the ground. Saber's in bad shape. Beads of sweat trickle down her brow, and her breath is shallow, labored. She looks like she's got a fever. No way. Hey, Saber! What's going on? I call out to Saber nervously, but she doesn't respond. She's out cold. Saber? I touch her forehead. It's hot. I jerk my hand away. It's unnaturally hot. She's got to be running a fever of over 40 degrees. Which is... Actually, like... I have no idea what temperature that is. Like, 110, maybe? Well, let me look that up. Because obviously it's Celsius, so I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. Let's see. 40 see. To Fahrenheit. 104. Okay. Okay. So I was not particularly close. Saber! Hey, pull yourself together! I call out to her, but her only response is shallow, anguished breathing. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what to do, but I can't just stand around. I'm going to take you home. I'll deal with any complaints later. I lift Saber up. She's so light. I knew that, of course, but now she seems even lighter. No, more than that, she's warm. It means she's still alive. Saber is still the person I've known all this time. I'm pissed with myself for even hesitating. Damn, what's the matter if she's a hero? No matter who Saber is, she's here, and she's still warm. How much of an idiot was I for putting up this wall between us before? We're going home. Quick. Just hold still, Saber. I started running, Saber in my arms. There's no sense of triumph from this victory. All I feel is Saber in my arms, barely breathing. It's done. I'm having her sleep in the Japanese style room. She's not waking up anytime soon, though. Not with the state she's in. This is worryingly like when we got the bad ending previously. Thanks for taking a look. I wouldn't have been able to treat Saber. Well, I just took her armor off to make her more comfortable. There's really nothing to thank me for. Saber's not improving, so I didn't do much. But still, I'm glad Tohsaka was here. Alone I arrived home carrying Saber, Tohsaka understood what was going on. It's been an hour. She tried telling Saber what she was going to do, then took her armor off. So, what happened? You went to go find Shinji and you came home with a wounded Saber. I know something happened. Care to explain? Oh, maybe not, since I actually have the knowledge of what actually happened up there. Maybe that's the difference maker this time. I don't know how to explain. Saber's noble Phantasm. I shouldn't disclose her true name. I can't decide on my own to reveal that. Rider's been defeated. Shinji lost his command spells and dropped out, but Saber used her noble Phantasm and collapsed right after. Saber's noble Phantasm. I do want details, but I can't let that go for now. Probably the least of your concerns at this point. Why? What do you mean, the least of my concerns? How's that unclear? You gotta figure it out by now. That Saber's going to disappear. What? She says it so calmly. Tohsaka just casually brings up the one thing I've been trying so hard to avoid. Disappear? Saying Saber's going to disappear? Yes, Saber's almost out of magical energy. I know it's sort of noble Phantasm she used, but it must have burned through an incredible amount of magical energy. Saber's used up most of her magical energy she had. She's in so much agony because she's fighting so hard to remain here, even as she's on the brink of disappearing from the lack of magical energy. She's going to disappear because she doesn't have magical energy? So you're saying that Saber is going to disappear even though she's not hurt? Yes. Running out of magical energy is a more serious problem than a servant just getting wounded. Magical energy is how servants are able to give their spirit forms flesh. Without it, they will disappear. Typically, masters provide their servants with magical energy, so that doesn't happen. But you can't do that. That means Saber can only fight with her own magical energy. Once she runs out, it's over. You were told that from the start. That is definitely what Saber said. She was fine before, and Saber said she could recover if she slept. Only because she had an extraordinary amount of magical energy to begin with.
And yes, there is still some magical energy left in Saber. She can probably recover enough magical energy to maintain her body without disappearing. But that'll be about it. Saber will need to fight as she is now. She absolutely cannot use her noble phantasm again. Next time she does, she will disappear. She'll disappear if she uses her noble phantasm? Well, I wouldn't want Saber fighting like this at all. I don't ever want to see Saber on her knees in that kind of pain again. Now do you understand? You only have two ways of getting Saber back to her normal state. Either the master replenishes their magical energy, or they have the servant collect magical energy themselves. A servant collecting it themselves. That would mean killing innocent people like Ryder. That's impossible. Saber would never do that. She said herself that she'd never do such a thing. I figured as much. If she had to involve innocent people, I'm sure Saber would choose to let herself disappear. Then there's only one other option. If you don't want Saber to disappear, you'll need to provide her with magical energy. Is that something I can just sort of learn? If I could, I would have done that a long time ago. But I don't know how to give her magical energy. I can't do everything you can. Probably not. And it's too late to teach you MageCraft to share magical energy. If you're really not suited to be a mage, so it would probably take you a year to learn. Even if you learned it, you wouldn't be able to use it. Well, a path should have been created between you and Saber during her summoning, so there might be a different way, but... Listen, if you want to save Saber, you'll have to make her attack people and then have her eat their souls. What is this other way you were talking about? Which I'm sure you know already. That's the most realistic method. But it's... I'm sure Saber would hate that. But if you just do nothing, Saber will disappear, and you'll become a target for other masters. Saber's going to disappear. I can't even consider that. I still remember the warmth of her body when I was carrying her. There's only one answer. Use a command spell, Mia. That should at least let you avoid the worst case here. I only have one left if I use the command spell now. What she's trying to say is... I need to order Saber to kill innocent people. I can't say anything. I resent what Tohsaka's saying, but there's a part of me that has to admit it could be one of our options. How do you decide? Saber's condition might settle down if she sleeps, but she's at her limits. Tohsaka leaves the living room. I can't even lift my head. All I can do is listen to the sound of her footsteps receding down the hall. Are we saving here? Well, obviously we're saving. I guess the question is, are we continuing any further? I think... Presumably it's not super long. I think I may be willing to do one more day. February 10th. Hopefully it's not a bad ending this time. Dragon slaying. Altria. That's the name she was given when she celebrated her coming of age. It was wartime. It began with the collapse of an empire. An empire that had been meant to be eternal was slowly waiting to die amid invasions from all sides. In preparation for the many wars, the empire deprived an island nation of its military. That is how it began. Having lost the Empire's protection, her nation had no choice but to become independent, and over time it broke up into smaller nations. Is this the history of England post-Roman, conquest? After the Rome withdrew from the British Isles? The invasions came again and again. Internal conflicts between clans spiraled out of control. Then came a long period of war, which would later come to be known as the Dark Ages. It is during this difficult time that she was born, heir to the throne. A long, tumultuous period of war. The king believed in a mage's prophecy, and so eagerly awaited the birth of his worthy successor. But the child born to him was not the child he desired. His child wasn't male. Fated king or not, the child could not assume the throne unless they were a boy. Well, technically, I'm not sure at the time in England specifically at this period, but in general, I think in medieval Europe, typically it was male preference primogeniture, which would basically mean any male child would get preference over a female child, but if there were no male children, then the oldest female could still get it. But I don't know the succession laws of specifically Arthurian time period England, so could be different there. So the girl was entrusted to the king's retainer and was raised as a knight. The king was saddened, but the mage delighted. One's sex has nothing to do with one's worthiness to become king. More than that, the mage was convinced that the girl's absence from the castle until the day of the prophecy was proof she was the true king. So she grew up under the care of a simple and wise old knight, as his adopted child and successor. The old knight did not believe in the mage's prophecy. He simply raised her to be a knight, and hoped for her to continue growing because he felt something from her that reminded him very much of his own lord. But even without the knight's encouragement or intervention, the girl trained every day to become stronger than anyone else. If an ailing country headed towards its own demise can only be saved by a king, the girl had sworn to wield her sword for that reason, and that reason alone, without anyone ever needing to tell her to do so. And then the prophesied day arrived. Knights and lords from around the nation gathered in hopes of being chosen to be king. If this was to be a contest to determine the best possible king, all assumed the selection would be made in a mounted joust. Instead, all that waited at the site of selection was a naked blade thrust into a stone. On the hilt of the sword, a glittering golden inscription read, "Whosoever pulleth the sword from the stone is rightful king of England." Many knights took their turn trying to draw the sword from the stone. But none were able to draw the sword from the stone, so the knights decided to compete in a joust as they had originally expected on arriving. The girl was not yet a knight, and so could not participate in the joust. She approached the stone of selection, which sat largely abandoned, its appeal having long since faded, and reached for the sword's hilt. She did not hesitate. Wait just a second there. Maybe you should think before you take hold of that. She turned around, and before her stood the most feared mage in the nation. He gave his warning. Once she takes hold of that sword, she will cease to be human. She responded only with a nod. To be king is no longer to be human. She has been resolved to this from the moment she was born. To be king is to kill more than anyone, in protection
of everyone. The young girl thought of this every night, and lay in bed shivering at the implications until morning. Not a day went by that she was not afraid. But in that moment, she pledged that her days of fear were at an end. She drew the sword effortlessly from the stone, and bright light engulfed the whole of the site of selection. And in that instant, she ceased to be human. A king's sex does not matter. So long as they carry out the function of a king, none would care about a king's appearance, or even bother to pay attention to such a thing. And even if someone noticed the king was a woman, it would not matter so long as she was a good king. The sword's magical energy must have halted her growth. While many knights found it eerie and feared her, most saw their lord's immortality as a divine gift. And so, the legendary, celebrated age of the king began. The new king in battle was seen as something of a god of war. The king always led from the front. No enemies could stand in her way. Altria, the god of battle. Hailed as a dragon incarnate, she knew no defeats. In 10 years, she fought 12 battles and never once lost. In those days, her chief duty as king was on the battlefield. Not once did she turn back, not once was she disgraced. She was raised to kingship and fulfilled her obligations without hesitation. Maybe that's why I had a vision of her. Her soul must still be on the battlefield. It's not yet dawn, rather. She stands under the indigo sky and lets the wind whip at her as she stares off into the distance. The sky is high and clouds slide by overhead. Out in the clear air, sword in hand, she gazes at the great army she's about to confront. That image of her won't leave me. It's burned into my mind now. She and her sword are one. The sword from the stone which chose the king. The brilliance of the sword that determined her fate is also her brilliance. But I tilt my head and wonder at this dream. That sword isn't the one she holds. It's similar but different. The sword she holds now isn't the one she used last night. But if that's the case, what happened to that incredible sword? New servant data, new weapon data. Alright, let's take a look at this. Exciting stuff. True name, Altria. Which I guess is sort of seems like a feminine Arthur, almost. Altria, Arthur, yeah. I guess we know now then, with regards to the servants, it doesn't actually necessarily have to be a match gender-wise. Like, they're willing to gender bend that. Good to know. King Arthur, the legendary hero of England, is immortalized as the once and future king. He is a hero who is widely known as an icon of chivalry. However, he is not just a legend, but also someone who is said to have actually existed. In his earliest chronicles, the real King Arthur is called Du Bellorum, the King of War, a great general who led the 12 kings of northern England, the Gododian, against other tribes like the Picts and Scots. There are several theories about the identity of this great general, and some say the king may correspond to two different historical figures. One is Arthur, the Briton, the other is Artorius, the Roman. The accomplishments of both have synthesized into the legend of King Arthur, still famous to this day. Arthur became king after drawing a sword upon whose blade Merlin the mage had inscribed the words, "The one who pulls this sword from the stone is the King of England." From there, countless stories unfolded of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table. He was born of a tryst between Uther Pendragon, king of the Britons, and blue-eyed Igraine, wife of the Duke of Cornwall. Paying the price for pursuing his love, King Uther enlisted the help of Merlin, entrusting the mage with the child born between himself and Igraine. Vowing to rescue Arthur, who carried a great destiny, from the royal crisis and guide him onto the correct path, Merlin placed him in the care of Sir Ector, Uther's loyal knight. Ector adopted Arthur as his own son, raising him until the day he drew the Sword of Appointment. The trials and travails that awaited Arthur after pulling out the sword and becoming king would later fill the tapestries of history, becoming a grand narrative that is representative of chivalry in the Middle Ages. King Arthur's accomplishments while reigning over Camelot, the White City, and saving England alongside his many great knights cemented him as a hero. His famous sword, Excalibur, is not the Sword of Appointment. It is the sacred sword that Arthur received from the Lady of the Lake under Merlin's guidance after the Sword of Appointment was lost. The Lady of the Lake, Vivian, became Arthur's fairy guardian after bestowing him with Excalibur. Morgan Le Fay, Arthur's lifelong nemesis, exists as his guardian fairy Vivian's obverse. However, as a fairy of the lake herself, she too was sworn to protect the king. King Arthur commanded his Knights of the Round Table to seek out the Holy Grail. Oh yeah, I guess that we got home field advantage. We have someone who our servant is actually associated with the Grail, like in her actual background and legend. Great, and that gives us a great advantage, I would think. Anyways, this search for the Holy Grail is central to Arthurian legend, but ultimately only 3 knights were dispatched, and Arthur himself did not journey with them. The peerless knight Lancelot could not reach the Grail due to the stain of infidelity on his heart. His son Galahad was able to obtain the Grail, but chose to relinquish it. In the end, the legend closes with King Arthur's death. Arthur's life is punctuated by clashes with Morgan, his half-sister, from a different father, as she attempted to kill him many times. And his legend is ended by his bitter conflict with Mordred, the knight who was born from Morgan's orchestrations. King Arthur's fall begins when his most trusted knight Lancelot disappears after dishonoring himself by adulterating with the king's wife, Guinevere, losing his trusted companion, his holy scabbard, and even control of his kingdom over the course of his final journey. King Arthur sees his final battle at Camelon. On the verge of his death, he entrusts Excalibur to Sir Bedivere, who returns it to the Lady of the Lake. King Arthur's body is transported by the Ladies of the Lake to Avalon, the land where heroes sleep. It was then foretold that in England's hour of greatest need, Arthur would awaken from his slumber and save his country yet once again. Oh, that's where the and future king. Okay, that because I've heard the title for the once and future king. It's like, okay, I get once, but what the heck is future? What's that in reference to? Okay, I get it now. We're learning things from the game. Anyways, Arthur carries the red dragon, the symbol of the Britons, on his back, and he himself also bears the dragon attribute. Because he carries the attribute of a dragon, a creature that is the embodiment of mystics and predominance, he has a powerful magical energy characteristic. However, he is not well matched against servants who have a background in dragon slaying. Okay. Be careful with dragon slaying. And also, I will say, be careful with betrayal. Sounds like there's a lot of betrayal in Arthur's downfall. So yeah. A lot of betrayal there. So don't get Altria. Good to finally know her name. Don't get Altria killed by a dragon slayer. So let's hope that we don't have what's his name? Doesn't Beowulf slay a dragon in part of that story? So let's hope Beowulf wasn't one of the servants. And then I guess we'll also want to make sure we don't betray Altria. Altria. Anyways, when I wake from my dream, I find myself in my own room. It's bright outside. I must have come back to my room last night, unable to make a decision, then fallen asleep while I was watching over Saber. That was a dream? It was a strange dream. What I saw, I had no way of knowing any of that. And it wasn't the Saber I know. Is it even possible for me to dream of such a thing? Well, that sword was definitely different from the one Saber had. Well, that's because the sword of selection and the sword from the Excalibur are different swords, apparently. I rack my brain. Saber's identity had been unclear. And honestly, I still can't get my head around who she really is. Saber is Saber. I can't change the way I act around her, and I don't think Saber would want that in any case. But she looked incredible. She looked really cool with that sword last night. But she looked good with the sword in my dreams, too. It'd be fair to say I was in awe. The sword last night and the sword from my dreams seemed to have left one hell of an impression on me. I guess I've got a thing for swords. No, not like that. I thought Lance's spear was beautiful when I saw it too, but my passion for swords is on a whole other level. It would appear I have a thing for swords. Well, that's not really anything new. And who doesn't appreciate a good, well-crafted sword? I draw in a deep breath and reach up, finding my forehead dripping with sweat. It sure is hot in here. I wipe the sweat from my forehead. It's winter, but my body feels flushed. I don't know why, but it feels like my blood is getting hotter, and it's unsettling. How do I? Ever since I saw Saber's sword, my whole body's been hot for some reason. Left hand, the one with my command spells, feels like it's holding a hand warmer. It's the same sensation I felt when Tohsaka made me swallow a jewel. Like there's something stirring in me or making me want to run. I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Saber's probably still asleep. She still hasn't woken up. But it looks like she's stabilizing. Her breathing is even, and that pained look she had last night has smoothed over. Saber is sleeping peacefully. It's a morning like any other. Maybe. Maybe if I let her sleep, Saber will recover. That way I won't have to make her kill anyone. Then she could stay with me, just like she has been. How could I be so selfish? I slam my fist into the wall. My own weakness nauseates me. It's my fault Saber turned out this way. What the hell am I going to... I stand up without another sound. I don't know when Saber's going to wake up, but I have to make a decision before she does. Tohsaka's not up yet. The house is completely dead, and the corridor feels deserted. No, it only feels like that because I'm so down. I can't decide what to do, so the whole world feels hazy, and I'm just wandering in that grayness. Huh? I hear something cutting through the air. There it is again. It's coming from the yard, but that's... I know that sound. Well, I don't feel like making breakfast, so I'll go take a walk and check it out. It's colder than usual. Must be really cold for me to feel feverish as I am. It looks like it might even snow. It's coming from the shed. The sound of something slicing through the air reaches me at regular intervals. As I cross the yard, my breath mists the air. I find him in front of the shed. Given how unsurprised I am to find him, I guess I figured he'd be here. He must have been shooting his arrows. The moment Archer sees me, he lowers his bow in displeasure. That's dangerous. Don't shoot arrows in my house. What are you going to do if one hits something? Nothing in particular. I wasn't using arrows to begin with. Can't hit anything if you're not shooting anything. Aren't you, like, not supposed to dry fire bows, specifically? He doesn't have to tell me that. So the sound was just his bow itself. For some reason, Archer was just plucking his bowstring, not firing arrows. That's a good-looking bow. Didn't want to say as much earlier, but I guess you're a bona fide archer. I wonder. I'm not an archer like you understand it. So even if you ask, I can't teach you anything about archery. Your archery is about shooting arrows for yourself. Mine are used to strike at enemies. You think of archers with a concern for things like civility. His lip curls snidely. I still can't stand this guy. I never thought to ask you about archery in the first place. I was just wondering what you were doing. As you can see, I'm just keeping my skills sharp. The injuries I sustained from Saber have healed. I can't stay on guard duty forever. I see. So his wounds have healed. That means Tohsaka will get back into the fight. I turn on my heel. If Tohsaka and Archer are going to rejoin the battle, I need to make a decision too. I need to go somewhere I can think alone. Have you ever heard the word Zanshin before? Huh? It literally means lingering heart. And it's a concept dealing with the time you have after making your move. I feel it's the only thing my archery and your Kyudo discipline have in common. What? I didn't ask for a lecture on the 8 stages of shooting. Just listen. They say the body remains in the same place after you shoot a bow. That's what Zanshin is. Yes, there are 8 movements in Kyudo called the Shaho Heisetsu, which are the 8 principles of shooting. The final step of Zanshin is what follows after releasing your arrow. Yeah, what about it? I'm talking about preparedness. Zanshin is not about making sure your arrow strikes the targets. An arrow has already struck its target by the time it's released. The shooter simply moves according to the image they envision. So they don't need to check whether it's hit or not. If, when you shoot, you think your arrow won't hit, it won't. If you believe it will, it will. That's absurd. No matter how much you might think a shot will hit, some shots won't. If all they had to do is think it'll hit, everyone would hit a shot every time. Do you really think so? You, at least, hit the target every time? What? He catches me off guard there. I mean, he's right, but... Well, I don't care about that. The point I'm trying to make is this. Zanshin isn't about determining whether or not your arrow hits. Everyone knows what happens to the arrow they fire. Zanshin is the mindset of accepting the consequences of the shot. I know that. You telling me I need to follow through to the very end? Exactly. I heard what happened to Saber. She must have known something like this would happen from the start. Fighting with any chance of renewing her magical energy could only lead to her disappearing. That was already determined, then. All that's left is to accept the results. He's telling her that no matter what I decide, no matter what it does to Saber, all I can do is
See it through. I turn my back to Archer. This time I'm going to be the one to leave Archer hanging. Oh, and one more thing. I'll go ahead and tell you since you don't seem to have figured it out. His voice comes from behind me. Saber must have known she would disappear if she used her noble phantasm. She probably never intended to use her noble phantasm in the first place. This time I hear nothing of his usual sarcasm. But she did use her noble phantasm. There can be only one reason for that. Saber chose protecting you over keeping herself from disappearing. Yeah. Never forget that. For once, his voice is completely sincere. He's only telling the truth here. Is there nothing I can do, though? Really? Also, why am I going to the park? This is a terrible idea.
This had better not just be a more roundabout way of getting to the same bad ending as before. The park is empty as usual. Maybe because it's chillier than usual. There's hardly anyone out. It looks like I'm the only one walking around right now. I slump down onto a bench. Well, I came here to be alone. Now that I'm here, I should think of what to do next. I can't put my decision off any longer. If I want to defeat the other masters and end this Holy Grail war, I need Saber. That's not what this is about, though. I just don't want to lose Saber. But that means I'd have to have Saber attack people like Ryder did. I can't let her do that. Giving Saber that order is as good as telling her to die. Besides, I think she'd just refuse outright. But when my head slumps down, I see my left hand. I have 2 command spells left. If I use one, I can force Saber to obey me, even if she refuses. I bite my lip and shake the thought off. It's ridiculous. Time slips by me as I sit on the bench. I have no idea how long I remain sitting there. But just as my fingers start to tremble from the cold... Illya. I thought I'd never see you again, but you're here. I look up, hearing a voice calling to me. It really is you. Hello, Shiro. You look down. Did something happen? Illya? Did you come all the way here by yourself? Again? It's not safe. You never know where masters are lurking. I'm about to warn her that other masters might be lurking nearby, waiting to attack. I catch myself realizing how stupid that would be. Illya's a master. I shouldn't be worried about her. We're enemies. Sorry, I don't have time to talk right now. I know we bumped into each other, but I can't talk today. It's going to be really cold, so you should head home. I don't get up from the bench as I dismiss Illya. There are plenty of things I'd like to talk to her about, but I can't think of anything other than Saber right now. What's going on? Illya doesn't say anything. She's looking at me as if I'm a stranger. Illya? Sorry, I don't mean to be harsh. I've just got a lot on my mind right now. I know. Saber's about to disappear, right? And you're wondering what to do. Just out of nowhere. Illya's voice has gotten so cold and detached. Illya? What a stupid thing to worry about. No wonder you let Ryder's master get away. You just need to kill losers like them. I move my feet. Something tells me this isn't a time to be sitting, so I shift my weight forward to get up. But, my body doesn't move, as if I'm entranced by Illya. Illya, how do you know about that? There's not much to explain. I was there last night at the building. Oh, is what I needed to do... Don't tell me. I needed to hunt down Shinji, kill him, and then have Saber harvest his soul. That's what I probably needed to do, right? Dang it. Well, I'm not dead yet. Probably. I can only watch from inside, though. Ugh. I tried to make my hands and feet move, but nothing happens. No, it feels like the more I try to move, the stiffer it gets. It's those eyes. Whenever I see Illya's red eyes, my senses go dull. Look away then, maybe? Oh, you're already chained down. You really weren't on your guard at all. I thought it'd be easier to capture you if you were all alone. But you're so cute, getting caught so easily. You... It's no use, brother. You can't move now. Soon you won't be able to talk, but there's nothing to worry about. I actually didn't come here to talk today either. Illya's eyes blaze with murderous intent. This is Illya as I saw her the other night. Berserker's master. Do you plan to kill me right here? I grit my teeth and gather all my strength. But my fingers won't so much as budge. It's like Illya's stare has frozen every nerve in my body. Yep, there's no reason for you to remain a master, right? If Saber disappears, you'll be all alone. Can't have you go on being a master. I can kill you easily if you have no other means to fight. Do I have another means, maybe? Illya raises her hand. Her slender white fingers reach for my chest. Ooh, what's this? I'm glad I found you before the others killed you. This is different. What happened to my perspective? So good night, brother. Saber's going to disappear anyway, so the sooner the better, right? My vision fades. My limbs have gone completely numb, and now I can't see either. How long have I been stuck in this darkness? Before I can figure out whether I'm alive or dead, I lose consciousness. My body is burning. Even if my consciousness has fallen into darkness, the burning in my body tells me I'm still alive. Yes, that must mean I'm still alive. Even so, it may only be temporary. Illya even said it. I can kill you easily if you have no other means to fight. God, I must have another means, right? Something? Anything? She's absolutely right. Without Saber, I can't fight a proper battle. The Holy Grail War is a battle between servants. There's no way I can go up against servants. That's improved more than enough by now. Each time I get absolutely thrashed. Like Saber said, all I can do against servants is try to survive for as long as possible. I couldn't even do that. I was cut to pieces and even thrown out of a third-story window. It's only this weird, inexplicable thing going on with my body that's kept me alive. It's so frustrating. It makes me so angry. In the face of an unbeatable opponent, I couldn't stop the catastrophe in front of me on my own. Even though I decided to fight. I said I was going to fight as a master and vowed to not hurt anyone, but I couldn't even keep those promises. I'm pissed off. The champions of justice I strived to emulate when I was young always had to win or there'd be no points. My body is burning. Every inch of me trembles with the need to win.
but have neither the means to win or even a way to fight. What good am I? I can't even fight alongside Saber without bringing her down. Another mistake. You're not fit for fighting, Shiramiya. Your battle is supposed to be a mental one. A fight against your own self. Suddenly, I remember Archer saying that. You haven't got a prayer of winning once the battle starts. None of your skills are worth a damn against servants. I know that. I've certainly been reminded more than enough. At least imagine it. If you can't possibly beat the opponent in reality, then beat them in your imagination. If you can't win yourself, imagine something that can win. You don't have to remind me. I can only win in my own head. But what can I imagine that would ever help me win? I can't imagine beating a servant. I don't have such a wild imagination to fool myself. Any fantasy I come up with will be full of loose threads that'll come unraveled. My third-rate imagination hasn't got a prayer against these incredible servants. That's why. Who do I win against? And how do I win? I'm still searching for that answer. Am I really searching for it? The golden sword. It's meant only for her. I don't want it for myself. It's just... it's so beautiful. Just once, I'd like to hold it in my hands, if I can. I guess this is just a bad habit I've picked up as an untrained mage. Since all I can do is look within myself, I tend to dream about stuff I shouldn't. I should at least be allowed to dream. First, I imagine the thing's basic structure, then reproduce it. I guess there's not much point in strengthening here. If strengthening is the act of applying something to an existing object, there's not much point of doing that to something that doesn't even exist. That means I need to work harder if I'm going to remember that sword. This is all well before the basics. This is from before Kiritsugu taught me strengthening, a magecraft process that I thought up on my own, and packed with trivial steps. Let's see, how did I do it? How did I give it form? When I come to, I have no idea where I am. Where am I? This place isn't just unfamiliar. There's a luxurious canopy bed, and the plush carpet is ankle deep. Ankle deep? It's very plush. There's even a stone fireplace, and it's clearly not just a decoration. What I initially take for wallpaper, I realize on inspection is actually patterns engraved on the wall. I've gotten used to fancy decorations like the ones in Shinji's mansion, but this is something else entirely. It's a little embarrassing to say this out loud, but this place is like a castle from a fairy tale. My vision blurs. My body feels strangely heavy. Maybe I'm having circulation problems or something. I feel like I might fall back asleep if I relax even a little. What the hell happened? I tried to get my clouded mind working. I was, oh right! Illya paralyzed me, and I just passed out. So, Illya captured me. There's nobody in the room. My body feels heavy, but not so bad that I can't even lift a finger like before. If I really work at it, I might be able to lift an arm. What the? I'm tied up? My drowsy mind suddenly jolts to full alertness.
I realize I'm in danger, and so study my surroundings carefully. I'm in a chair. My hands are bound behind my back. I'm handcuffed. No, my wrists are just tied with rope. It's not as bad as I imagined, but I still can't move. My whole body is weirdly tingly, and I can't get up with my arms tied behind me. I wonder how long I've been here. Is there a... No clock here. There's nothing in here to tell me what time it is. A window? There is a window behind me. I tried to turn and get a look, but the curtains are closed, so I can't see outside. All I can say for sure is that the sun sets. I ran into Illya in the morning, so it's been at least half a day. I don't have time for this. I have no idea where I am, but I need to get back to Saber as fast as I can. Saber's in a weakened state. I can't be even more of a burden to her by letting something like this happen. I try to make my arms move. If I'm going to escape, I have to do something about these ropes around my wrists. The door opens. I go still just as Illya enters the room.
Oh, you finally woke up? Morning, brother. How are you feeling?
Ilya's not acting at all like she had earlier. The coldness in her eyes is gone, and she's back to acting like the cheerful girl she's been at the park the other day.
Huh? What's wrong? You don't look so good. You still can't move? That's weird. You should at least be able to talk by now.
Illya peers into my face, looking puzzled. She seems genuinely concerned for me? I'm fine. I can talk. And my mind's clear enough to understand that I've been captured.
Oh, are you complaining? Do you know prisoners are usually supposed to go in the basement cell?
Sorry?
But I felt bad at the thought of doing that too, so I brought you to my room.
Your room? Why not just like a random guest room? Like, without Fantasy's room is you got to have like 3 extra guest rooms at least. I don't know if that's good or bad. But at least I understand what's going on a little better. I'm getting a clearer picture of what happened. I've been captured and this is where you live? I speak flatly, trying to kill my emotions. And to understand completely what's happening here, I just need to listen.
That's right. Remember I told you I live in a castle in a forest.
She's actually just like a real life, like fairy tale princess.
This is a castle in the middle of a big forest. There's nothing else around it. It takes a few hours by car just to get to your city. There's no chance of rescue out here, and nobody will come bother us either.
I see. Okay. But why did you do this? I mean, would it not have made more sense to just kill me? If you're going to kill me, you could have done it at the park.
Why would I? I don't intend to kill you. You're mine. I'll kill the other masters, but you're special.
Special? How?
I locked you up here so that nobody could bother us.
Illya, what sort of intentions do you have? I find myself recoiling. Illya pushes her face closer to me, ignoring my agitation. Illya, what are you... I know it's inappropriate, but the way Illya sits on my lap has my heart racing. She may not be heavy, but the way she's sitting on my lap has me thinking, kind of graphic thoughts.
Yep, I knew it. You're special, Shiro. Hey, will you be my servant? If you say you'll be my servant, I won't kill you. You just nod, I'll spare you.
Now, by servant, do you mean, like, in, like, a magical, familiar sense, or are you offering me a job? Because I've got two very different answers depending on the specific context. His words are so pure and heartfelt. I know that if I nod even once, it'll be a choice I can't unmake. And I will absolutely come to regret it. On the other hand, if I refuse, that purity will turn into pure wickedness. With Illya leaning so close, my mind grinds to a shrieking halt. She's not saying this just because she likes me. This is more like an interrogation. A matter of whether I want to live or die.
This is a no-brainer. You don't have Saber anymore. You don't have a way of fighting. That means there's no reason for you to remain a master.
No, Saber hasn't disappeared yet. I'm not going to let it happen.
Oh, really? But it would be so easy to kill you in your state. Just give in and stay here. If you stay by my side forever, I'll protect you forever.
Illya presses close against me. I'm not sure what'll happen if I refuse. I still can't agree. I can't. Step away, Illya. No matter what you say, Illya presses her index finger to my lips. She giggles in amusement and watches me in my bewilderment. She's got the smirk face again.
You really don't understand. Listen, you're like a bird in a cage. It's my decision whether to keep you alive or kill you. You shouldn't say anything that might make me mad. I've waited 10 years for this. Killing you quickly would just be boring.
10 years? What do you mean by that? You've waited 10 years. How? You couldn't have been more than like... And how old are you? Like, you can't be older than like 13 or 14, maybe. Which puts you at like literally like a toddler 10 years ago. What have you been waiting for? What? Illya talks like she's asking for a toy. The sheer cold-heartedness in her voice sends a shiver down my spine.
This is your last chance, brother. I'm only asking this one more time.
His eyes shine with hope.
Shiro, be mine.
His tone is bewitching, and brooks no refusal. I mean, look, there's a party that thinks, like, surely the right choice here has to be refusing, but, like, logically, like, unless this is all some, like, double, like, test thing of, like, where Illya's gonna turn around and say, like, good, I like people to have spirits. Like, I just die if I refuse, right? It's just straight up. Like, and I mean, I guess technically this isn't, like, magically or legally binding or anything, I don't think. Right, she doesn't have, like, a contract out here or some crazy magic runic circle or something. Granted, cowardice is what led to my death last time, of not running up the building, but, like, who's the cavalry that's coming out to help us here? No one. There's no one. It's just me and Illya. I'm at her total mercy. See, I have to agree for now. I can't do that. Oh! Like, just what's the out if I say no? If I say no, she might just straight up murder me. And then I'm just dead. Like, that doesn't really seem worthwhile. Like, again, the only thing I can think of is if this is, like, some sort of test. Where it's like, she actually wants me to refuse because she wants me to have spirit or something, but... I don't know. She kind of strikes me as the type that generally gets her way, but maybe that means she actually wants someone in her life that pushes back somewhat. Yeah. I guess this all comes down to my reading of Illya as a character. Like, is it a case where she actually just wants me to, like, accept and submit to her for whatever reason? Or is it the case that she, like, will, like, lose all respect for me if I do so? I do not know. Oh, this is tough. This is a tough one. I think... I don't know. I still don't know. Like, this obviously seems the correct one from just a self-preservation standpoint, but... And you're also trying to think, like, what's the difference between this current path I'm on and the bad ending from before? It seems like the main difference is I've got, like, some extra information and an extra, like, literal fire in my belly. And would just submitting, like, kill that outright, and now I back where I started from. I'm probably gonna regret this. I can't do that. I don't need to even think about it. I haven't actually thought about it for a fair bit. And shit, even I only have so much patience. Every single one of them is sure Saber's going to disappear. Saber won't disappear. I'm going to fight with her until the end. I can't let this destroy the oath we made. Illya, I can't do what you're asking me to. I have Saber. As long as Saber's around, I'm going to keep on fighting as her master. Or as our master, rather. Okay, I guess now we see if we read Illya right. A soft gasp. For a second, her red eyes snapped open as if she'd just gone into rigor mortis. Oh. So you're going to betray me too, Shiro? Illya backs away. Well, that may have been a mistake. She looks down, but maintains her composure. Fine, if you're going to listen to me, I'm not going to listen to you either. Yeah, I think I made the wrong choice there. I've been letting you do whatever you want, but that ends now. Illya's voice is dripping with hostility now. There's something terrible lurking behind that malice. Wait right here. It'll be a minute. Wait! What are you going to do, Illya? Oh, nothing. I'm just going to go kill Saber and Rin. If you kill the two of them, that'd make you feel kind of guilty, right? What? What? No? I guess I did kind of give you the ultimatum of like, oh, so long as Saber lives. So yeah, that may not have been the best way to word that. Well, don't be ridiculous. Saber and Tohsaka have nothing to do with this. I'm only saying I can't be with you for my own reasons. Oh, really? Well, I'm still killing them. Once that's over, it'll be your turn, if you won't be mine. You're useless to me. I hear Illya's footsteps moving off. Illya's serious. She really means to go kill Saber and Tohsaka. Stop! Illya, Saber and Tohsaka have nothing to do with this. I'm the one you captured, so if you're going to hate someone, just hate me. You don't need to kill them. I have a reason. I can't leave any other master alive. Isn't that how Holy Grail wars work? You dummy! Don't talk about killing people like it's so easy. You shouldn't even ever do that. You're a kid. You shouldn't be thinking about this kind of thing. Illya stares at me in disbelief.
Too late. I have already killed a master, brother.
Oh, did she kill Shinji? She sounds so joyful as she says it.
Yesterday, though, I thought you were going to take care of him, so I didn't expect to do it.
What? In that instant, I surprisingly understand exactly what she's talking about. Illya was in the building last night, which means she must have seen the master running for his life as the perfect prey. Illya, you didn't.
Sorry, I only did it because you didn't. I don't actually like taking other people's stuff.
She doesn't sound guilty at all. It probably meant nothing to her. It makes her realize something. I've probably known this since the moment we first met. She really doesn't know the difference between good and evil. That innocent laugh is just as much Illya as the merciless laugh I hear now. So that Illya has a devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other. Illya, however angelic she may look, is a devil.
Well, I'm off. When I get back, it'll be your turn, so do your best to escape. Then again, the little bird in captivity will remain in captivity, because it can't escape. Knowing you, you won't be able to escape this little cage.
Well, Illya leaves. She is absolutely right, of course. She knows nothing of threats or tactics, so she just says what's true. But I can't stay here forever. I need to escape and meet up with Saber before Illya can attack her. Ugh. I shake myself trying to loosen the ropes around my wrists. Maybe she really doesn't think I can escape? There's no one else here. If I'm not being watched, even I can manage to get out of some ropes, but... Damn, I still can't. My body just won't listen to me. My limbs move, but they're heavy as lead, and just trying to move at all is exhausting. I knew I couldn't escape because of this. I can't move like this. Even if I get out of the rope, I won't be able to escape the room if I can hardly move. My whole body feels heavy. Not because I'm tired. Yeah, I haven't been able to move since I looked into Illya's eyes. They must be mystic eyes. I hear truly superior mages can perform some sort of magecraft just by making eye contact with their targets. Restraint is a common effect of mystic eyes, so that's probably what's going on here. Eyes are how we take in visual information, and so are susceptible to suggestion and spells. And that is why most mages employ some sort of protection on their eyes to block out other mages' magecraft. Tohsaka would be so mad if she found out all it took to paralyze me was a suggestion. Not even a spell. Well, at least that was from mystic eyes, learned through magecraft. Some monsters are born with mystic eyes and don't even need to lock eyes with their targets. I hear all they need to do is look to use whatever ability they have, but it's also extremely rare for people to have powers like that. And luckily, Illya's mystic eyes aren't unique or special. They're just a means of sending magical energy at a target. And that means there has to be a way to dispel the effect. Illya's magical energy is invading my nerves, preventing me from moving. If I can get rid of that magical energy, that should fix my paralysis. It's simple. If there's a buildup of mud, then all I have to do is flush it out to clean it out. I close my eyes and focus inward on my own body. I may not have the skill to detect and remove foreign magical energy that's invaded my body, but I don't need anything like that so long as I'm dealing with magical energy that hasn't become a curse and taken root in my body. If Illya's magical energy is lingering stagnant in my body, I just need a strong flow of magical energy through my body to flush it out. Sorry, it's crude, but it's all I can do. I apologize to my body for what I'm about to put it through. All I have to do is focus on my daily routine. The ritual where I force a foreign nerve down my spine. No, not anymore. I don't need to build it from scratch anymore. Now all I have to do is flip the switch in my head. Instead of creating a magic circuit in my body, I just have to switch my nerves into a magic circuit. Trace on. I remember the spell to focus myself. You don't use spells to change the world around you. They're to be used on yourself to empower you to change the world. For mages, they're a way to initiate a kind of self-transformation. Spells are the first most basic magecraft used to create a mystic, just for you, a command that will only work on you. Basic structure analysis. My blood flow accelerates. Power builds in my blood. My body's becoming a machine for circulating magical energy. Probably thanks to the gem Tohsaka made me swallow. Normally this would take me at least an hour. Now I'm able to do it almost instantly. Composition analysis. I don't even need to flip the switch at this rate. I can just let the magical energy circulate and let my hands go. Actually, I say flip the switch, but I still haven't found the switch to begin with. Heat rushes into me. I try to get control over my pounding heart, and my hands slip from the bucking reins. Ugh. Blood spurts from my mouth. I must have opened a vein or torn something inside myself. I channeled enough magical energy to flush out the mud that had invaded me, so it's no wonder I'm throwing up blood. Luckily, I don't feel any pain. Maybe I'm not in pain because of that self-healing thing I have? It's an abnormality of my body that I still don't understand, but I'm delighted to have it at a time like this. The ability to heal any non-fatal wound is my biggest and only strength right now. I do need to be careful not to rely on it too much, though. Since I still have no idea how it works, relying on it too much risks losing it all. So I can't rely on miracles I don't understand. Okay, now there's just the rope. I undo the rope. My wrists were bruised, but I wasn't bound tightly enough to cut off circulation. I don't think Illya tied me up, but I wasn't bound very tightly. Besides, I doubt it was Illya who carried me in here anyway. Who here other than Illya might be all that strong? He definitely wasn't Berserker. If he tied me up, he'd have snapped my hands right off. I rise to my feet as I try to crack a joke. Oh, I can control my body, but I've pushed it too far. While I may not be injured, magical energy is raging through my body. Just moving around is likely to tear my insides up. It's probably the pain. Dizziness and nausea rack my entire body, and I have no feeling at the ends of my arms and legs. I'm not going to get home before Illya gets back. Not like this. Can I at least get to like a phone and warn Tohsaka? Why am I being such a coward? I don't have time for that kind of thinking. I slap my cheeks and start walking. What? As soon as I lean against the wall and start toward the door, I hear something on the other side of the wall. Footsteps. More than one set of footsteps. People are approaching the door and talking. They stop right in front of the door. Someone's on patrol? Damn it, at the worst possible moment. There's no time to hide. I need to... I just have to fight. Then when the door opens, I make the first move. I don't think I'm in a good state to fight. I'm in no state to fight. I'll sit in the chair and pretend I'm tied up. Can I actually do that convincingly? What out the bed over there? Hiding under the bed. Come on. I don't think I... Like, it's a struggle just to move. There's no way I can win a fight right now. Especially if it's against, like, actual guards or something. I guess we go to the chair? I'm not sure if we can actually do this convincingly, but... maybe? There's no time for me to hesitate. I can't possibly fight like this, so I need to be careful until I've recovered. Oh, there. I put my wrists together to make it look like I'm tied up. The door opens. Could it be Illya? Or someone else from the castle? I just need to remain sitting here, looking like I'm bound up, right up to the very last moment when the person comes into the room and... What? Saber? Huh?
Are you alright, Shiro?
Are you alright? How are you here? Why are you here? I thought you were on the verge of death? My eyes widen. For a moment, I genuinely think I'm hallucinating out of sheer desperate hope.
I see you're tied up.
Well, not exactly.
I untie you, so please stay.
Oh, the ropes are loose. I bring my hands out front.
I do not understand. Were you not held captive here?
Well, I was, but I'm actually really good at escaping from places, as it turns out. Well, I kind of got free, and then I heard someone coming as I was trying to get away, so I pretended to still be tied up.
I see. You're trying to trick your enemy into lowering their guard to give yourself the best possible chance of escape.
Saber looks impressed. Oh, come on, Saber, look. I know you don't take much of my tactical mind, but I'm not a complete moron. I am not going to tell her that I hadn't managed to think any farther than that. By the way, you're Saber, right? You're not some illusion? You're the real Saber? I stand up and touch Saber.
Oh, Shiro, please stop. If you touch you like that...
What? Yep, you're real, but how did you get here?
Why, I should hardly need to tell you. Servants need not explain their need to protect their master. It is my duty to come to your aid, knowing you have been captured.
How'd she know? Do we have like a psychic link or something? Well, but how did you know I got captured? Or actually, why are you here, Saber? This is Illya's hideout. You shouldn't be coming anywhere near here right now.
I should be the one asking you. What were you thinking?
Look, I went for a stroll. Is a man not allowed to go for a stroll anymore? Look, I understand, like, you know, women can be all crazy with, like, oh, I don't want to walk around at night, because what if someone jumps you or something? Personally, I generally... I'm not saying they're wrong, but that's not where my mind generally goes. I basically never even consider my own safety when I'm out in public. I just kind of assume everything's going to work out. Let's I assume probably 99.999% of the time nothing bad's gonna happen, but also if it does happen, like, I can handle it. We'll just analyze it at runtime and well, it'll work out. But where was I going with that? Look, point being, I'm allowed to go for a stroll, alright?
I have repeatedly told you never to go out alone, but you allowed Illya to capture you easily at that and bring you here. You have failed as a master. I insist you make an apology for this.
Look, I will. Can we get out of this place first, though? I know I was careless, but seriously, why are you here? You can barely move, so what were you thinking coming to Illya's stronghold in this state?
I could ask the same of you.
Well, I didn't try to be here.
Servants protect their masters. It does not matter where you are taken, even Ilyasville's stronghold.
Saber is blunt as ever. She's exactly as she's always been. This isn't the weak, slumbering Saber from last night.
Shiro, why have you clammed up? I knew it. You were injured in your captivity.
No, that's not it. Don't worry about me. I'm just glad to see you're doing better. I'm genuinely relieved. I'm surprised to see Saber here, but I'm much happier to see that she's herself. I know it's selfish of me to think this way, but I think this is how Saber should be. I'm sorry, Saber. I don't fully understand, but you came to rescue me, right? Oh, yes. It is a servant's duty to rescue her master. Thanks, I'm really glad you came. What a relief. Everything sorted itself out. Now I just need to get out of here with Saber. Wait a minute. Is that Tohsaka? Tohsaka? Are you real? And are you really right here? You look better than I thought you would. Maybe I didn't need to come. That's what I said, Rin. I told you to just leave Shiramiya be. All he does is cause trouble for everyone around him, then somehow survive himself. This would have been a perfect opportunity to just leave him to die on his own. Please, Archer, hold your tongue. I asked for your help, yes, but that does not give you the right to insult Shiro. You talk big now that your master's safe. First the master, then the servant. They don't have an ounce of gratitude for their own allies. Well, we're going to end up fighting eventually. It's probably best not to have too much in the way of fond feelings. He must have hit a nerve as Saber grows silent. This guy. He's not just unfriendly to me. He treats Saber the same way. Enough. I hope you haven't forgotten the situation we're all in right now, Archer. We don't have time for bickering. We need to get out of here before Illya comes back. Huh, wait a minute. You came here knowing this is where Illya lives? And actually, Illya left saying she was going to kill Tohsaka and Saber. That means Illya and Tohsaka passed each other? That's a relief. I think Illya's heading to my place right now. If you guys hadn't come here, you would have had to fight her there. Yeah, looks that way. I did see Illya and Berserker head outside, although I must admit that if they hadn't left, we wouldn't have been able to sneak in here in the first place. I get it. Saber and Tohsaka only managed to pull something so bold off because they saw Illya leave. Oh, there's where this was the right decision. I had people coming to save me, and as it turns out, I needed to anger Illya to get her to leave in order for them to actually get in here and save me. If I had just gone along with Illya, then the opportunity to save me would not have occurred. That's how the decision ended up being correct. Yay, we chose right for once. She's bold as ever, but this time that brazenness worked out to our advantage. I'm impressed. We'll talk later. I braced myself knowing that this was the Einsburns hideout, but it'd be much better if we could avoid confronting any of them at all. And Saber's in no state to go up against Berserker right now. Tohsaka gestures for me and Saber to separate. Tohsaka, what do you mean Saber's in no state? She's got her color back and she's acting like herself. You should really know better than to be so blindly optimistic. Saber hasn't recovered at all. Can't you see that she's barely able to stand? Rin, you promised to keep that to yourself. Sorry, I need to go back on my word. Keeping quiet won't help anyone, and this isn't a secret we can keep forever anyway. That may be true, but she sounds so pained. And now I see nothing has changed about her situation. Saber, is Tohsaka telling the truth?
Yes, Rin is correct. It is embarrassing to admit, but I am in no position to fight as a Saber right now. At best, I can be your shield. Huh, I figured as much. She's too weak to even armor herself up, but she insisted she come with us. She probably figured she'd defend her master even if she couldn't really fight.
What? She's so weak she can't even arm herself? She's willing to become my shield.
I am sorry, Shiro. I know I am useless as a servant in my current state, but I can at least be your shield. I know this is not ideal for you, but it is the only...
Oh, come on. Why does Saber never think about herself? Why is she only ever worried about everyone else? To hell with that. Of course I'm not happy. Tohsaka, why did you bring Saber? Don't you realize Saber needs more help than me right now? What? I tried to stop her. Saber refused to listen. We wouldn't have been able to pinpoint where you were without her in the first place. I know it was risky, but we needed Saber. But you still... I had to tell her she shouldn't have brought Saber, but I stopped myself. I have no business criticizing it. This is only happening because I went and got captured. Tohsaka and Saber were just doing what they thought was right. Enough squabbling. Just leave it alone for now, Rin. Masters are sensitive to any changes in their homes, so we don't have time to explain every detail just now. You're right, Illya must be surprised we're gone, so she's probably coming back real quick. Fine, let's talk later. Right now our priority is getting out of this castle. Are you okay with that, Shiro? Shiro, we should... Yeah, but, if Saber's as bad as she was last night, it'll be hard for her to even walk right now. I don't want to push Saber any harder than I have already.
Honestly, you all underestimate me.
Saber?
Even on magical energy, I can still fight better than Shiro. If anything, I am more concerned about Shiro disappearing.
Oh man, I'm getting roasted over here, but she's probably right.
Ren may not have noticed, but your magical energy is disordered, is it not?
Huh? Well, this is nothing. I can manage. I'm totally fine, really.
Then we are in the same state, you and I. I may be slightly uncomfortable, but it is not unbearable. This may all be difficult to accept given how quickly it has happened, but let us follow Rin for now. We can discuss this further once we have returned home.
Saber encourages me to go. I give up. She looks so serious, so determined that I can't worry anymore. You're right. There are tons of things I want to talk about, but they can wait until we get home safely. I want to ask about Saber's condition, and I want to thank her for coming to rescue me. But now isn't the time to ask her about the dream I had. Okay. Let's go, Saber. I nod and get moving as best I can. Every step is a supreme effort, but this isn't the time for whining. Even weakened as she is, Saber came all the way here. Whoa. Nice place. Is this a hallway? Looks like it's big enough to be like a ballroom or something. This corridor wouldn't be out of place in a museum. Illya's castle must be massive. Hey, no time to gawk. Even if we make it out of the castle, the force surrounding it is huge. If we don't hurry, it'll be morning before we're out. A forest? So are we really in the mountains? Are you talking about the forest that's a couple hours from Miyama by car? Yep, we're in the Ainsburn's secret castle. Once we get out, it'll take a few hours to get through the forest. It's nighttime right now, so we should be out of the forest before the sun rises. Tohsaka heads through the hallway, not hesitating for a moment. She's probably heading toward whatever door they snuck in through. I figured it was night, but how long have I been here? I thought it was about half a day, but maybe it's actually been a few days? Illya captured you in the morning, so it's been about half a day. Okay. It's about what I expected. The date has changed, so you have spent a day in captivity, I suppose. I see. Sorry. No, please don't apologize. Illya had you captive for a considerable amount of time, but you're still safe? That must be proof that you did not submit mentally, even though your body was captive. Out of curiosity, what would have happened if I had submitted mentally? Well, that may be true, but... Yes, Illya may look like a young girl, but she is still an Ainsburn mage. Had you submitted to her, you would likely no longer be yourself. Okay, good to know. And it is not as if I did not consider that possibility. I came to this castle fully prepared to find you dead. Like literally dead or like spiritually dead? Which is why I was glad to reunite with you, Shiro. My master has shown me that he is alright, so I cannot possibly show myself to be any worse off. I feel the same. I couldn't stand not knowing if Saber was safe or not. Hey, you two are serious about escaping, right? If you guys fall behind, I'm gonna leave you. Tohsaka pops her head from the bend of the corridor to yell at us. Crap, this really isn't the time for us to chat. Let's hurry, Saber. I break into her, urging Saber to do the same. Ugh. Everything hurts, but I grit my teeth and keep going. I drive my aching body on, following Tohsaka. As I half limp, half run, Saber brings up the rear. She must be in a lot of pain, too. She's pretending not to be, but she's in no condition for this. Saber, if it's hard for you... I had to tell her I'll give her a helping hand, but I stopped myself. Saying that would just make Saber dig in her heels and be more determined not to accept help. All I can do is keep an eye on her. Once Saber's too exhausted to complain, I'll just carry her. Honestly, Saber can be incorrigible sometimes. She has to be forced to even take a break. And so, with Tohsaka leading the way, we managed to get to the exit. Oh, wow. Hey, you said this was an exit, but this is the entrance, Tohsaka. Yeah, most entrances are also exits. Huh? What do you want about it? You do know that you can go in and out of entrances, right? See, tell him, Tohsaka. Tohsaka hurries down the stairs. Well, I guess the thing is, like, I didn't expect you to just come in through, like, the front door. Well, I'm in no position to complain. Saber and I head down the stairs and into the hall. It looks like a lobby. All I have to do now is head out through the big door at the other end of the hall, and we're out. And surely Berserker is not going to be waiting for us just on the other side of it. Okay, we should be okay now that we've come this far. The problem now is how we get through the forest. We might be able to use the cover of darkness to reach the main road. We really don't want to be here when Illya comes back and finds you're gone. By the time she comes back, it'll be morning. Hey, what's with that look, Zero? You've obviously got a problem. A little pain is not going to stop us from escaping. Nothing, just kind of remembering how ballsy you are. Huh? You have the weirdest thoughts at the weirdest times. Well, as more getting at her just walking into the enemy stronghold through the front door. Well, whatever. Let's just head out. I remember the way back from here, so we won't get lost. We head towards the entrance. The long, narrow hall extends from the lobby, and at the end of it is an enormous door. The hall is unbelievably about 30 meters long. That's like a third of a football field, jeez. I'm reminded that we're standing in an actual castle, but in the next moment...
Oh, going home already? What a shame after you came all the way here.
Illya shouldn't be here, but her giggling voice echoes up and down the hall. Maybe it's just like an illusion? Ugh! I whirl around. Everyone skids to a stop. The instant we see our enemy, we know we're dead as soon as we turn our backs to them. Well.
Illya.
Tohsaka's voice trembles. Back at the other end of the hall, we see her standing at the top of the stairs we just descended. She shouldn't be here. Ironically, it's a similar arrangement to our first meeting. Illya standing above us with Berserker behind her. Berserker's presence is overwhelming. Now that I can assess a servant's strength, I understand what a monster he really is. We can't do this. Even if Saber's at full strength, Berserker's just too powerful. It wouldn't even be a battle. That monster can't be beat, not in a fight. If we are ever going to beat Berserker, we have to figure out how to do it without fighting him. So my money's still on poison. In other words, if we want to live, we need to stay far away from Berserker. A bit late for that.
Good evening. I'm so happy you came to see me, Rin.
Illya's voice is cheerful and bouncy. She is smiling that same smile I saw the night we met. Innocent but merciless. She won't settle to squash us like bugs. And that's when I realized we're not going to escape. Period. No matter what I do, I can't stop Illya. Even if I try to draw Illya's attention, that won't let Tohsaka and the others escape.
What's wrong? You're so boring when you just keep your mouth shut. I'm giving you some time, so I suggest writing a will while you still can.
Do you have like a notary public around? Because I think we need to get that notarized or something, right? She giggles. But we don't have time for these kinds of games. I'm glad Illya likes my jokes at least. That makes one person! We need to run to the entrance the second we can find an opening. Even if we know we'll never get an opening, all we can do is wait and hope.
Then let me ask you one thing.
Even in this situation, Tohsaka takes a step closer towards Illya.
Ilyasville, I didn't sense your presence coming back. Were you hiding this entire time? Yes, I didn't go anywhere. I was watching all of you make fools out of yourselves from here.
Could this be like a astral projection type of thing, maybe?
Oh, really?
So that wasn't the real you heading outside?
Right, I knew you were coming. I'm the lord of this place, so I should entertain my guests, right?
Right then, the giant vanishes. I'm not sure if it jumped or just moved. Next thing I know, Berserker appears in the middle of the lobby, creating a whirlwind. This is the end for us. If we retreat towards the entrance, he'll slice us in half with that axe sword the moment we turn our backs to him. But we're dead if we stay here, too. Our only other option is to challenge that walking mass of death, however futile it'll be.
Are we done talking? Then let's begin, Berserker.
The pale girl raises her hand as if performing a ritual and looks down on us.
I swear I won't let anyone get away today.
Her declaration is equal parts of murderous intent and delight. Berserker's eyes light up. Before, Berserker had moved only as Illya ordered, but now he's free to act, and he identifies us as enemies. Something's making a grinding sound. Tohsaka? Tohsaka grits her teeth hard, as if in regrets.
Archer, can you hear me?
Tohsaka speaks quietly without turning.
We don't need long. Distract him for us.
She just ordered her servant to his death. Archer doesn't answer.
Ridiculous, are you mad, Rin? Archer cannot possibly go up against Berserker alone. We're going to take that chance to escape. Archer's going to buy us time.
Tohsaka continues giving her orders, ignoring Saber. Her voice is cold, devoid of any emotion. Archer had been silent as if pondering something. His eyes fixed on Berserker, gives a slight nod. A sound plan. I will be able to escape once Rin and the others have. Independent action is an Archer's strong suit. He takes a step forward as if to protect Tohsaka. Berserker doesn't move. Illya's laughter echoes from above.
Oh wow, this is a surprise. You think your nobody of a servant can stop my Heracles? I never thought you would do something so cute, Rin.
Neither Tohsaka nor Archer are in any position to object. They know better than anyone. Archer steps forward. He's empty-handed, as usual. Good luck. Godspeed, Archer. Tohsaka looks at Archer's back. There's nothing she can say to him. She must know her orders are absurd. They amounted to telling Archer to die so we could escape.
Archer,
Tohsaka's about to say something. But... Rin, I just want to check something with you. Archer interrupts her, speaking so nonchalantly that it seems out of place.
Fine. What's...
Tohsaka turns toward Archer, her eyes downcast. Archer's gaze stays locked on Berserker. Yeah, I don't mind buying you time. But you wouldn't mind if I just beat this thing, right? It sounds completely ridiculous.
Archer, are you... No, there's no need to hold back. Give him hell, Archer.
Understood. Guess I should try to live up to your expectations. Archer walks forward. Only 10 meters until he reaches Berserker. At this distance, it could close on Archer instantly.
You're making a mockery of me. Fine, get him, Berserker. Go tear that cocky man to pieces.
His voice is hysterical. Tohsaka turns her back, not paying attention.
Let's go. Once we're out, we've won.
Tohsaka grabs my hand as well as Saber's and runs. Saber doesn't object. She follows Tohsaka. I start running toward the entrance, leaving Archer behind. But then from behind me... Shiro Miya! He calls out to me, his back still to me. I let go of Tohsaka's hand and turn around. In the lobby, now a good ways from me, I see Archer's back as he faces down Berserker. Listen, you're not a fighter. You only create. Berserker draws near. Archer's still empty-handed, and he doesn't take a single step while he watches his enemy closing in. Don't think about anything else. There's only one thing you can do, so master that one thing. Archer raises one hand. I have no idea when he got it, but he's holding a short sword now. Don't forget, what you need to do is to always imagine yourself as the strongest. You'll need an enemy. The only opponent you need to fight is your own mind. I see him start to shift. Berserker's sword sends a rush of wind ahead of him. I turn and run, not staying to watch the clash. Tohsaka and Saber are already at the entrance. I run and I don't look back. The sight of the man in red made it clear that I needed to go. We hurry through the long hallway and out through the gate. Hard as it is to believe, we were really in a castle. And an old one at that, hidden deep in a forest. The whole place is surrounded by trees as far as one can see. I can't see any buildings or even the sky in the distance. This way, we should be able to reach the main road in about 3 hours. We'd better run. 3 hours? Honestly, I'm not sure I'll last that long. I'm not tired, but the pain gets worse with every step. I like a 3-hour run, that's like... keeping like a decent enough pace, that's like 15 to 20 miles, probably. If I could at least rest, my fever might break, but we don't have time for that.
Shiro, hurry.
Tohsaka sounds every bit as hurried. She'd given Archer's orders. As composed as she looks, I can see the regret weighing on her. I know, they're going to catch up. Saber, let's hurry.
Oh, yes, let's hurry, Shiro.
Saber's eyes are downcast, but she breaks into a run with us. We follow Tohsaka as she slips between the trees. Saber's breath rattles loudly in her chest as she runs beside me. It's too dark for me to see clearly, but I can tell she's struggling. I can't ignore it any longer. Saber loses her balance. I swoop in from the side and take hold of her before she hits the ground. That's it, you can't go on anymore, Saber.
What are you saying, Shiro? I've been in situations like this many times. I can still run.
What are you talking about? Experience or not, you're still in pain now. Come on, you need to admit you're struggling. I pull her arm. Saber hardly weighs anything anyway. I gather her effortlessly into my arms.
What are you doing, Shiro?
No questions, just rest for a while. I'll be the first to fall if I have to keep watching you struggle like that.
No, insolence! Unhand me! Do you truly believe this is enough to make me collapse?
Saber struggles in my arms, but her resistance is weak. Her thin arms have no real strength in them as she pushes at my chest. It pains me to see that's how weak she's gotten. I never imagined Saber could be too weak to push away from someone picking her up.
What are you thinking, Shiro? I'll not permit such behavior even from my master.
Look, it's a matter of practicality and pragmatism, alright? Saber struggles against me, her face beat red. I can't really blame her. It's actually a terribly embarrassing position for a knight to be in, but now isn't the time to worry about that. Lies, you're too weak to even push me away. This is an order from your master, but worth noting, it's not a command, not a command spell order. If you don't listen, I'll have to use a command spell.
Well, that is cruel. I will not tolerate such absurd nonsense as using a cancel for something like this.
Then keep quiet. If we don't hurry, Tohsaka's going to leave us behind. Sarah must have given up as she reluctantly falls silent. That's good enough for now. As long as she's not struggling, I can carry her and run at the same time. Spots burst across my vision. As I run, my blood pumps faster. I try to fight down the nausea, burning at the back of my throat, gritting my teeth with every step. My breathing is erratic, but I do all that I can to hold the pain at bay. There's a reason for that.
Shiro, please put me down. I run on my own.
When she sees me struggling, Saber looks up at me, concerned. I can't stop now. Don't underestimate me. Carrying you is nothing. Compared to a broken stove, a girl's light as a feather.
But just shut your mouth. Is give and take just not in your vocabulary? You've saved me plenty, so it wouldn't be fair for me not to do this.
I need to pay you back for everything you've done. Else I can't have you protecting me tomorrow.
No, that's not true. And you doing this is most certainly unfair.
Fine by me. It just means I'll have to do something like this. I'll only have to do something like this once. Besides, I'm starting to get motivated now. I take a breath and pick up the pace. Tohsaka knows very well that I have Saber in my arms, but she keeps taking us through narrower and narrower paths. It's a good thing Saber's so light, but following Tohsaka is a trial all on its own. If you keep talking, you might bite your tongue, so I'd appreciate it if you stopped.
Yes, then I'll do as my master says.
Saber relaxes in my arms. She was tense earlier, which made carrying her harder. Now it's a bit easier. The problem now is whether Saber and I will make it to our destination. I don't know how long we've been running. Maybe 30 minutes? Maybe an hour? Running doesn't take a lot out of me. I've been training hard and Saber's so light. But right now, there is something wrong inside me. The more I move, the dizzier I get. I feel like I'm about to throw up. I would have understood it if I'd been bitten by a snake and the poison was doing a number on me since we're in a forest, but this is nothing. This pain won't bring me to my knees. It's just a heaviness in my chest, and I need to throw something up. And it's nothing compared to the heat I'm feeling in my arms right now. Saber's closed her eyes as if she were sleeping. She's not resisting. She's relaxed. Her body's growing hotter by the moment. Her clothes are damp with sweat, even though it's in the middle of winter, and she's tucked her head down to hide her labored breathing from me. This is bad. At this rate, there'll be a repeat of that one night. The night Saber collapsed from exhaustion after using her noble Phantasm against Ryder. Saber's condition hasn't changed since that night. Was she able to talk until now because she was just in the brief window before she disappeared? I run in an attempt to prevent that from coming true. I don't care what happens to my body. I move my feet as fast as I can, hoping that we can do something as long as we make it home. I very nearly trip and skid to a stop, leaning right back against a tree. I taste blood. So that's where the nausea's coming from. None got on Saber, since it was just a little bit. But the source of my nausea churns in my chest. Well, depending on how you look at it, this is actually better. Saber would be pretty upset about the waste of food if I threw up. Actually, knowing Saber, she might well cut me in half for it. Yep, that's funny. The bit of levity lends me just a little more energy. Okay, break's over.
No, you're done pushing yourself, Shiro.
Saber? She wasn't asleep? Saber speaks up from where she lays in my arms.
What?
What do you mean I'm done?
You should escape on your own, Shiro. You cannot continue to carry me in your state.
What? The hell I can't! I just tripped! This is nothing! Says the boy's so pale, he looks like a corpse. Hey! Tohsaka's come back for some reason. Huh. If you want to put on a brave front, go ahead. Yeah, the forest is pretty dark, but you should still wipe the blood from your mouth. No wonder Saber's worried. This is a relief. With her in present, I need not explain myself. Figured so. I just know what you're trying to say, Saber. I don't have much time, so go ahead and say what you want to say, so even a big dummy like him will get it. Saber nods. Yes, Rin. Please leave me here. You will not make it out with me, and more importantly, I cannot last any longer. I can't really insist she's being ridiculous. Neither of them needs to remind me how much worse Saber's getting. Saber won't last long. I have the sense she won't make it until morning, the way things are going. I see. So what do you think, Shiro? Are you going to die with Saber out here? Of course not! I've got no plans to die, or to let Saber disappear. She's going to disappear. I'll use my command spellers, or whatever. Okay, that's good enough for me. Let's take care of both problems then. Huh? We'll save Saber, and the three of us will escape this forest. That'll be the plan. Just like that? What's the catch? Huh? My brain feels like mushy tofu. Just like it says the damnedest things, and always so casually. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I'd really like to do that, but we can't. Just follow me. I have no intention of letting Saber die either. I'll have you know. I'm not going to let this opportunity slip away. I'm going to make sure you fulfill your duty. Sure said it was okay, so you don't mind, right, Saber? What's going to happen? Tohsaka looks towards Saber meaningfully. Saber doesn't answer. Instead, she averts her eyes awkwardly. Like, the only thing I can think of right now is, if Archer died, does that give Rin the ability to, like, transfer and get a new servant? Maybe? I don't know. Because if Rin was Saber's master, she'd be fine. Because the issue is that I can't transfer my power to her. But if she was like anyone else's master, then that wouldn't be a problem. Or servant, then that wouldn't be a problem. Once we pass through the exceptionally tall trees, something unexpected comes into our view. A ruin? We should be able to hide out here for a while. Arch found this place on our way up here. He said we could use it as a hideout just in case. But this doesn't really solve our long-term problems, does it? Trees choke the ruins. Only one of the rooms on the second floor remains more or less intact. The windows are miraculously undamaged, and the brilliant moonlight casts the room in its pale glow. Huh, it's pretty clean in here. Maybe someone was staying here recently. Nothing phases this girl. Tohsaka steps over the rubble and pats the bed near the wall with both hands. Shiro, over here. We should lay Saber here. Getting carried can actually be pretty tiring, you know? Yeah, I'll be right there. I lay Saber on the old beat-up bed. How are you holding up, Saber? Can you still move? Yes, I'm fine since Shiro carried me here. It seems I can still maintain my body. Okay, then there's only one issue left. It's in an hour. It may take a little longer even if Illya is going to pursue us. No, we might be able to hide here until morning if they have trouble finding us.
Oh? She just reminded me of something. We've run as far as the ruins, but what happened with Berserker and Archer? He stayed in the castle to hold Berserker off. It's already been an hour. Archer should have retreated from the castle by now. Tohsaka, Tohsaka doesn't respond. She only presses her right hand to her heart, like she's clutching something precious. And that's enough to tell me what happened to Archer. Tohsaka's command spell is on her right arm. A master and a servant are connected. In the same way Saber was able to detect when I was in danger, a master can sense when their servant is alive or dead. Tohsaka, Yeah, I told him to just buy us some time. That guy. He was pretentious till the very end. Silence falls between us. It feels like the silence will last forever, but then... But I won't let it be meaningless. Since I lost Archer, I'm going to defeat Berserker here. The sound of Tohsaka punching her hand into her fist breaks the silence. No more mourning. My rule is that I should take action if I have time to worry. We've come this far, so now I'm going to have you make a decision too. Huh? What kind of decision? You should know very well the decision to defeat Innisville by killing the Berserker. If we have Saber with us, we can't get out of this forest, and having her recover naturally would take too long. Whichever we try, Illya catches us. Don't you get it? If the three of us are ever going to leave this forest, we need to defeat Berserker. But there's only two of us that are healthy, and neither of us are servants. We'd be so outmatched. If we can't do that, we're just going to follow Archer. Defeat Berserker? That monster? Defeat that invincible whirlwind of death? I can't imagine that being possible. If we fight, we die. Tohsaka should understand that perfectly herself. Is her plan still to defeat him, even knowing that? No, that's wrong. What am I saying? Tohsaka's not saying we can beat it. She's not so blindly optimistic. Yeah. Got it. We're not going to beat him to win. I should realize that from the beginning. We have to beat him, don't we? That's all there is to it. If we don't want to die here, we have to defeat that monster. Exactly. Things aren't as dire as you might think either. Yeah, it's Berserker, but he should be wounded after fighting Archer. I've brought my entire jewel collection, and if Saber can recover, then we can come up with a plan or two. But how can she recover? In fact, don't you think this is our best opportunity to defeat Illya since Berserker's wounded? But is there a way to heal Saber? This isn't the best place to treat her. No, location isn't the important thing for treating Saber. Saber's only weak because she's out of magical energy. If we can replenish enough of that magical energy, she should be able to use her abilities like before. Can we use your gems, maybe? Like, I don't know exactly how those work mechanically, but they're like a form of magical energy, right? Tohsaka's explanation reminds me of late last night. She said that Saber's magical energy was mostly gone, which is why to restore Saber's magical energy. If you want to save Saber, you'll need to tell her to attack people and eat their souls. Then there's only one answer. Use a command spell, Mia. That should at least let you avoid the worst case here. I have 2 command spells left. I'll use one to make Saber attack people so she can devour their souls to replenish her magical energy. If Saber won't recover, we can't defeat Berserker. If we can't defeat Berserker, then he'll kill us. I look at Saber where she lies. We're just letting her suffer at this point, but... No. I still can't agree to let Saber attack innocent people. Yes, I actually agree this time. Huh? If we were somewhere else, I might have suggested it. But we're in Illya's forest. There's not a single human soul around. There might be some people besides Illya and Berserk in the castle, but going back there is a suicide mission. For Saber to eat souls, we'd have to be out of this place, so that's not going to happen right now. Tohsaka nods. I'm relieved not to have to make Saber attack people, but then how are we supposed to replenish Saber's magical energy? So what do we need to do, Tohsaka? This whole problem comes from me not being able to provide Saber with magical energy. There are other ways. I thought I explained that to you yesterday, well, I guess it's the day before yesterday now. Sharing magical energy with a servant can be accomplished by sharing MageCraft and a handful of other methods. Back then, well, I didn't say anything because I never thought we would end up in a situation like this. Huh? I tried to think back to our conversation that night. Now that she mentioned it, she said something like, well, paths should have been created between you and Saber during summoning, so it might be a different way, but... I think that's what Tohsaka said. I remember now. You said something out of path, and that there's some other method besides MageCraft? Right? Or did I get it wrong? At the time, I was shocked to learn that I had to make Saber attack people, so I might have misheard her. Tohsaka, is there another way? Yeah, there are two options I can help you with, but this isn't exactly an ideal situation for either. Listen, Saber lacks magical energy because the path between you two is incomplete. In order for her to recover, we need to reform the path between you to make it work properly. That's probably the best solution, but I don't know how to do it. Saber's summoning was messed up from the start. If I'd been able to make a connection to supply her with magical energy, we wouldn't be in this mess. It's quite simple. We need you and Saber to bond properly and reconnect your spiritual path. That's the only way to fix a path without breaking the contract or resummoning her. Okay, so we need to bond properly. How does one achieve a bond once the summoning has already occurred? And to do that, we need to transplant your magical circuits to Saber. Okay, sounds tough. Huh. Transplant my magic circuits to Saber. You say that as if it's so easy. To establish this path between you and Saber, we need to transplant spiritually important organs. If the servant and master are borrowing the Holy Grail's power, we need to create a connection just as strong, or else the path won't be formed. And to accomplish that, we need to transplant the master's magic circuits to their servant. It's going to require something that extreme, or your powers won't reach Saber. Okay. But, so I guess I get the theory behind it, but in practice, how do we do that? It's like, I assume it's not like a surgery. Magic circuits. An indispensable mechanism for mages that use Odd to activate mana. It's the core of a mage's existence, and without it, the magical energy that serves as the source of a mage's power can't be created. To a mage, their magic circuits are more important than life itself. They see them as the thing that gives their existence value. It's too dangerous to transplant a servant's circuits to a master. Translating the circuits of a ghost liners, especially heroic spirits, into a dying person pretty much only leads to severe rejection. So the only remaining option is to transplant your circuits to Saber. Okay. But it amounts to ripping nerves out of your body, which means the burden here will be entirely on the one offering the transplant. Ripping out nerves is the same as amputating fingers or even arms. Please wait, Rin. I do too much for Shiro. And if we don't... And if we don't do it, none of us will survive. You should know that, Saber. I gulp as quietly as I can. I have to get my priorities straight. We don't have time for me to hesitate when what needs to be done is clear. Tohsaka, can you make this work? I'll make it work, yes. But even if it works, it's not going to be safe or easy. I have no intention of failing, but even if I succeed, your magic circuits will go to Saber. You experience such an intense sense of loss and pain, you'll wish I had failed. If your magic circuits are taken from you, that means you... It would mean that my secondary nerve, my missing magic circuits, would be like a piece torn from my psyche. It would damage the spiritual body's integrity, creating a fatal flaw in me as a mage. I will never regain that missing piece for as long as I live. My hope of becoming a full-fledged mage from experience alone will die. Once I lose my foundation, my magic circuits, I will always be incomplete, no matter what. I nod for my own sake. Is that all? I'd rather save Saber. Okay. Let's do it, Tohsaka. That was fast. Oh, well, I guess it's fine. You decided so fast, but do you really understand what you were getting into? I do. You already told me. Of course you don't! Listen, I've basically just told you that you're going to have to die as a mage to save Saber. How can you just agree without any questions or objections? Because I don't have any objections. I'm agreeing because it's the best plan we have. You should be more confident in your own plan. Seeing you panic like that is making me worry. And if we don't do this, Saber can't fight Berserker, right? Right, that's what I've been saying. See, and it's not like we haven't made any sacrifices. We have to fight and win, since he bought us time. His stance told me to go. I didn't like him, but if he was willing to risk his life to protect his master, Tohsaka, I can't back out now. Fine, let's begin, Shiro. Yeah, you ready, Saber? We're going to transfer the magic circuits to you. Yes, that is your decision, Master. I hear neither affirmation nor denial in her voice. But her eyes seem filled with regrets. I guess Tohsaka's going to prepare us for the transplant. I don't know the procedure, so I just have to leave it all to Tohsaka. We'll start with Saber. Shiro, keep your magic circuits on and just try to keep your mind clear. I close my eyes and switch over the artificial nerve in my body. Thanks to Tohsaka's instructions, I've been able to turn my circuits on and off effortlessly. A red flower entangles the white flower. Tohsaka climbs up to straddle Saber, who lies still. Then she begins to run her fingers freely along the curves of Saber's slender form. Tohsaka, what are you doing to Saber? What do you mean? I'm doing this to help Saber relax. Won't have as good a chance of success if Saber can't relax. Oh, okay. Sorry. Continue. Okay. Now let's get your clothes off, Saber. What? 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 Quit reacting to everything I do. We just need to take some of our clothes off. Translating magic circuits is a mingling of body and mind. We need to make sure you make as much contact with as little obstruction as possible. Tohsaka is completely calm about this. Saber and I are the only two who are flustered about this, as Tohsaka begins undoing Saber's collar. Please wait for it. I can at least do that. You can hardly lift your arms, so quit trying to act tough. Now, Samiya, do you want to take Saber's clothes off since you're her master? You! I'd call her a fool, but I snapped my mouth shut. All jokes aside, I'm not suited to a task like that. If I had to do it, I wouldn't be able to maintain my composure. Sorry, I'm leaving everything to you. You know, trust the experts. You're the professional here. Oh, good. So you know you'll need to strip too. Just a shirt, though. I'll kill you if you even think about taking off your pants. I can't tell if she's joking or being serious. It seems like I need to strip to connect with Saber, though. Shiro, if I may ask, please turn away for a moment. Oh, got it! Tell me when you're ready. I turned away and folded the shirt I was wearing. I tried to distract myself and hide how nervous I am by folding the shirt up neatly, sleeves and all. Are you okay, Saber? Yes, I feel much better. However, I need to calm down. I need to calm down. I try to get my fear under control as I find myself dreading how painful and difficult the magic circuit transplant will be, and how it might fail. This is just a step along the path. I should be more worried about the fight with Berserker that comes after this. You can turn around, Shiro. Okay. I forget to breathe. I've seen her bare skin before, but I've never seen Saber like I'm seeing her now, as she lies in bed. It must be all this tension in the air. It's not just me, Saber's acting weird too. She acted normal when I saw her bare skin before. Over here, Shiro. Get up here and get on top of Saber. It's like someone else is controlling my body. I'm walking towards the bed, but it doesn't seem real to me. Saber, I'll handle things until the sympathizing step. Have you take over after that, but make sure not to take too much. The less you take, the less the burden on Shiro will be. Understood. Please go ahead, Rin. I have no idea what they're saying. I guess at least Saber understands what's going on, too. So that makes two of us. Right now, it's all I can do to breathe. We get even closer. We're so close our skin is almost touching. I feel Saber's weak breath on me. I support my weight on my hands, my body so close to hers. Auftrag wird ersetzt. Das dritte Element wird... Okay, that is a lot of German. I don't speak German. The chant begins. I try to focus my consciousness on what's happening to clear my mind so I can sympathize with Saber. Whatever the heck that means. Sie fliegen hoch, schnell weit zu morgen. Neiserik Schwan. I only see Saber's face. She's already in a meditative state. I can't keep my eyes open forever. I reluctantly close my eyes. Whoa. Es gibt nicht, ist na uns in die Vergangenheit. Nei vorheb taktin. My senses begin to fade. It's the same floating sensation as when I create my magic circuits every night. The feeling of my ego, my mind leaving my body. This time, though, it's running in reverse. Normally, I feel that sensation coming from my back. But right now, my consciousness is escaping from my chest. The 5 senses are functions associated with the physical body. Though when my consciousness leaves my body, I lose my sense of hearing. But my ears are more sensitive to Saber's breathing. Her slow, steady breathing begins to speed up. I hear the heart pounding in my chest. Blood rushes through my veins. I leave the vessel known as Illya and slide into her body. Wait, so, like, POV, I am the magic circuits? My consciousness sinks deeper into her. Myself swirls and converges, invading her as a solid crystal. Pulsing, hot breath. Our hearts, not our bodies, touch. Her voice rings out like a bell. And in response, my essence escapes my physical body. My senses are transformed. I have no hands, no legs, no self, but I continue on in this bare state. Time seems to flow backward. Instead of flying, I feel as if I'm being left behind. I accelerate. The body, persona, order, law. I become an arrow, shattering every barrier around me, destroying the boundaries that separate one person from another. Sparks race along the circuit. I freeze in the ecstasy of reaching the speed of light. Whoa. They say a person's life flashes by in a single instant. The flashbacks are cruel. Every instant passes by in the blink of an eye. I can't look at it directly, so I find myself going emotionally numb. So this is a mental journey. What am I looking at right there? I'm reminded just how comforting our physical bodies, our anchors, can be. I visualize the foundation of CMeeCraft. The human operation is quantified. Hundreds of institutions, millions of joints form a circle. The endless complex patterns are in fact just a highway formed by simple repetition, all heading into the vastness of the future. It's like a vehicle of some kind, heading toward a darkened city of light. Here, in the present, my thoughts pass at the speed of light. Whoa. This is like some quantum mechanics stuff. Eternity passes in an instant. I pass through the last boundary. I break through, and I am inside her. I see a glimpse of Altria's magic circuits, not my own. The changes are extreme. The speed and light of the world vanish all at once. Here it is dark, here it is heavy. The pressure of it pushes against my bodiless form. The air is so thick I may as well be underwater. My body sinks, feeling only the agony of being clamped in a vice. The path is deep and I can't see the bottom. I feel myself fall through the thick twilight, plummeting deeper into an even denser darkness. It seems impossible that just a moment ago I traveled 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Now even going a single mile seems like it would be an arduous eternal journey. I feel neither light nor hope. Are these really Saber's magic circuits? They're completely different from mine. The shape of the circuits, the number of pathways, all that differs from person to person, but this is unlike anything else. This isn't a matter of scale or ability.
Saber's magic circuits are fundamentally different than a mage's. The path rumbles. Every time it does, my tiny self nearly shatters. I don't know what Saber's magic circuits are like, but I can tell the sympathizing magecraft is functioning properly. This is not a failure. The dark, heavy pressure of this place doesn't seem like Saber, but it's also not an impure place. It's brimming with life. The flowing air is blood and a swirl of magical energy. I realize I've forgotten to breathe. I haven't needed to. Sinking is painful, but it's not life-threatening. I look up into the darkness I've sunken into, but I seem to be past the point of no return. I can't see anything in this darkness. I'm submerging gradually, but the distance ahead is infinite. The air grows even heavier. My rate of descent slows yet again. I squint into the darkness. The seemingly endless road does not have an end. Or it does have an end, rather. I feel the heat of Saber's body. I feel her every breath so close. The final destination. I reach the source of Saber's magic circuits, the center of her mental world. But what I see is beyond my capacity to understand. It's the core of a star. I've reached the embodiment of some impossible scorching heat, breathing from the depths of the earth. Whoa. The fire-red surface swirls, and then there's a splash like stagnant mud. At the bottom, there lurks a giant shadow. Its fiery eyes fix on the tiny intruder. Whether its master gave the intruder permission to enter or not, it is still a foreign invader. In the face of this core, my own consciousness is barely a mote of dust to disturb its function, or a piece of wood to feed its fire. I gulp, even though I have no throat to swallow with. I take in the entire scene. These are Saber's magic circuits. A heat beyond anything human, so different from ours, which we imagine as lines and circuits. This is a reactor core. If a mage's body is a machine for creating magical energy, then what I am seeing now is an entire factory. But the core is inactive. The key that should activate the core, the spark of power to bring the whole thing to life, has been cut off. Despite the overwhelming ability this core has to produce massive amounts of magical energy, it lacks the initial charge to activate itself. It floats overhead, a stagnant sea of fuel. No matter how much undiluted magical energy fills this endless space, it's useless. It needs to ignite. Even a tiny spark could do the trick. So long as the pathway for magical energy is connected, the core will roar back to life. And to do that, something beyond human knowledge awakens. Pathways running over the lake of magical energy begin to swirl. Red air explodes upwards in a raging pillar. Is this what it is like to stand in a thundercloud? Is that bad? Am I being attacked by... it's like a dragon. So intense is the roar of the raging waves that I don't even properly hear it. The same way something too massive can't be properly seen, the roar is its own kind of silence to me. What appears at the heart of that blazing core is the embodiment of every threat mankind carries in their hearts. Huh. Do I need to do battle with this thing, or... It has been said that the king is a red dragon that symbolizes Britain. Phantasmal blood runs in their human veins, the child of a sacred star. A dragon. A ruler, the symbol of so many phantasmal species, objects of both awe and fear. The pinnacle of all beasts, appearing at times as a demon, at times a god. This is what lies in Saber's subconscious. Its otherworldly form suits the servant, said to be the best. The cauldron opens. Vicious fangs are all I see. There can be no resistance. Humans, which pale significance before this, could never defend against it. No human intelligence could ever conceive of a way to escape. I've been eaten. Oh. It must be famished. It devours its prey, which would normally seem as inconsequential as motes of dust, with its bloodshot eyes. And I am at a complete loss for words. I wonder, why do we not eat living meals? It's obvious. We cannot bear to see our food alive. We prefer fresh food, but rarely do we eat anything alive because we feel it's cruel for our food to suffer. In other words, killing the meat we consume before we eat it is our way of preserving its dignity. A scream of rage tears its way from my throat. I forget who I am and roar like a beast. I try to appeal to the beast. The hatred builds within me. My only resistance is bearing my emotions. I beg for mercy like a crucified sinner as I am ground to meal. My consciousness grows hazy, muddled. Every purpose and meaning in my life falls away. Any hope of retaining my sanity is as long gone as creation itself. The pain, the pressure, they're far, far too much. And then, when I came to see it only as a monster. Even once I'd learned of this hell, I believed I could endure it. The image of Saber, her head hanging low, comes back to me. I recall the meaning of this pain. That meaning drives me forward. It is the literal, painful reminder of what I came here to do. I draw in a deep breath and let go of my resistance. It's not the dragon's fangs I should be fighting, but the pain twisting through me. I'm not here to run from the pain. I'm here to save her pain, to live up to the trust she's placed in me, time and time again. And so, I'm here to give her the best thing that I, who has no hope of fighting, can give. The pain is indescribable. I can't reach out to my ground-down consciousness. I hone my awareness like a blade silently as if I were asleep. Here, eternity is but an instant. As long as I can endure this pain, even for an instant, my consciousness will remain. Alright then. I won't let myself feel an ounce of fear. I shall dedicate this pain to you, who will be the one to fight. Okay. That's good, probably. The pain instantly fades. The red dragon is gone, and my consciousness gradually floats back to the surface. Am I weightless because I lost something? As if I'm floating back up to the water's surface, I feel myself begin rising up above the reactor. But wait, there's something I want to check before. Ah, it's so warm. A dull throbbing hum issues from the reactor as it burns with golden lights. The elaborate magic circuits shine with a rainbow hue and begin their circulation. The fire is lit. It may be an untrained, or I may be an untrained amateur of a mage, but today I've filled my role as her lord. I surrender my body to the wind and float upward. I catch a glimpse of a distant memory. A figure holding a sword, and a figure standing in a grassy field as it dances in the wind. Which one did I find reminiscent? Oh, that's an achievement, apparently. I feel sunlight on my eyelids and slowly open them. Dazed and confused, I check over my own body. My arms and legs are fine. I don't see any wounds. Maybe the pain faded the moment I was able to endure it? My physical wounds and even the mental scars seem to have been healed. Shiro? I hear a weak voice from under me. Huh? The feeling of her soft skin immediately makes me realize who's speaking and the position we're in. Ah! Ouch! Saber is lying on the bed with her blouse in disarray, while Tohsaka is sleeping, cradling her knees to her chest. Tohsaka may be fine, but Saber's been under me like this the whole time. Morning, Saber. Yes. Good morning, Shiro. We exchange awkward pleasantries. Saber slowly gets up and rearranges her blouse. Crap, we're so embarrassed we can't look at each other in the eye. You can already get up, Saber? Yes, I can receive your supply of magical energy now. She seems to be back to her normal self. When I carried her here last night, she was so weak it seemed she might disappear at any moment. But that weakness is gone now. I see. That's a relief. So magic circuit transplant worked? Yes, so, would you just put your clothes on, Shiro? I don't know why, but it's difficult speaking to you this way. I looked down at myself. Oh, right, yeah, you're right. I hastily reached for my neatly folded shirt. That was nice of Tohsaka to fold it up like that. Wait, no, I did that! Why did I fold it up so tight? I vividly recall last night's ritual. I connected with Saber, and Tohsaka translated my magic circuits deep within Saber. Saber looks like she's back to normal, but what happened to me? Tohsaka warned that my body and mind may not be able to handle the loss of magic circuits, but I don't feel much damage, nor any huge sense of loss. Oh, maybe my healing! My passive healing ability might have saved me there. I was a little scared, but I checked on my magic circuits myself. The idea of seeing for myself just how much I've lost is terrifying, but riding into battle against Berserker, I need to understand my own condition. Huh? I don't have to explain it. The overall function of my magic circuits feels sluggish, but there doesn't seem to be any obvious damage. I was chewed to pieces, but my magic circuits are still intact. Looks like I'll still be able to do my strengthening MageCraft.
I see. So that means... I assume the magic circuits I rarely use were the ones Tohsaka took. I only activate at 1 to 4 circuits when I do strengthening, since I can't do large-scale magecraft anyway. I've never fully activated all my circuits. So if you translate the circuits I don't use to Saber. I close my eyes to assess my situation. It seems this won't affect my strengthening magecraft. But the sluggishness, like I'm wading through water, is because my capacity for magecraft has decreased. In exchange, though, I feel that I'm connected to something important deep inside myself. I can't tell exactly where it's coming from, but there's a faint line that connects me and Saber. I've gained something truly important in exchange for my lost circuits. I must apologize, Shiro. Saber speaks up from somewhere behind me. I did my best to take as few of your circuits as possible. But even in that bare minimum was too much to take from any one person. I have left a scar on you that will never fade, and I cannot apologize enough for that.
Hey, if it's that or dying...
It is my failure. If only I were stronger, more disciplined, I would not have...
That's not true. You have nothing to apologize for, Saber. It was me who botched summoning you in the first place, for starters. This all happened because I couldn't supply you with magical energy in the first place. That's solved now, though. Now I can give you the magical energy you need without a problem. Yep, now I can finally proudly say that I am Saber's master.
But Shiro...
Don't worry about my magic circuits. I didn't use them all anyway. I even feel better without them, actually. Saber's expression remains clouded. Crap, I never know what to say at times like this. Saber's recovered, and I survived even after the loss of some of my magic circuits. Saber's magic circuits, the dream of light and wind and Saber in her youth, and on top of all that, we spent the night touching skin to skin. Calm down, calm down. That was a ritual for our survival. I need to calm my mind. If I don't focus, I can mess up during battle. The sleepy rhythm of Tohsaka's breathing halts as she grunts. Looks like Tohsaka's awake too.
Good morning, Grin.
Yo, morning, Tohsaka. I see Tohsaka's hair shift, then her head tilts up. She's not a morning person at all, and doesn't look her usual sharp self at all. Thanks, Tohsaka. It worked.
Yes, he is able to supply me with magical energy now. But in exchange, Shiro has...
No, I only lost about 30%, so don't worry. I can make do with what I still have.
30%? Did everything I could to minimize what I took, but I still took 30%? I cannot believe my own greed.
Greedy, you say? I know you're hungry, but I wish you had a little better manners. Tohsaka joining us helps dispel the awkwardness between Saber and me. Now we're back to normal. Is that so? Then let's get going. Tohsaka yawns and gets to her feet. It's almost time for the battle. Somewhere in that forest, Berserker and Ilyasville awaits. If we don't defeat that hurricane of death, everything we did last night was for nothing. The connection that was created between me and Saber deep in our hearts. To protect what we created, we'll have to defeat the most powerful enemy of all. Interlude. Is this going to be Archer POV? Interludes are generally short, so we'll probably go to the end of this interlude, and then I really probably have to go. Their battle comes to an end. The two fought fiercely, and it ended with the disappearance of the Red Knight. Now a shadow of its former glory, the reception room is in ruins. The floors are cracked and broken. Many of its walls have been knocked down. The stairs have collapsed and broken marble scattered across the floor. There's hardly a trace of the reception room's original form. Some might even say time itself has been stolen from this space. After such vast destruction, the scene bears no resemblance to what it was just 2 hours ago. A sculpture, well suited to such destruction, stands in the middle of it all. Standing over 2 meters tall, it bears the crude likeness of a man, as if roughly hacked out of stone. It hardly bears mentioning. This is Illya's servant, Berserker. The giant doesn't move. Its entire body is splattered with red, with several holes torn through it. Not a single inch of the giant's body isn't wounded. 1, both legs appear to be on the verge of collapse. 2, a massive gash on the neck. 3, arms practically hanging off the elbows. 4, something has pierced it from shoulder to groin. 5, blood gushes from its chest. 6, its belly is torn open. Berserker is not moving. He will. It's clearly a corpse. The battle itself lasted less than an hour. The result, unexpected. Berserker's master is beside herself. She should be picking off what remained of her prey, but instead, she just stands there staring at the devastation.
I don't believe this. Who was that guy?
Her voice is a low mumble now. The battle came as a humiliation to her. Her servant is the most powerful. Among all heroic spirits, maybe 1 or 2 could compete with Heracles, the most renowned hero of all time. And yet, some unknown archer defeated him. The Red Knight fought on equal ground with Berserker, and in the end, even killed Berserker, which nobody else had even thought possible. And for that, he can never be forgiven. To Illya, it is as if she's just been stabbed in the heart by a passing insect. She prided herself on being the strongest master. For her to lose to the sword she should have so casually trampled must be unthinkable. This is so frustrating. I can't believe you let him beat you 6 times. You weren't going easy on him, were you, Berserker? The statue doesn't answer. It has neither the time nor the need to do so. Berserker stands still, focusing on healing himself. Okay, so he's not dead. Even for him, this was an unusual battle. His noble Phantasm nullifies any attack. So long as the attack is not of the highest possible class, it won't so much as scratch him. As such, he rarely sustains any wound. In his own time, none could harm him after he attained greatness. But here, now, he's been hurt 6 times. The archer delivered 6 fatal blows. Each of his attacks was of a different sort. That is because even the strongest attacks won't work twice on Berserker. Strange as this battle was, the most truly bizarre part was, if Archer was a hero with so many different abilities, his identity should have been obvious. But even after his body was pulverized, Archer's identity remained a mystery. What was really surprising was how he carried himself, in a way that seemed contradictory as a servant. A faint light flickers in the pupils of Berserker's eyes. Were Berserker a normal, rational servant, he would probably feel pretty bad about how this battle went. Whatever his identity might have been, Archer was a rare and formidable adversary. If only Berserker's sanity hadn't been taken from him,
he would have fought to his heart's content, and maybe even enjoyed himself. I won't forgive them. I'll never forgive them. How dare they insult me like this? Illya's voice echoes in the shattered hall. Whatever tiny embers of rationality might have been returning to him are immediately snuffed out by her voice. He's just Berserker now. His role is to overwhelm and annihilate his master's enemies. Have you healed, Berserker? Berserker doesn't need to answer. As long as the wound doesn't kill him, he'll heal in moments. But to completely recover from this would take as much as 3 days. Can't wait that long! Fine, we're killing them now! The giant silently objects. It's almost instinctive. At least when it comes to a fight, Berserker has instincts similar to Saber's. He can certainly destroy his enemies easily enough. But if Saber has recovered enough that she can use her noble Phantasm, that'll be a different story. Berserker will not fall to a mere sacred sword, but there's always that small chance of something going wrong. His instincts tell him that he should be completely prepared before facing the servant. What? 5 lives should be plenty. There's no enemy to worry about, even without your god hand. Or what, are you going to let them get away, even after they made a fool of us, Berserker? That's what you're saying? Nobody's going to escape my forest. Yep, I'm leaving Rin and Saber to you. You can kill them, toy with them, whatever you want. Illya hops down from the stairs. She walks through the rubble to the exit without a moment's concern for Berserker, bloodied as he is. But suddenly, she stops as if remembering something. Come, let's begin our hunt, Berserker. But you can't kill Saber's master so easily. I'm going to make sure Shira dies the worst way imaginable. Illya heads out of the castle, giggling happily. The sun is about to rise. Illya knows the forest like the back of her hand. She won't have any trouble finding her prey, even if they try to hide. Her targets have only minutes to live. Interlude out. Okay, I know it's not like a traditional save point, but quite frankly, we are making our own save point here. Because we've been streaming for too long, almost 7 hours. And to think, I started this day when we had 3 hours on the stream. So, yeah. Certainly, heating up here. And we already got 1 Master Servant combo down. I guess Archer's out, so that effectively takes Tohsaka out of the running. And obviously we got a clash with Illya's villain Heracles next, so it's things are quickly narrowing and heating up, and I think we're clearly in the 3rd act by now. But anyways, hope you've enjoyed this stream today. As for further schedule this week, I quite frankly probably don't even need to tell you at this point. It's Danganronpa 2 at 10 p.m. on Wednesday, so have fun with that. But anyways, until next time, I've been CMeeCraft, and I'll catch you in the next stream and or video. Goodbye.